please contribute and let's have a more interactive discussion in terms of this. Okay. So Shanika, please close your eyes. So what is around you? What do you think? Kind of what can you see when you close your eyes?
It's dark, but like before that, there was like a little, like a blurred image of the cupboard, but then it's also gone.
Blurred image of the cupboard. Is
Yeah,
it actually the eye? When you close the eye, do you still see a blurred image of a cupboard?
it
Close.
goes for a while, then it vanishes.
Is it the derived form, as Zurangika said, the upadaya rupa, the mental image, the derived matter, who actually they are the shape of the cupboard occurs? What's it?
It's like the one in front of me, but not clearly, just like a blurred
Is it?
shape. Yeah, but
Is it?
then,
When
yeah,
you close your eyes, well, now I also, there is a book in front of me. Now I
mm,
closed my eyes, but I cannot see any image of it or anything. It's total dark, pitch dark. It's around. No object is seen. Maybe you are not closing your eyes. Oh, that mental image comes. That belief that there's a cupboard makes a shape of a cupboard in front of you. Can you just experiment and see whether is it your mind or actually the eye perceives a blurred image of the cupboard?
it's the mind.
Exactly, that's what Surangika mentioned as the derived form. That when we get the very first experience of an entity, what
Yeah,
happens is the moment we hear the word, the cupboard or the apple, that mental image or the derived matter appears. We cannot give a place, but it automatically appears, telepathizes.
yeah,
It does actually in the image that telepathizes. I don't know whether it's okay to use these prepositions as in also, because we are talking about nothingness, but there is no other way to communicate this. So that in that derived matter or upadaya rupa, all the qualities, all the characteristics of that image, if you think about Vatalappang. Okay, now the word, the sound you heard is Vatalappang. Now in the mind, the picture of Vatalappang appears, the
yeah,
mental image, if you have seen, tasted it before. But
yeah,
for someone who just arrived in the country, uh, for the first time, the person is going to have Vatalappang, right? Now the person doesn't, now there are dishes on the table, various desserts and all, but the person has not tasted. So when you say, when the person is seeing all the stuff, if you say Vatalappang, the person will that mental image or whatever, the at least will the person be able to uh, identify the dish Vatalappang tray at once.
no,
So there you are. Now with that previous experience of the perception, nothing is there in the world other than the bunch of colors, right? On the table, or
yeah,
just bunch of colors. So once you introduce now this new friend, okay, this is a delicious dessert called Vatalappang. You give the background, and this is the fruit salad bowl. Fruit salad bowl. This is the ice cream. So you introduce. This is the fish curry or chicken curry. After the moment you attach that label, introduce that to the person, now the person connects the color and the the shape of shape of light means the image of that Vatalappan dish with the sound Vatalappan. Is it clear?
Yeah, yeah.
But does the person when the person sees the Vatalappan dish, does the uh, taste of it, texture of it telepathizes into that sound?
No, no, no.
No. But now you serve some Vatalappang into a dessert bowl and get the person to taste it, right? And you while it this is Vatalappang, it was made like this and all. Now the person gets the taste of that, experiences the taste. So that perception is also there. Taste coming of the tongue, occurring in the tongue. Then while eating, the smell is also there, the other perception, right? Nose. Then the person must be not using the spoon, using the finger that touches it a bit. Then that texture is also there. Okay, so all the perceptions like eye perception, the seeing, the shape of Vatalappang, then the sound, the name Vatalappang, and then the taste, then the texture, then the smell, okay, all these telepathizers and form the thought, or the mind consciousness comes to work and form the concept Vatalappa. And the beautiful thing is, next day, the person visits you and the Vatalappang dish tray is there on the table. And the moment the eye perceives that shape of light, the taste of Vatalappang, the texture of Vatalappang, the smell of Vatalappang, the name, the shape, everything telepathizes in one shot. And the moment the label, the sound Vatalappang comes, all of them instantly occurs, and the mental image, before the person goes to the dining room, if you, as after welcoming the person, if you say, okay, there is that delicious dish of Vatalappan there, the person knows that derived matter or the upadaya rupa will arise in that image. Not only the shape of it or the color, all the smell, texture, the taste, everything is there, Shanika. Is it clear to you?
Yeah.
Or do you
It's clear.
have any questions?
No.
No, you can try it for several times. Go back to, because at the very beginning, this contemplation is important. How to understand how things appeared in our life, like people, even the children or the friends, not all sorts of pets, maybe this same concept is relevant to all those entities that we believe uh, as if existing externally. So shall we move on to the ear, how to understand this better? Because six sensory faculties we need to go into deeper to understand, because
Teruvan
this
Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and thank you are there. I didn't see. Could you please
No,
explain?
I just
Yeah.
wanted to add something there. Actually, you went on very nicely about this, the Vatalappan story and stuff. It's really good. I just wanted to add something. Actually, what is the mental image of I? You didn't actually go there, so you stopped in Matalappang. It's better to go on to
Yes, Dr.
I,
Kokila.
me, my. How did that happen? So Lord Buddha
Yes,
has cut the body and has tried to show there is no me there.
yes,
And Lord Buddha has tried to explain every aspect of this, what we feel, what we hear, what we, in every aspect that there's no self. So
exactly.
it is better to actually go on to that as well, rather than stopping in Vatlapang, because it's nicely done. So anyone can
Yes, Dr. Kokila.
that bit. So when we tell that, it is very good to add that other part, because we are not actually worried about Vatlapang here. We are not worried about
Yes,
actually we are worried about why we feel as alive,
yes,
why we feel as existing. So that is what the magic is. That is what the actual thing that we need to know. Why do we feel alive, and how that feeling came, and also why there is a thought attached to that. Like similarly, like to Vatalapang, you exactly nicely said, Vatalapang is not there. You have a taste, you have something, a texture, you have a smell, but there's no Vatalapang there. So at the same time, you have to mention it's the same with the thought of me or I or
yes,
mine. So
yes,
that thing, that we talk about, how do we, what is it, what, so it's the same thing. We just have to talk about that at the same time, so that someone takes the message of Vatapan, that it is not there. At the same time, if you go on to say that, you will not miss the actual part of Lord Buddha's Dhamma, because otherwise the message will be about only about the Vatlapang and not about the self. Because we are actually mastering these things not to not for anything else, isn't it?
yes, yes, Dr. Kokila.
So what is me, when you try to
Mm,
understand what is me, then you are lost,
yes,
because that's why Lord Buddha
yes,
tried to tell, is there me in that body, is there me in that
yes,
sensation, is there me in that perception, is there me in that the sankhara, is there me in that consciousness. There's no any of these things actually didn't have a me there. So actually it is something like Vatlapam, which didn't exist,
exactly.
so it is nice to actually, if someone is coming to that step nicely, there's somebody was talking with you, so if that person is coming with you nicely, then it comes to that Vatlapang level, then you show her nicely that actually Vatlapang is not there,
Yes,
and even the light perception, or even these consciousness, or those are the things from you feel that due to the speed. When you say that and you stop there, then the story is not adequate. So
incomplete. Yes,
incomplete. So
yes,
you add
yes,
it to that. So what is the, how did this thought I
yes,
has happened in this world? It's
yes,
not
yes,
only to humans, it's to even the animals, it's to even to
yes,
any being in 31 stages,
very, yeah,
worlds have this problem. What is the problem? They feel like alive, they feel as
yes,
existing. So they fear about the other, when their life is going to finish, they feel a fear, whether it is an animal, whether it's a human, whether whatever. So that is what we are actually trying to find out. What happened here? Why do we have a death? Why do we have, like, what is happening here? So then we try to find out, what is this like? Vatalapang is not existing. Is I
mm,
existing?
yes,
So we try to find out where is I. So that's the
mm,
basic uh, the research you have to do.
exactly.
Where
That's
am I? am I here? Am I there? Am I where? So Lord Buddha has tried to explain whatever the things that it's only 5 aggregates you have. Whether so they so the explanation should extend to that, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah. Otherwise, it will be similar to like දෙයක් නෑ in that
Yes.
line, but not the කෙනෙක් නෑ part. That
Exactly.
so everything will be discussed in such a manner that the correlation between where am I here,
Yes.
where is the perceiver, because there's a feel that you perceive something. How did that happen?
Yes.
So that should attach there, because you came very nicely to that point. I just wanted to add that.
Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Thank you so much. That is your kindness to remind, and please, I invite all of you to comment. I mean, this is make this session more interactive, especially Dr. Kokila. Please always correct and improve whatever I try to explain. So let's go back to the beginning. So at the starting point, we looked at how the perception of self came into our life, right? So I explained to you that had there not been a mirror and a camera, even today we do not know who I am, the image wise, right? We might say that we hear the sound and the rest of the body, so-called body, except the face, because without these instruments like mirror or the sophisticated instruments like cameras, video cameras, we wouldn't have been able to see the image of the person even, right? So as I recall, I want to re-emphasize what I said at the very beginning, because we do not have any experience other than the six sensory organs. So I recollect a simple experiment that helped me to understand that we do not have any other experience other than the six sensory faculties. This was actually done by some presenter, some teacher here. I think Miss Asanti. So what she did was she asked me to close my eyes. Now, Shanika, you also can do that, right? Please close your eyes and tell me how you feel that you are existing. When you close your eyes, how do you feel that there is someone called I? Because we already identify this self as I know that I live or am there. How do you feel that you are there?
Well, with the sounds I hear,
You hear some sounds, yeah.
and the feelings in on our skin.
The touch, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Some thoughts must be occurring, right?
Yeah.
And now open your eyes.
Okay.
Now, how do you feel that you are there? You are alive, that there is some, forget about your history, background, everything, and just focus on this very moment, this second, and tell me how you feel that you are alive. You were correct actually. Earlier you said I hear sounds, I thoughts occur, and I get the sensation of touch. And yes, now
It's kind of like thinking.
I'm thinking, and I also perceive stuff around you, right? As you earlier said, the cupboard and stuff.
Yeah.
So now, if I share my experience, the seeing of the phone and the feeling that I'm sitting on a cushion, and the sound that occurs in the eye, that ear perceives some sounds, yeah, some thoughts, that the talking that happens as a process. Other than that, I do not know that I am alive, or we do not experience a life other than that, right? So the
Yeah.
problem is, it is the eye that perceives images around us, as Dr. Kokila, um, this is what Dr. Kokila wanted to highlight. Actually, she explained well. So the eye perceives stuff around us, right? As I at the beginning explained, due to vibrations and all, that sparking, the speedy occurrence of vibrations, that's the science behind it. Otherwise, there are no permanent objects anywhere. So on this side also, it's vibrations, right? The self, unless and until somebody showed us the uh, image of this body in front of a mirror and told, Baba, Baba, this is you. Ah, Puta, this is you. Or the name, you are Sudharma or Shanika or whoever. We don't know that there is a person like this. Originally, what what we experienced was actually the experiences of the six sensory organs, without any feeling of that I experience, I see this, I hear this, I feel this. But gradually, when the self was introduced, the self perception of self got stronger and stronger, we began to get the ownership of these experiences of the sensory faculties. Now the eye perceives stuff, but ignorantly, the strong feeling that is, I see this. The sounds occur in the eye, ear. The ear perceives sounds, but ignorantly, we say, I heard you saying this. So we go on and go on. And the nose perceives certain smells, okay, sense, but ignorantly, we say, I smell this, I taste this. So it's very important to uh, untangle this knot. How this self, the sense of self, the feeling of self came into our life. They, at superficial level, we can say it's okay. Somebody said you are there, so it's you who sees, it's you who hears, it's you who feels, it's you who kind of smells, tastes, things, so on and so forth. But is it the real fact? Is it the real thing? It is just because that somebody said that you are there, that the self is there, we took it ignorantly and we believe, no, there is some hidden truth that actually without the explanation of Kalyana Mitra or a noble teacher like Buddothpado Aryan Vanse, so we cannot actually Gautama Buddha, that is the truth revealed to the world by Gautama Buddha to relieve the sufferings of people, which was disappeared from the world over the time and now has been disclosed by the redisclosed by Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi. Okay, now what happens is, so if we take the eye, so the eye perceives, due to that, the similar, the vibrations of speedy occurrence of vibrations of similar frequencies, the sparking, continuous sparking occurs. So I don't repeat that. This is the concept that I explained to explained using the example of fire band, spinning the fire band of at a very high speed. So it doesn't matter, right? Now the sparking occurs, so it occurs continuously at very high speed. So we feel as if it's existing. So if I take the very example of the cupboard, you feel as if the cupboard is existing. But the problem is, as a natural phenomenon, when this sparking occurs, it creates some power. It generates some power. Okay, so it generates some power, and with that power, the mind power, we begin to give a value. We feel as if it's there. We feel as if the cupboard is there. The birth of the cupboard occurs. And another problem is, this doesn't stop at, or this doesn't cease at eye level, this power. So there is another important point, concept that we should understand, that some vibration which carries, we can't actually say which carries something also, but which occurs from life to life, some strong vibration, internal power occurs in the zygote. I mean, when the conception or the combining of a sperm and the ovum occurs in the mother's womb, at the very beginning we call it a zygote. So this special vibration, internal power, telepathizes into the zygote. So this vibration always kind of activates or deactivates with the powers, with the different levels of powers that are generated through the six sensory faculties. Hopefully you get it, or you can stop me and explain, or ask. If I ask Shanika, is it, do you get it, Shanika? Okay, so Teruvan
Saranai, Shanika is not a baby. Shanika, no. Yeah.
Okay.
Shanika, something is outside, other side is you. It's a simple.
Yes.
What is
Yeah.
Sudharma doing? Is why are you going round? It's direct way, no. No, RNS is telling simply, no. Something is outside, is chair is you. Why? Chair is there. Where are you? I'm looking the chair. Chair is there. Chair is the me. How is this chair is coming? That's the our thoughts. How is coming? That's the Buddha's philosophy is there. That's the dependent origination Dhamma. Otherwise, this thought how is creating. That's important only. That's why Kokila also try to explain that. So no chair is there. So no, me is there. That's the Nibbana is there.
Yes.
It's a simple no. What do you think about Shanika? Is real no? Yeah. Yeah. How long you are stay here, no? It's 1 hour, no? No. 1 hour, 15 minutes, I think. No, it's okay. Shanika is newcomer, but Shanika is not new this Dhamma because Shanika's mom is long time is here in this Dhamma. So Shanika, know this one is
Okay.
very important. No, Shanika, it's okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you struck? No, because Sudharma long period, long time is here. Like a baby, Shanika becoming a baby. Sudharma is a teacher. No, Sudharma actually is a teacher. No,
No, Arya, no answer. I am sorry. When you mentioned
no,
Chanika Dua, I thought
Radhika is
she is
right.
yeah. I am sorry.
I think Shanika is right. Shanika, what you feel?
I am sorry about that. I actually
Oh. Sometimes Shanika, that's Zoom. No, you are still here. It's okay. Sometimes phone is somewhere, Shanika is somewhere. Because how is heard this? No, Shanika. Oh, I hear in this long period, long time, but I can't hear this. What is this? I will stay here. What is Sudharma is doing? Sometimes it's okay. It's okay.
sorry,
Babies is
Arya,
okay.
no
Yeah,
yeah.
Sudharma is okay. Baby.
When you asked all of a sudden halfway through, I couldn't actually. I tried my level best Aryan
No,
also
no, it's okay. It's
without
okay.
any preparation. Yeah. So
Yeah, what
I
do you think
also.
about Kokila? What do you think about Kokila?
There was
Leila?
answer.
Yeah, Kokila, what's this explain? What's your idea? This Sudharma's explain.
No, actually, there is a gap. I don't know how to fill that gap. Actually, that gap is really manifesting, showing. So that gap, the ability to actually get that story out. We all struggle here. It's natural. It's okay. It's just that you have to feel it. So whoever who that Shanika, that she if she actually understand a little bit of this and understand that the if she feels this, because at one point Sudharma said, you will not be able to feel this, but this is then it becomes a story. This is not a story. This is not an explanation only. So then if someone has to feel this, then the stories should come nicely also, but not necessarily that the story should be straightforward as well. Story shouldn't be like very so how a 7-year-old can understand this Dhamma and feel it, because the 7-year-old will not understand all this, the explanation we did, but still that 7-year-old can actually feel this. So, and we know from Lord Buddha's time, the house, the people who help cooking, who acted as helpers, got to know this, like felt it. But then that helper actually teaches the whole household that. So the knowledge itself is not actually, I mean, it doesn't really matter whether you have the knowledge or not. But the thing is, you have to feel what you are actually trying to say. So when you feel it, what is there to feel is, if you give any value to any of these things, so the story, the way you have explained is nice, but we have to understand how the me story comes here, and why you feel like alive. Alive feel comes because you give a value to whatever you're feeling. That happens even in the baby's vibration. So you can't say that you can't feel it, because in the actual experience that Aranohanse is trying to get, like trying to give to others, is the same thing. It's the same thing. Like when you understand that there is no value to the what lapang or whatever, then what happens is um, you just don't give any value to that. Then you come to the either texture, or either the feel, or either the sight, the vision, or that only one one modality will be there, then at that point you will feel the vibration. It's a feeling, it's not a story. So this message should be there. It's a feeling. It's you will feel the
Yeah,
vibration. That's your
yeah,
vibration.
that one is good. There's a feel, no? I like feel.
Yeah,
It's a feel.
that should be
It's a feel.
felt. And then you say that also has happened because the vibration was taken as granted. It's taken as a thing. But then the vibration is actually not a thing because it's actually happening because of the the rapidity of the speed. Then only you can telepathize into the non-vibration. Otherwise, how will you be telepathizing to non-vibration? Every day you will be telling this story, and at the same time keep vibrating to the vibration, keep telepathizing to the vibration. So the story will never end, but we will keep holding thousand Zoom discussions, but still doing the same thing.
Yeah.
That's not the thing that Aran Hanse is trying to tell. I mean, I don't know whether I'm putting it right.
Yeah, Kokila, because the value won't there's a fading. No, that's why this defilements won't be fading. This nibbana is there. This tranquility is there. The especially message is what is Buddha's try to doing? What is Buddha's try to try? Buddha try ending the suffering, ending the sadness. So how is ending the sadness? How is ending the suffering? Is truth. What is the truth? Is this nobody is here, but everything is happening in the system. So, but human have feel, alive feel. That's the soul. So, what is this? What is this? What is this alive feel? It's a feel. It's a feel. It's okay. How is this feel is coming? It's a value. It's a value, no? The chair have value. The chair won't you. Existent feel. Existent feel is the consciousness we are using. Word. That's a itasanya. It's the existent. It's the existent perception. Yesterday we explained this. Non-existent perception is coming because it's a sound and firm. It's a simple. Thought is sound and firm. The sound is not real. It's a waves. So it's a it's a it's otherwise it's a eye creation. It's a picture. It's not real. It's a waves. Eye creation also waves. Ear creation also waves. These two waves together coming, that thought is create here, there. Thought is the effort. The cause and effect dharma is effect is not real. So you see this value how is coming. The every spark, every vibrations have power. That's why existent feel is coming, light also, sound also. So that's why existent perception is sound. That's the living beings feel. That is why we are not talking about the tree is a living being. Who is living being? How is living being feel is coming? That's a power. So power is vibration powers. It's okay. But finally, it's a waves. Vibration powers meaning is waves. So waves is power. It's together coming. That's thought have power. Thinking power. It's a mind power. It's a thought have power. So what's your world? What the word is? This world is your sensor. Creations given to you. Thoughts. Thought have power. But not but finally we are thinking everything is real. But everything is not real. That's the existent perception is not still yet true. What's the other one is coming? Non-existent perception. Because uh, it's not you understand in this Dhamma, you understand in the truth, meaning it's your thinking. Goal, where's the goal? It's your thought. Thought is not real. Sound and firm. So, non-existent feel is coming. Non-existent is coming. This feel is coming. Is the existent feel is, that's why after your thought have a value. Finally, thought have a value. Chair is there. That one is chair. Chair is sound and firm. So, is real chair is there? No, it's your mind. You are thinking. So, this something, someone understood this is nothingness. Everything is because there's gravity power, electric power like that, solar power system like that, automatically, systematically, this sensor creation has given you. This is thinking power. You are thinking something happened, this chair is, you try to keep it. That's power is there, thinking power. So thinking power using your physically body after you try to something to do. So what is this? Like a robot. No. Signals are coming, robot is working. Power is automatically coming. What is this? You see, unbelievable. So you understood this. You are inside. What's your ego? What's your defiance? How much you own it? You
I
don't
think
own it.
everyone understand it. It's just that they don't put it to like the experience, because they surely understand it very well. But understanding is not enough. So that message,
Not enough. Yeah.
yeah, that's
Because
the message
internal
I think we need to do.
transformation, yeah, is want to be happen. It's a nature like that. It's, you can't do that. It's automatically is fading. That's why Buddha's word is Sankatam Paticca Samuppanna Kaidammam Vaidammam Viragadammam Nirodham. So the meaning is dependent origination is this thought how is creating, understand. Finally, your power, your ego, your defilements automatically fading. Finally, is tranquility is here. That's why Nibbana Paramasukha is a
Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. It's with great joy and gratitude I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you gathered here today for this meaningful Dhamma discussion. On this blessed morning of 27th September 2025 at 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time, we come together in the spirit of learning, reflection, and spiritual growth. Before we proceed with our discussion or the discussion, let us first take a moment to offer our deepest respects to our spiritual guide, Venerable Buddothpado. His wisdom, compassion, and unwavering dedication continue to illuminate our path, guiding us towards the ultimate goal of Nibbana. So we are actually fortunate, or we are truly blessed to have such a noble teacher leading us on this profound journey. May I also extend my heartfelt blessings to all who have joined today's discussion. So, Teruvan Saranai to all of you. Before we delving into today's discussion, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce or remind you about our main websites. The main website is www.dhamma.com website. This website serves as a huge reservoir of Dhamma knowledge. So it offers numerous invaluable resources to aid our spiritual progress. Here you can access a collection of profound Dhamma books including this esteemed series, The True Dhamma Has Awakened. This consists of 6 insightful volumes. So currently we are focusing on volume number 6. So actually these texts serve as guiding lights, helping us deepen our understanding and accelerating our path towards the true liberation. So it serves as kind of what do you call this, a foundation, a solid foundation, a solid base for our understanding. So other than that, we have another website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com. So people who are interested in the modern day findings, modern day science. So if they are keen to search about what is the relationship between the ancient wisdom and the modern day science knowledge, so this website is available for you to visit. So it clearly reflects how this modern science uh, well align with the wisdom that has been revealed by the Lord Buddha about 2500 years. So it can clearly bridge the gap actually. So I invite you to visit that site as well. So then we can start our usual book reading session. So I'd like to invite Miss Shani to read few pages starting from page number 149 on the 6th volume of the True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So then we can start the discussion afterward. Teruvan Saranai, Miss Shani.
Teruvan Saranai, good morning everyone.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Morning Zoom discussion on Saturday, 20th October 2023. Participant, Teruvan Saranai Aryan answer. I bowed down at your feet. I am taking this opportunity today to let you know about my practical experience of the Dhamma. I have been listening to your Dhamma discourses for some time, and until I listened to them, I never realized how this fire created by anger and the anger I got from confrontations burned inside of me. Just when listening to the Dhamma principles I presented by you, automatically this realization came to my mind. I have no burning fires created by the anger I formerly experienced anymore after following your Deshana. Besides this, I also realized that everything is just an occurrence in the mind or a thought, because I was able to put together the Dhamma facts. I am completely changed person today. It is a great transformation that happened because of your presentation. When I was looking into the Dhamma more and more, I also realized that the reason for these occurrences are based on nothing else but the principle of cause and effect. Mind actions are based on this principle. I found out that there is no truth in the subject or thought created by the outside phenomenon. Actually, there is nothing that is coming from the outside. Aryan Mahansa. For how long have you been listening to these discourses? Participant. For about 6 months, about 2 lectures per day. Aryan Mahansa. You are not talking through practical experience. Now you must focus your attention on seeing how this notion of a self can be created. Participant. I try to understand that. Venerable Sir, also as you uttered, I feel that we are always connected with our past experience, which I think is a reconstruction of the perception. Arun Mahasar, in you, what I feel is that you think too much and that you pay more attention to the thought. I do not say that thinking of these concepts are improper. What I am saying to you is that you must follow the Deshana and get practical experience. You must observe how the notion of an individual self becomes faded. Participant. What I want to know is whether I am entangled by these illusions in the mind. Aryan Mahasar. Get the experience through practical side and go along the path to liberation or Nibbana. Theruvan Saran.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Shani. Yes. Uh, so yeah, we can discuss. We can start the discussion on top of that part. So I think it is a very nice kind of discussion that had happened uh, between a participant and RN1. So a participant says here, it is very nice. The participant says that he or she, I don't know the gender of him, gender of the person. Anyway, we'll say he. So he says that never, never like before. He feels like he does not have the burning sensation like before. So what Aran says is, you are thinking. So the participant is trying to explaining that he has no kind of inside burning like before. But again, what Aran says is, you are thinking. See, there is a very nice part here. So that we usually miss this part. So now we see it in again, see it again. So we will be able to understand that yes, that participant was thinking, and he what he was doing is he was trying to compare his earlier stage and the present stage. So how does he compare these things? By the mind again. Again, he uses his mind to compare the previous instance as with the present instance. The burning previously he had, and the level of burning at the present moment. So from what he does it through the mind. That's why Aryan keeps on telling him, you are again thinking. You are again thinking. My burn was large at the previous stages, instances, but now my burn has been reduced. Likewise, again, he gives kind of value to that thought. He gives a value to that present thought. The thought of comparing two instances. So that that is that again done by a thought. So that thought automatically gets some value assigned. So that should not be happen. So what is the way of getting away from that? So as we start listening these discourses, we also did the same thing. That's all right. That is the nature of the mind. So we all always comparing. We always compare ourselves through mind, through thoughts. So that is the behavior of the mind. So whether we want to assess ourselves, whether I am improving or not, that is the curiosity of the mind. That is the nature of the mind. Mind wants some power to keep it going, keep 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 it's rolling out. So it generates its power in that way. The comparison, previous stages and present stages. So what Narayana said, the advice that was given by Narayana to him is, you are just again thinking. So what you lacking is the experience here. So what you have to do, you have to make this Dhamma into practice. You have put this Dhamma into practice. Then of course, you will feel the underlying burning gets diminished, getting dissolved. It is a feeling. It is not another thought. So that's why Aranvasa clearly say, put your knowledge into practice. So that is the challenging part here. Now most of the listeners here, uh, they are already they have been listening to this Dhamma for 1 or 2 years or more. So they know this Dhamma very well. But the lacking part is the practical part. This practical part does not really mean that you have to allocate some time and make allocate that time to practice and see what's happening. This is not the thing. Once you become thorough with this understanding, if you are thorough enough with this understanding, it will automatically apply to your day-to-day life. It is not something that should be done forcefully. It is not something that should be done forcefully. If you are going to do this forcefully, again, there would be a person who is doing that practical session, who is doing this practice. So this is not what Lord Buddha said. Let it happen within you. Let the practice come within you. So in earlier stages, that is all right. You have to do some kind of a practice forcefully, intentionally. That's all right. But doing it again and again intentionally won't help you for the true realization. So that's why this first half of the Pratipadava, that means the Purabhaga Pratipadava, is very important. How much you become thorough with this understanding, automatically you will be pushed towards the true experience. If you do not still experience the Dhamma, that means there is some part is lacking in your understanding. Some part is missing. So we have to be very vigilant. We have to be very careful about that. So that if you don't feel this Dhamma from inside, that means that there is some amount of gap is left behind in the understanding part. That's why Lord Buddha said the first half is the most important part. Nowadays, if you look at any temple, any ashrama or monastery, this part is lacking. This part cannot be seen. The first half of the um, uh, Pratipada is missing. They are lucky they don't know the truth. They don't know the theory behind that. What is, they don't know the illusion, how this illusion gets created. They don't know it. Even though they know, they just keep in their memory as a knowledge. This won't help. So they know the advice that has been given by Lord Buddha to Bahya. Dikte ditta mattam sute sutta mattam mute mutta mattam. They know it. They they have practiced. They preach to the others as well. But they don't know the real meaning of that. In order to have that proper understanding, they have to have the knowledge of how this formation occur, how this mind creation occur. So in order to understand how the creation of the mind, you have to have the knowledge of cause and effect Dhamma. There is a step-by-step guide which has been prepared, which has been revealed to the world by Lord Buddha. So that is the same preach that has been done by every Buddha who have born so far. That is the Paticcasamuppada, cause and effect Dhamma. So if you know, not actually the word, we can't use the word knowing, but at the beginning you have to know what it is, what it clearly says. Then of course you can apply to your practical life. That means how the mind gets created. So you have to analyze, put that knowledge into that in practice. So you have to analyze and see, do the experiment. You have to conduct your own experiment by putting yourself into as the sample. So am I the one who is there? So the Atma is here. So how this Atma? So I feel that I am existing. So how this has happened? How this the perception of self had been created? So that is the challenge. That is the question for the entire research. That is the research question. Who am I? From where am I? Where have I come from? So what is the purpose of being here? That is the major question. So with that question in mind, we have to conduct our own research. So how the self, notion of self had been created? So we can use the model that has been preached by Lord Buddha. The model is the Paticcasamuppada, or the cause and effect Dhamma. So we can apply that model and see how this self has been created. So the path is very clear. This cause and effect Dhamma is very clear. So that's clearly explained how the self gets created, how the soul gets created. So in order to do so, we have to go from the beginning, how this thought gets created. So thoughts collectively form the mind. There is no such a thing called mind. So form the thoughts collectively forms the mind. So then we have to analyze how these thoughts get created. So if you go to analyze that thing, you will understand without your without the faculties, the five faculties you have, there is no way of creating a thought here. So then you have to analyze what the what the functionality of these uh, faculties. Then you have to get one faculty at a time, and you have to analyze each and every faculty very delicately. So that is the vidarshana that you have to have. So creation of a faculty is well explained in the cause and effect Dhamma. So when you do this experiment, you will understand, even though you tell that there is kind of a vision, there is kind of a thing called light, there is kind of hearing, there is kind of thing called sound. All these things are creations. They were not there before, and they will not proceed further. They get constructed then and there at this very moment. So then what you have to do is, then you have to escalate further to how this magic gets created in that very moment. So to that, we have to go back to the Majja Sutra level, and we have to have a clear idea of how the different polarities make some kind of a feel like existing. If we can apply this knowledge to one single faculty, it is not very hard to apply to the rest of the faculties as well. The same mechanism can be applied to the other faculties as well. Same thing happens. If somehow you feel, if someone, a feeling of alive thing gets created in the eye faculty, that is the moment where the lights get created. The perception of lights get created. That's why it is called Nama Rupa. There won't be any kind of perceptions without a feel underlying. So all these things are creations, not had been there before, not they will not pursue further as well, persist further as well. So yes. So what is the message that can be taken from that discussion, which has happened earlier? What the advices that have been given by Aryanvasa to that particular person is you need experience. So experience is the non-self state, non-source state. So let's go back to that first thing. If you feel there had not been self in the previous experience and as well as this experience, so what is the purpose of comparing those instances? You are comparing these two instances because you were there in both instances. Previous I had a burning, the participant said, previous I had a burning, now it has been reduced. So, so who were there? The the soul was there, the self was there. That's why he compares those two instances. But if if he were not there, he was not there in the previous instances as well as the present instance. So going who will going to who will be going to compare those two instances? No one. So that's why the experience is pretty much important here. So it is a very nice discussion. I think we can start our discussion from here. I think it is very nice, and it consolidates the truth into one piece of discussion. So I think Mr. Bernard is also here with us, and Sudharma is also here. So yes, I think we can start discussion from there. Teruvan Saranai, Mrs. Sudharma.
Namaskara Veva Aryan Mahanseta Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi, and
Teruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai to all of you. Yes, Dr. Ravi, your explanation regarding this, the notion of self, the trickiest of this Dhamma. Every day, everyone focuses on that, especially Aryan Mahanse giving all sorts of examples which caters to like all types of people, despite their cultures, languages, even the socio-economic backgrounds. He makes every effort to convey this message that there is no self, no soul. It's like you are deceived by this magician called consciousness. Isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
Yes, exactly.
Yes. And you referred to Dr. Ravi at the very beginning, the practical approach prescribed by Buddothpado Aryan Mahasi. That is, you said the main focus should be on the preliminary practical approach, preliminary
Yes,
part,
exactly.
that is Purvabhaga. So very recently I read an example given by Gautama Buddha himself. It has been repeated by Aryan Mahanse also. It says, Dr. Ravi, if you bring in a simile or a metaphor, this preliminary approach can be compared to the mountains of Himalaya,
Yeah.
the in size, and then the final stage or Aparabhaga Pratipada can be compared to a small stone. It is mentioned there. So that
Yeah.
itself gives how much weight, in the sense not as a person, but how much we should spend time with Dhamma discourses, uh, by listening to them, by taking part in Zoom discussions, because in Zoom discussions, basically, what is being focused is this preliminary approach, like Purvabhaga Pratipada, how the mind is created, how we get caught in this mental fabrications. So, as you said, Dr. Ravi, you wanted to start the discussion with how somebody compares the previous and the current
Yes.
experiences. Is that so?
Yeah. So when we read this book that we used to read, so in
Yeah.
one chapter, there was a kind of a discussion between a
Right.
participant and Aryan Mahasa. So
Right. Yes.
that's why.
It is something that we all get caught, Dr. Ravi, because when Aryan Hansi questions in a digital platform, okay, what are your experiences right now? How do you feel it right now that you are on the right path, right? So what happens is, Dr. Ravi, we use the mind consciousness there.
Yeah.
thinking that we use the word I. If I compare my experiences, Aryan Vasa, I was like always deceived uh, by the creations of six sensory organs. I was so proud. I was so dominant. I was having lot of pride or kind of conceit, man, egoistic, and now I feel they are not. I had lot of jealousy, but I feel they are just dissolving, diminishing, and I that the notion, the focus given to the self-importance, self-dignity is gradually going away. So we
Mm.
that is how we say. So probably we use the word I 10, 15 times.
Yeah.
So ignorantly. So
Mm.
although we try to establish the fact that there is no soul in me, from the way the person uses the words to communicate message, Aryan Hase can feel the vibration of the sound the person makes and the number of times naturally someone can without using I also with the self perception, with the strong self perception, can um, deceive the audience without mentioning I. It is not a matter of
Yeah.
mentioning I or not, but still,
Yes.
doctor, I also contemplated on that, and what was evident was there when we try to talk about experiences, we go to the mind. Mind,
Yes.
probably, if we aware that we are aware is not a person, if we
Mm-hmm.
within feel that okay, now it's the mind that recalls this experience, I think
Yeah.
it's fine. But that only that person knows, doctor. Others
Mm-hmm.
cannot. Others do not know whether the person as a with the notion of self, with that belief, wrong belief, whether he talks or with the awareness that this is just recollection. It's also an automated function. I the ear, the sound vibrations occurred in the ear. It created the mind power, and the body came into action. And this recalling, and as a function, it happens. So that
Yeah.
only that very person knows, doctor, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
Mm,
The point you
mm,
highlighted is very important. But
mm.
we can use our mind to tell,
Yes,
to express our
yes,
ideas. That's all right. But
yes,
if you know internally, your
yeah,
awareness, if your awareness can keep track, so
yes,
the state of the self, so
yes,
the state of the self, that is the understanding, so that is the internal transformation that RNAs expects us to happen. So I
exactly.
think, yeah, so so I can express that so my defilements were like that, and now I have lesser amount of defilements and so on. So again, if I know in the previous stage as well as the present stage, there was a no person behind any instances. So that is the understanding that I'm having. So as you clearly said, no one can see from outside. So both will be expressing the same way, in the same way. So, but the underlying understanding of the uh, proper follower will be different. So that is that is most important thing. So so people might think, so if you become to that kind of understanding, how can you perform your day-to-day activities, or how can you plan for the future? So you can plan it very perfectly, very nicely, because you know this is the mind consciousness. This is so this is the one who is planning for the future. So that's all right. So we can do, but with the understanding, you know, this is the functionality of the mind sensor. This is the nature of the behavior of the mind sensor. So don't bother. So let it happen, isn't it? So it comes to the understanding. What do you think, Sudharma?
Yes, doctor, exactly. And doctor, as until Aryan Mahanse revealed that groundbreaking truth,
Mm-hmm.
I also had a huge problem. Like, okay, it's a system. There are six sensory faculties. They
Mm-hmm.
create stuff, they create power. So, why does it matter? How does it matter? Then it will again that power, if that power occurs and disappears, it won't be a problem for us being, no, I mean, living being. So,
Yeah.
when he disclosed this pure truth, that the taints or the sahasrava, that vibration, inner vibration which comes as a natural phenomenon at the zygote level, then only now we know the perfect kind of the mechanism behind. Okay,
Yeah.
the eye, the birth of eye or seeing, when the moment that spark continuously happens and the power gets created, it it transfers, we can't say transfers, but it connects with the internal power here, no, in within, no, although
Yeah.
there is a
Yeah.
place, there is the vibration, so that
Mm-hmm.
is mistakenly taken as the self. So that is why
Yeah.
it is so tricky, and we need to understand it very very clearly, uh, why it is a problem.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we already know about, okay, the mechanism of six sensory faculties, but we can't connect why it becomes a problem to this,
Mm.
I mean, notion of self or whatever. So
Yeah.
it is because of this sashava internal disdains we call. So that we can we it is a, it's a strong factor that that affects negatively when we try to liberate, right, from everything. That
Mm.
awareness, and one should be able to see the big picture, isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. As you said, yeah. Yeah.
not
Yeah. Go
as
ahead.
bits and pieces. So
Mm.
to clarify and to, it's a kind of understanding that happens gradually. In my
Yes.
experience, that's it. Yes,
Yeah.
doctor.
As you said, yes. So we can say, yes, there are six faculties. That's all right. So let it happen. So likewise, you can stay like that without bothering with it too much. But only thing, now we can understand, if you think, if as long as you think these six faculties are true, that spontaneously create the self. So so people who think, yes, there are six faculties, that's all right, so let them happen. So but you as long as you think the light is real, that will create
Exa-
the self. Yes, that is the
Exactly.
problem. So the understanding should be very thorough and very clear and very precise. And so otherwise the the power that is generated within the faculties will be there. So
Exactly.
that power can make a soul for you. So so this power can make solve solve for you. So from so you the if the soul gets created, the suffering and the other things, the coming into the soul cannot be prevented, isn't it? So that's why Aaron wants to say, so, something is there, the feeling of something is there is the power generating factor, is the power generating factor. If you know, so we can't say light is not there, sound is not there. So even if you say, you feel like sound is real, you feel like uh, light is real. So that feeling will lead you to make you a soul for you. So with this understanding, what will happen? You will understand that feeling is also not true. It is it is happening due to the functionality of these faculties, isn't it? So that is the way how you can liberate from those thoughts. So you can thoughts will come. You can plan for the future. That's all right. You can memorize things which are necessary for your day-to-day activities, or we'll say for a graduate student, so you have to memorize all these stuff to face your exams. So that's all right, but that is, if you know, that is the functionality of that mind sensor, there is no truth in it. That is all right. So I think that should be the understanding that you have to have, I think. Isn't it, Sudharma?
Yes, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah,
Absolutely. That's right.
yeah. Yes, I can see Dr. Kogila is also here with us. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kogila.
Teron Sarnai, sorry, I just joined. I didn't listen to the first part.
Yeah, so yeah, we were discussing about how these faculties function together to make a sense of soul. So if you put a value to that feeling of existence, so that of course will lead you to make some soul within you. So that is the thing that we were talking about.
How did you word it? Sorry, I didn't get that. How did you word it?
No, I was telling that, so as long as you take something is real, even the light, even the sound. So if you feel like it's real, so that makes you to bring about a
Yeah,
soul for you. Yeah,
you feel like the existence. Yeah,
yeah,
you feel alive. Yeah.
yeah. So we were reading the book, the one chapter from the book, and it says it was all about a discussion between Aryan and a participant. So participant was telling that he had no kind of a burning sensation as previously. So the answer that has been given by Aryan so you are thinking again. So you have to have the experience that thing. So likewise, the discussion was going like that. So we started discussing on top of that.
Yeah, we can think about it too. It's okay, but just thinking will not be sufficient.
Yeah. Yes. Do you have anything to add? Or
Just because I just joined, I'm not in the actually in the
okay.
vibe of.
Anyway,
So you
yes, we
can
can ask.
ask me a
Yeah,
question, then I might be able to start it.
yeah, yeah. So until then, I can invite Dr. Sakuntala to add something. Tirvasaran, Dr. Sakuntala.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Therwan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. In fact, I also listened to part of your discussion. You were talking about the vibrations, how the vibration should be understood at deeper and deeper levels, because right at the beginning, I mean, on the very superficial layer, what we try to understand is the world, what is called the existing world, how the existing world is created as a result of the sensor functions. So it's basically the mother, father, child, vehicle, tree, all sorts of things complete the accepted world. So world is first level, I mean, from the very superficial level, we have to understand, the system should understand that it's completely dependent on the nature of the senses of each living being. So the different worlds are created for different species, and even for the same species, the world created may be slightly different from each other. So when you realize that there is no world that we assume as a real thing outside, then we tend to the system tend to understand that it is a creation of the mind. So when you analyze that part, how the mind is created, it's a collection of vibrations again from the senses. So in other words, the thoughts are then and they are formed, and thoughts are the collective function or the collection of the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. And then there may be occasions where you are having purely thoughts, not related to the other five senses at that moment, but it is always a creation of the five senses at some point in the past. So those are the thoughts. So in other words, those thoughts are creations of the five senses somewhere at some point, which is sparked right at this moment. So then again, you come down to some form of vibrations of the senses. Then you are left with the seeing, hearing, and feeling of taste, smell, and the warm, cold, and the firm or hard feelings by the skin. If you stop at that level, I think you all already discussed about this. If you stop at that level again, you are not you are stuck somewhere, because you are taking the senses as real. So that is a little lower level, maybe more advanced than taking the thoughts as real or the outside world as real. But then you have to understand the system should analyze very well, and then try to understand that this is again a creation of the senses itself at that point, at that moment. So when the system realizes that that is also just a creation or a vibration, and because of the speed, it's shown as if it is existing. That means as a color existing, which we call the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, or the sound consciousness, uh, taste consciousness. The all five we attribute to that. That means vijnana in Pali. So that again, it's understood that that is also just an illusion or a creation at that moment. Then basically, is there something called vibrations? Vibrations are also not something persisting, which occurs then and there. And as a nature's law, there is a current or a power created with each wave, and that current is the one which moves forward and becomes stronger and stronger, and that gives the power to the thought, and that is exactly what is explained or interpreted as self. So in other words, that current gives some life, like you are putting a battery to a doll or a toy, and when the power is given, the doll starts moving, or the toy starts moving. So it is the current that gives you the live feeling to the system, and that is very wrongly interpreted as self. Uh, I think that's a short thing I wanted to add. Please correct if
Yes,
there are any mistakes. Terwan Sarana, everybody.
Terwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Terwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Yes, thank you very much for your explanation. So I hear some echo, my own voice. Yeah, now it has been sorted out. Yeah. Yeah, as you said, and Dr. Sakuntala, what I felt was when you tell you have to get free from the illusion in the outside, so people who is listening for the first time or the initial stages of this or to this forum, so they might think outside, yeah, I have to get away from the illusion of the outside. So they might not be knowing that the there is nothing called inside. So yourself is also becomes a part of the outside. So
Yes, that is quite correct. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. I think Dr. Kogla, can you please elaborate more on that? Terwan Saranai?
About the outside,
Yeah.
actually, now people will now before this Dhamma came out, before this Dhamma is being elaborated, everyone tried in different ways to, to attain this status. So we tried to change the outside, and I would say correctly, there have been instances where people tried to change the way of thinking. People try various things actually, so they can try change the way of thinking. They will try to change the way they perceive, or try to change how they react, and so on. I mean, it goes on and on. They tried so many various stuff, and but now we know the only path. Why there's only one path is because to know the truth, that there is nothing actually true in any of these things. That is where the actual the change can happen, because this is not about changing how we react. This is not about how we, like, whether we are going to change the outside or the inside. It's actually trying to understand what is this outside, what is this inside, actually, whether there is an outside or not, whether there is an inside or not. Actually, there is no outside or inside in the end. So that truth, it should be contemplated, it should be understood properly first, and even it as a thing that before you feel it, you have to actually possibly try to understand what is being said, because we usually try to change things so that we may feel lighter, we may feel happy, we may feel some kind of at peace. But what here we reiterate is, what is the truth? What is the truth is there's actually no truth. So the truth is that there's nothing actually important, whether it is. So we usually divert everything, or direct or project it to the outside. That's how it is. So projection has been so engrossed into our life. So as a baby, we don't project it nicely. But then when we talk about a child, now we say the child has understood a lot of things. Child can live now. That means actually he has he has been able to project this to outside and inside and understand that this is outside and this is me. So basically we have achieved that. If you ask a child who is in year 10 or doing year 10 exam, they will tell, oh yeah, this is outside, this is me. So that has happened already. But this is kind of change in this whole scenario. How we change it is by truth. How we felt that. How did we project that there is outside and how there is inside? So how we projected that outside world is because we have so many things. What are the things like sun, moon, mother, father, friend, school ground, ball, the cricket, bat. So we have so many things. When we have something, always the two sides have come already. So it's very easy for you to like get into that world and do that. So that that would be a child who understood everything. But now we are trying to actually reverse this process and try and understand what to do, like how this happened. So we understand how this happened. That's all actually. We don't do anything. We are not trying to change the perception. We are not trying to change how we live. We are not trying to change the activities. What we are trying to understand is what happened to the child, what happened to the human baby, what happened to the child, what happened to the man or woman, what happened actually, how did this world begin? So Lord Buddha actually nicely explained it to Venerable Rahula, where he was actually a child at that time, and to say the mirror view of the water is your world. So it itself is saying to the child that what your world is. So how this distinguish the two sides arise. So we don't do actually try to change anything. Still, it will be the same. Nothing has changed here. Only by knowing the truth, the understanding will be different. You know how this happens. So the magic is no more magic, because the magic became magic because we don't know about that. But the thing is, this will be understood by theory first, but then later it won't be enough, because we have to feel it. We have to go to that stage and actually feel the vibration we are talking about. So if you go to that level, then you will feel the vibration, and you will feel that if that is also not taken for granted or taken as a thing, then you won't feel anything but the actual, you can feel it. So the main reason why the Pratipada is there, or the program is there, is to let people feel this. That's the main important thing, that how this is not enough. Just by knowing this is not enough. That's why we have a program. If you don't have a program, then actually you don't have a path. Because if you don't know how you are born, or in the sense how you feel alive, and then you won't know how it is gone also. In different words, the rising and the actual, I can't remember the word for the Vaya, the Uday Vaya, the thing in Sinhala. But you have to know, you have to feel it, you have to be able to feel how you are born and how you are actually not there. So at that particular moment, you will understand that what is being said. So it is your chance to feel it by through program where you will be giving a chance for that system to actually feel it. Then the doubts will be gone. It's so important that the doubts about this, what is being said, because anyone can say anything. Anyone can say anything. We have heard so many things in our lifetime, like, we have been said so many scientific stuff. We have been, the science itself keep changing. So we have heard so many things. Whether we take them seriously or not, you will take it serious if you actually feel it. So the chance of feeling it is in very high in program, but you can actually do it in your home, in your day-to-day life. See, the first one is like almost bread and butter to everyone now, because it's been said so many times that everyone feels that actually everything is in the mind, actually not out there. So the moon, sun, family, school, house, or your home, whatever, it's everything is actually their thoughts. Their thoughts are just originated in the senses, the mind. But then the second one becomes very important, because whether they are true, these thoughts, are they actually true? Are they actually there? It's just a vibration. But then we don't feel like that. We don't feel like as it's a vibration. So it's the knowing of that, how well you are sure of this, you will feel that you can you get better at it. Actually, you will understand that even the words we talk, they're just the part of this mind. We use our mind to communicate. We use our mind to plan things, do things. But that's actually the directed film. If we were in a different status, like animal, the world is different to that animal. A world would be different to even country to country. The perceived world is different. Like Lord Buddha said, it can be very different actually. Every being, it can be human being, it can be animal, it can be any being. The perceived world will be different. So is it true? It's not true. It's just it's there. It's not. We can't say it is not there. It is actually there. But whether it's true or not is the thing we have to understand. So then you actually can feel the other senses too. When you are not actually taking the mind as not true, you will feel the other senses too. And then you can feel the vibration, and that vibration is also, you feel it because of the speed of that. And if you know that only, then you will feel the not feel it as a thing. Then you know what we are talking about. This non-self perception.
Yeah. This is specialist, non-self done. Nobody's here. No one is here. Non-self done. So what is the truth? Yeah. So this is not a religion. So Buddha explained this truth, every religion. So Jatila, Niganta, Brahmana is a Buddhist style. So others, everybody. Buddha explained this truth. What is the truth? Today, the whole world, the humans, especially, they don't know the truth. They are in illusion. They are like a blind guys. They are thinking one day they are die. They are thinking they are now born. What is the death and birth? No death or birth here. This every time, every moment, thought is created. This thought is not real. Nobody is here, no one is here. System is working. Feel is coming. Yeah. You have a life here. House telling nobody is here. No one is here. I'm here now. I can feel. Yeah, it's okay. Feel is here. How is this feel is coming? Kokila, explain that. Kokila, try to explain that. How is our feelings come? This system, this censoring word, you know, your sensor creating, come in the power. What is this power? This mind power. You know, sometimes you are angry, sometimes you are unhappy. The power is there. How much power you have when you are angry? It's more power. More power is there. This physically body, this systematically, this physically body want power. How is our arm up and down? How is our leg are creating? How is these activities are happening? So physically body, how is working? And generating the power. Every living being like this, generating the power. What is this power? How is creating this power? How is coming this power? You know, after death, your body very 60 or 70 or 50 or weight is there. You know, how is your arm up and down? Is it simply no weight is there? Hmm. Smoothly is happening everything because the power. How is this power is coming? How is this power is creating? It's very important. This system, someone understood. How is your senses creating? How is your eye creating? How is your ear creating? How is your this sensor, eye, ear, nose, mouth, and your skin, body feel? This sensor creations creating those parts, the vibrations, no? Light also vibrations. You know, it's a eye sensor is constructing this naturally. No one is doing, nobody is doing. It's automatically constructing. A natural phenomenon is here. Automatically constructing, automatically is happening. Your eye is working. You can see your eye, something happen, damage, you can't see. The meaning is eye is like a camera. Eye like a camera. Camera, something happen, you can't see. Photo is not there. This type of equipment, your eye. Is no camera. No camera is a equipment. Nobody is there, but photo is there. This type of cause and effect down. Cause is vibration, sparking speed, electricity speed. We are talking. Effort is the picture, photo. It's same happening right here. Drum is vibration. Sound is coming. What is this sound? Is this outside? No, it's your eye. And right here. Why we are talking like this? Because every living being have various of type of their own pictures. Sometimes not a picture, not this type of sensor. You know bad. Have other type of sensor. It's a radar. So system is signals are coming. Meaning is power is coming. You know, I creating that perception is there. Is sparking speedily is happening. So you know the we are talking about skanda. What's the word is skanda? Five. Yeah.
Five aggregates.
Five aggregates. Five aggregates. What's that five aggregates? Buddha's word is skanda. From Patipao, Atanam, Patlabu, Ayuchejat. What's the meaning is that sutra? It's a Jatitam Sutra. What's that? Skanda. What is Buddha's word is? Someone know the skanda. What you want? What you? Someone asking the Buddha, how is becoming Sotapanna? How is becoming Sakadagami? How is becoming Anagami? How is becoming Arahatta? The Buddha telling every time, everybody, you know the skanda. Nothing, doing anything. Understand the skanda. Is the everything is happening. One thing, one way. What's that way? Understand this skanda. Skanda. That's Buddha's word is skanda udeva. What is this udeva? Arising and passing, no? That's
Arising and cessation.
cessation. So, what is this skanda? Is a how is happening, no? Uday, what is this uday? Buddha's word is udeva jnana, no? What is this udeva jnana? Skanda udeva jnana? Someone know this skanda, he know everything. What is the meaning is this? You know? Best Buddha's word is some Majja Sutra, different Indian somewhere. The power is there. No different in, no power. So, Majja Sutra is Yo Bante Viditvana Majja Mantana Lipati Tambruhi Mahapurusho say the Simbani Majjiga. What is that? Some we ask the different name, they ask the power. So, you know, battery. There's a vehicle have batteries now. Everywhere, every batteries have different end. No? Minus and plus. This different end touching is the power. You see that? The power is there. The river flow down. They're stopping somebody. Is the circle is there. That's the power. Because different end is coming. The bomb blast, Big Bang, our universe. How is our galaxy? The scientists are talking about Big Bang. It's a blast. So how is blast? Different end. Nuclear bomb also different end. Every atoms. What is that picture? Different end. Electron and proton. Then this different end. Nothing here, anything. What is the different end meaning is? So vibrations, sparkings. So scientists are talking our universe, our galaxy is dark matters. No, after they are talking, no dark matters, no matters anything. It's a dark energy. What is this energy? Is a galaxy. Yeah, scientists are talking, sun is coming big and earth is disappearing because firing, burning. Where's the earth? No, earth is here. This is an example is the eye. The ice is a solidity, liquidity, and the air is gone. No, heat is there. In that case, what is the heat? Heat is otherwise is a vibrations, different end. There's waves. There's a light also waves, sound also waves. What is the waves meaning is? It's as a quantum theory, It's the waves. What is the quantum? Is a packet of vibrations. What is this? Iskander. Packet of vibrations. The quantum is the same. Why we are talking like this? Huge science is here. Not no any other. What is this? Skanda is a quantum. Yeah. Is that true? Yes. What is this Skanda? It's a vibration speedily happening. Is Skanda is the effort is a Skanda is a vibration. It's okay. Vibration is rapid, is speedily happening. Is sparking, speedily happening. No, it's an effort. Its cause is the spark. Is one spark. So many sparks. It's a rapid, speedily happening. So what is the effort? Is light. Is your eye. That's why Rupa is the vibrations. It's okay. Vedana is how is telling that vibration? There's a power inside. Every vibration, a different end there. Every spark, one spark have different end. Different end meaning is power is there. Is okay. Many spark is happening. Many power is there. So speedily this one is happening. These are together coming. So combining. The more power. That's the light. That's the perception. Is light is there. It's okay. Now there's a Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyan. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyan. This is what Buddha's word is. 5 aggregates. It's okay, 5. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyan. What's this English? Rupa is vibrations. So Vedana is indicating vibration. Yeah, it's a like a feel, no? Vedana is a how is telling that indicate, no? It's okay. It's a vibration. Yeah. What is that vibration? Vibration is there, power is there. It's okay. But vibration is spark. It's an eye. is a ear, is a vibration, is a drum, is a sound. That vibration, eye, sensor, creation, like a factory. What's the manufacturing? Light. It's okay. Perception is a light. Producting is okay. Constructing is okay. This is speedily happening. Constructing the light is the eye. You see that inside what happened there? Yeah. Rupa. It's a vibration. It's a Vedana. It's a signal. Is the what is that signal? It's a perception. It's a light. Rupa Vedana Sanya perception. Sankara is a Sankara is a creating. It's system. It's a process. It's a happening. It's a Sankara. What is the effort? Is final. It's a Vinyana. Oh, it's consciousness. Perception became a consciousness. How is this happening? This perception is like no power. Perception word haven't a power. But this vibration is speedily happening. Inside power is constructing. Power is combining together. More power is there. There's a light coming existent. Feel that one is the vinyana, is consciousness. Consciousness is the beginning of a life field. Is why something there. What is this? Consciousness. We are not talking about the trees have consciousness. It's the living beings have consciousness. What is this living being have consciousness? It's the power. Existent power. Is the beginning. Is here. Light have. Existent free. Light is there. That's the beginning. Your story. That's why Buddha told Smahanini is as a loke. What is the meaning is? I is the word. Ear is the word. This sense of given you the word. Salayatana loko lokang vadeti. Monks are asking the question, what is the word? Buddha telling the answer. Your sense is the word. So world is there. You are here. What is this meaning? Word, your eye, that's beginning, is a light. Your ear creating the sound, same. The same type is happening. Similar there. Sound is coming. Your drum, eye drum, ear drum is creating. It's vibration. It's coming the sound. It's a science, is very huge science. What is this science? It's the tuning fork we are given here because same tuning fork, same waves. One tuning fork touching other tuning fork automatically vibrating. How is this happening? Nobody is doing. Same vibers, same vibrations, automatically creating. This type of your eardrum vibration, where's the same vibration is telepathy. That's very important. Buddha's word is samanantara. No middle, anything. Two side is same. No. What is the connecting? No connecting anything. Two side is same. Tuning fork example. We are talking about same tuning fork. Like this. Same waves. These vibrations. Same vibrations. So that's your sound. Your sound is not outside. Sound is your ear something happen. Your ear something happen. You can't hear. No. What is this meaning? Your ear vibration. Same vibration somewhere the vibration your ear drum is telepathy. Vibration is happen. That's when That's your sound. Is a vibration system. You know, various of type of living being have various of type of this vibration levels. You know, dog have range. So humans are 20, no, 22. Um, what is this human range? 20,000 and 20. Heads 20 to 20,000. But dogs have range, no? This is larger than change, no? It's okay. These various of type, living beings have various of type of senses. Not only the sound, not only the light, not only the smell, taste, and body feel smooth and rough, and this type of. You can realize this. You can search. Yeah, you can go to Google. You can search. You know, today, Google given you the message. You can search. Yeah. This important thing. This one is very important. What is same vibrations? This telepathy word is very important. Telepathy, we are talking, but I don't know that one is suitable or no. But we won't given you to message. What happened here? You know, this ear consciousness and the eye consciousness together coming. That's the mind consciousness. Kindergarten time, what happened there? Teacher given picture to eye and given sound. Chair. Where's the chair? Where's the chair? Is your sense of creations given chair? That sound and form together coming. That's the mind. That's the thought. It's chair. Chair is where's the chair? You know, Sri Lankans are not talking about the chair. Putua. Where's the putua? Chinese are talking other sound. What is that? These sense of creations is not anywhere. That's right. You can make a new one, new language, new sound given the pictures. What is this silly word? It's your mind. Yes. You are thinking gold is very value. You are thinking iron is not value. What is this? How is this coming? You know, chair is there is okay. Someone understood this Dhamma. It's okay. You understood this Dhamma. After what happened? You know, this chair, you see the mechanism here, the process is here. The how is the thought are creating? So otherwise, you know, inside what happened? Consciousness. Consciousness is the power. You know, the eye consciousness have the existent field, the light. Otherwise, ear consciousness have the existent field is sound. This existent field together coming, that's the thought have existent field. I have existent field. What is this? Now you have chair. What's the meaning is? Chair existent field is the otherwise alive field. That's the type of kindergarten time little baby born in this world. What is this? Buddha telling this. Your birth is your eye creating something there. That's the birth of you. That's why Buddha told. So, what's the birth? Buddha telling this. Eye is the eye creating something. That's the birth. I say upatai. Upatama. That's one is the udayana. That's the udayana. What's the vayana? Vayana meaning is you know, udayana is the here. Is kandanam, patibhava, vatana, patalava. What's there? Is sensor. Given you the word. How is sensor given the word? You won't know the mechanism. No, you know. How is coming this? How is coming existent field? Existent field is the consciousness. Now is chair have consciousness. What's the meaning is? The feel. What's the experience is? You chair. Baby, how chair feel? Existent feel. That's the world. Is chair, table, mother, father, sun, moon, everything is your world. That's the That's your world. That's you have mother, you have father, you have everything. Like these thoughts. It's unbelievable. This you don't believe this. Don't trust this. You can experience. You can realize. It's not a believing. It's not a trust. You can experience. It's very important. The experience. You can experience it. What's the real happening? Yeah. You know, this exist and feel is the otherwise alive feel. Unbelievable. How is here? Now now your mind is automatically coming. Like little baby's mind automatically coming. What's chair, table, mother, father, brother, sister? He's going to mirror. This is me. My mind is coming. What is the feel, the power? That's given inside is the signal is me. Exist and feel other side me. Exist and feel is the same is you. Alive feel. Now his soul is there. Now you have chair. Now you want chair. Someone get in the chair. It's coming. What is defilements? Because the power is there. Now you want more than more because power want power generating. System is working, generating system because one is spark, many is spark. Now is spark not is stopping. So chair is again and coming. There's a chair is coming, existent field. Now you want chair. You've not given anybody. Someone is getting, you are attacking because power is coming two sides. Attach and disattach. You know how his power is coming more than more. His defilements there. Ragatism. You know, it's our ego. Nobody is here, no one is here. System is working, power is generating. You know, someone understood this truth, is power is disappearing because nothing here, anything. Everything is systematically happening. What is here happening now? Now you can see, you can hear. Now you can, everything is normally happening. Your thoughts also coming because mind sense also working. Otherwise, the eye sensor, ear sensor, body sensor, and the five senses are also working. These sensors are working. From stimulus are coming. So every time one thought is here, but no value is here. Because your inside coming without value. This cause and effect Dhamma is given you to finally is thought is me, my mind. That's what finally thought. You know, cause and effect Dhamma first is spark, is okay, effort is light. And cause is spark, vibration, effect is sound. You know, especially the sound and form. It's okay. But other sensor is okay, feel, smell, taste, and body. You know, these three is a feel, sound, and your eye form. It's okay, picture. These three together coming, that's the thought. Tinna Sangati Passo. It's a Buddha's word. It's a mind, sensor creating. Mind sensor not anywhere, is a spark. Not place. Not given place. Because battery have battery acid. No battery water is there. But battery water have the power. You know, these two side, no? The wire is connecting, power is there. The power is not the water, battery acid. Battery acid have the power. You know, these two, the points touching, the power is coming. The power is other one. That's the cause and effect Dhamma meaning. Effort is other one. Cause is other one. So this sparking speedily is the cause, effort is the light, and sound. Other step is
light and sound is cause, effort is, other one is coming, feel also is okay, but especially the light and sound. It's okay, there's a, effort is the thought, cause and effort done. After that, another step is coming, because chair and table and everything is word is okay. Bhavasanya is coming. Skandana Patiba Atana Patilabo and Chati Jatis. What is the meaning is Bhapacha Jat. Yeah, I just I think that someone is getting this existence is really Yarupe Nandi is getting the value. Taduparam Bhav is again and again and coming is the existence. Feel is the Bhavasanya. The same is a word. Bhapacha Jati meaning is you also word. Because chair is a thinking, there's a chair, it's a light and sound, it's okay. There's a chair, it's okay. Chair is you otherwise. Without chair, nobody is there. Chair is there, you are also there. The chair is you otherwise. Is this very interesting this? Because the feel, there's a practically you can experience is thought is here, chair, how much you want chair, that's your life feel. So who are you? You are the chair, no? Without chair, you are not here. The chair, table, sun, moon, everything is like, you see, without, you are like a galaxy, no? Only the dark. Nobody is here. You know, this world is the otherwise, side by side. You is this thoughts. This thought is you. That's why you see that the eye and the ear, the sound and film together, that cha is there, existent feel is coming that systematically. It's okay, power is there. That's why existent feel is there. Otherwise, thought is chair. Otherwise, you are going to mirror and baby is going to mirror and looking, me is here. Yeah. Now picture is mirror picture. And sound is me. Sound and from there. You also thought. Chair also thought. Yeah. That's a cause is chair. Effort is chair again and again and coming. You won't keep the chair. You don't like destroy the chair. You won't keep. How is that's want how you want your meaning is you want it. That's the power. Another power is generating. That's is life. That's you. How much you want it. That's your life. That's your ego. The chair, existent field, how is becoming alive field? That type of secret is there. You know, otherwise, the huge science is here after that. Not to stop it now. Now, you can see huge science here. What is this? You know, today, you're not a baby. Now you are thinking, how is chair is coming today? Do you know this? The Buddha's word is Pubbhe Nivasanusaya Jnana. What is this? So, you know, that's a tuning fork example. Is the light also same vibrations? No. Sound also same vibration? No. Not outside. It's a vibration. It's a waves. It's okay. Now, today, you are looking the picture. Chair sound is coming. No, you know other languages. Putu Sri Lankans are talking. Chinese are talking Chanchi. How is this Chanchi coming? How is this Putu is coming? Because these vibrations together coming, that's the thought is one vibration. It's very important. Thought is one vibration. Thought you can't separate light or sound or anything. It's everything together coming. One vibration is there, one is spark. It's a thought is sparking. It's very important. That is why mind sensor we are talking. You see, now it's a chair. It's okay. Chair have now not only the chair have value. That's the meaning. Is chair existed field. Is otherwise is LF field. You is okay. Now you see what is this cause and effect Dhamma explaining. Finally, don't have this everything value. Don't have. How is this now thought is coming? Is coming the you don't know the truth. That is why is coming this. Finally, thought is real. Is other thought is here. Cha is other one. Cha is here. Real is the other thought. Is here. You see, final what's the destroying? You know the Dhamma. Real. Cha is real thought is destroyed. Is not real is coming. After destroying the all of power, is the neutral is coming. How is this secret? Cha is other one. Cha is real is other thought is coming here. Because the power is there, existent field is coming, that's a real is coming. Cha is real is other thought. That is the itta sanya. Is coming. What is the understanding happening? What is the why inside meditation is understanding one? We are talking. Is understanding after coming is not real. Real is coming. Is a two. Now is Cha is real is the thought is automatically coming. Is anusota. It's okay. Patisota meaning is someone understood this Dhamma. What is the truth is? What is the real happen here? Is Cha is real thought is destroying and coming. Cha is not real. It's anitta sanya. What happened now? Now Cha is real is thought. Is Cha is not real is thought is coming. Is destroying the real. It's all of power. Very interesting. This power is destroyed. This not only the only the thought scene. This power is destroying. You know this power how is coming. Unbelievable is here. Is anitta sanya. You know, is sanya is a perception, but this sanya is coming. Not only the perception is actually feel is disappearing. Feel is the power. Power is coming. You know, this thought is given, no perception. This thought is given real. Cha is real, is a thought. That thought have power. Now, Cha is not real, is coming. This negative and positive is sparking. What's happened is destroy. That's why nothingness is coming. Your mind is coming. Inside destroying the power. After what happened? Everything is normally happening. You can see, you can hear, everything is there, but power is not there. Meaning is your defilements are fading. Your ego is gone, disappearing. The finally tranquility is coming. The peaceful mind is coming, calm and cool, like a nature. How nice this. Unbelievable. Happened here. That is the Nibbana. That's the Nibbana Paramahansa. Is the meaning is someone understood this. Without understand, you haven't, you can't achieve this. You won't understand. This understanding is the inside meditation. It's not a concentration meditation. That is why Buddothpado Dhamma discourse is very important this word. Why? It's inside meditation, is understanding. You can't get in this. concentration meditation. That is why Buddothpado Dhamma discourses is very, very worth today. That is why you all of them are here, because Buddothpado Aranasa explaining and experience is very important. It's not trust, it's not belief. Everything, everybody happen in this inside, and everybody inside transformation is happening. So everybody tranquility is there, is coming. They have after that experience. They know this is the real way. It's happening. It's happening one is the defilements are disappearing. That's the Buddha's explained really, really is happening here. Insight meditation is very important today. That is why Buddha, after became a Buddha, Siddhartha Tapasa, after became a Buddha, Siddhartha Tapasa, after became a Buddha, finding the teachers and explain this, never heard before the Dhamma. It's not concentration meditation because 5 teachers did it. Siddhartha also did it, but it's not the way. Today, whole world, people doing Hindus concentration meditation. They are talking Buddha is Hindus other type of god or something. Is something like that? No, it's misunderstand. Buddha left that concentration meditation. It's not a Buddha's way. Today, many guys are misunderstanding because the sutra is there. It's the Anapanasati Sutra. It's explained the Buddha Gosatero is Hindu guy. He explained this Buddha's word Hindu meditation is concentration type. That is why today struggling the monks finding the truth. They are not in real way. They are misunderstand. What to do? It's not happening. Concentration meditation, many guys are doing. It's okay. At that time, it's okay. There is a calm and cool because they are in samadhi. It's not still because it's Buddha's word is Aninyabhisankara also. It's not real. At that time, who are doing that time, that moment is okay, in cool. It's not real one. It's a duplicate. It's not real. Because your mind, you can hide in your mind feeling, but it's hiding. It's not converting. It's a really converting is happening, understanding after that. After you can't change your original is understanding is coming. Its original is tranquility is coming. You can't change because it's happening internal transformation. It's the real way. It's a endless happiness there. Because the nature, you are close after the nature, is a non-vibration stage. So vibration is over. Now you have become a Buddha's son. Because Buddha word is non-existent. What is Buddha's word is meaning? Non-existent. Buddha told this. Someone know the Dhamma, he know me. Someone don't know the Dhamma, he don't know who am I. Buddha is not a person. Buddha is non-vibration. What is this non-vibration? Is alive is disappearing. That is why Buddha always telling Anatma Sanya, Anatma Dhamma. What's the meaning is Anatma Dhamma. Nobody is here. No one is here. No being. No living being. Nothingness here. It's really nothingness here. You know, very important. Everything is here. That's why after finally Buddha telling is you win the world. What is the three word? Uh, Is a sensual world, and form world, and the formless world. You are winning this three world because this one thought have these three. It's okay, we can explain another day. Now today's time is over. But you know, the Trilokanatha Samma Sambuddha is Buddha's word is finally how is became a Gaya. That's a tree. It's a tree. That's at that time is a Buddha's time. Siddhartha Tapas, how is became a Buddha. The that's one night, no? Midnight is coming and early morning is coming. You know, it's a Trilokanatha Samma Sambuddha, no? How is becoming his understanding. After after 7 weeks is practice is doing. So we are talking about Satsati. So it's very important. 2 months, you know, is a perfect experience. Always thoroughly, no, getting the. It's okay, perfect. After going to 5 teachers and explain, this is new one. This is not yours doing. It's a truth. I became a Buddha. What is the Buddha? Destroy the Bhavasanya. What is the Bhavasanya? Existent field, how is coming. You know, after. You know, nobody is here. No one is here. Is not a thinking, is internal transformation is happening. You know, your defilements are disappearing. Ego also disappearing. Is tranquil is there. You know, finally, you like a nature. It's happening. Non-vibration, we are talking there. What do you think about Dr. Ravi?
Yes, Arenas, you have explained within this short period from top to bottom everything that needed to be understood by to become a Buddhist actually. So that piece of knowledge is very enough. Understanding is very much enough to become a real Buddhist. Yeah. So you started from 5 aggregates and how it contributes to formation of this soul here. So if you are able to see the formation of this thing, it will automatically disappear. Then by that, how this non-soul feeling comes. So,
yeah. Yeah, Dr. Ravi or Dr. Kokila, are you there? Are you there? Sometimes she's not here now. It's okay. Yes, Suranka, what do you think about?
Yes, there was an Aaron Mahansa. It was, as Dr. Ravi said, in half an hour, you summarized the entire Paticcasamuppada and how this whole soul is formed through the senses and the sensory perceptions, how the fabrication of the mind happens. But ultimately, the most important thing is how through understanding the mind, R.N. Mahansa, how you showed that this so-called senses and the perception and the power gets neutralized, isn't it? It's
that's Itta Sanya and the Anitta Sanya is very important.
Yes,
you know, that's a Buddha always telling this Anitta Sanya. Is a perception. What is this? What is the English word? Is Anitta Sanya. What is that, Suranka?
Non-existential feel and non-vibrational.
Oh, how is it? I think it's not perfect. It's a perception, no? It's a real perception. It's an unreal perception. No?
Yeah.
What do you think about Dr. Ravi? It's an unreal perception, no?
Yeah, yes, and non-existence perception.
Non-existent perception. It's okay. Existent perception and non-existent perception. It's come. It's understanding one. No, it's inside meditation is coming this one. is really understand after come. So very important. Yeah, our time is over now. It's okay, doctor. Okay,
Yes.
everybody. Yeah, Teruvan Saranai. Tomorrow we can join again and discuss again what is the real Buddha's way, what is the real dependent origination, what is the really happening here, how is coming to the Arahata. You all of them can do this. You all of them is happening, I think, is normally internet transformation because you are studying, you are following the Buddothpado Dharma discourse. Is glad to say this. Come in and no, Epasiko Opanayako is a Buddha said, come and see. It's okay. Everybody, Teruvan Sarana. Teruvan Sarana.
Teruvan Saranai Aranma Hansa.
Teruvan
I
Saranai.
invite you.
Saranai.
Yeah, it's okay. Teruvan Sarana. Teruvan Sarana. Yeah, it's okay.
Teruvan Saranai.
You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado, Ayani. Buddothpado, Ayani. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, Ayani. You show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night, the fear is gone. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love, radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining glow, Buddothpado. Liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath, wisdom of Asia, ever aglow, Buddothpado. Dispelling darkness, breaking night, dispelling ignorance with light, dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion, opening all eyes, wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpado. Truth of life and truth of mind, truth no time can leave behind, truth of birth and death made clear, the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia, ever we go, Buddothpado.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahasi at his feet for the tremendous support and the guidance that he's doing for us. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our Dhamma friends who are supporting with the background technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is the daily discussion session of Buddothpado PeoTV English channel from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time every day. This is a forum for anybody to join and then get the doubts cleared, because you can listen to English sermons throughout the day done by different Dhamma friends. So if you have any queries on those, you can join us in this session and get them clarified. We know Buddothpado Deshana are different from the regular sermons that you hear because it's made very simple by our noble friend R.N. Mahansi using more metaphors which are more relevant to today, and also the way that R.N. Mahansi explains it, it makes us very easy for you to apply to the day-to-day activities. And we know there is a large crowd who is following at the moment throughout the world, and people are from different levels listening to this Buddhottpada Deshana. It may be a person from the village setup who has the very basic education, and it may be a person who is at a very highly educated category, and also there are many people in between at different levels. And we know that even the venerables are listening to this. So recently, R.N. has explained that how to uh, handle or how to communicate with different categories when we are explaining Dhamma, which was actually very beautiful because the way that you uh, communicate with different categories varies. Because if you want to uh, follow it in the very basic level, in the very simple level, you can do it that way. Or maybe if you can do it in the more uh, advanced level for a person who is highly educated, who has a scientific knowledge, or a person with lots of readings about Buddhism. So that sort of person has to be explained in yet another different way. So it was actually very nicely explained, because that should be a skill of the person who is doing the sermon or doing the discussion. Because we know in Lord Buddha's time also, Lord Buddha has done uh, nearly 84,000 deshana according to the Buddhist history. But basically the truth is the same, or the essence is same. But Lord Buddha used these different sermons to suit different people, to suit different environments and settings. But the basic truth is the same. As I said, the essence is the same, where we have to understand the that world, the material world that we assume as real, is completely a creation of the senses. So we are limited to these five senses, and the world created by those five becomes our world. So with that introduction, I think we can start the discussion. Surangika also has joined. Surangika, Teron Saranai. Okay, maybe.
Advance Dr.
Yeah.
Sakuntala. You were referring to the the morning 5 a.m. Zoom, wasn't it?
Uh, yeah, on not today. I think yesterday morning also he explained that.
The
Morning also he touched on that. Yes.
the part about the skill of being able to detect the other person's.
Not that. I was
Um,
just talking about this when you are doing the Dhamma explanation, uh, the different levels that you have to approach and how to handle different categories. That was the thing that I was telling.
okay.
Yeah.
This morning, I think Asanti was also having a discussion with Nilu about a few similar things about the challenge that particularly facilitators have, isn't it? About
Yeah.
depending on at what stage of the practice they are on, or there is some kind of difficulty in being able to discern the level of understanding and realization that the mother who is attending the Zoom has. But I mean, if one actually approaches it with the noble intent of only helping, and the only issue there is that, you know, as long as you are not in the mind, I think Nilu brought out that point as well, that where she felt that she was going into the mind, she kind of almost put a stop stop for herself and said beyond this point she doesn't feel, and then therefore it would be unfair for her to continue to give advice to that mother. So I thought that was actually a very, yeah, that's how people should be actually in these Zoom discussions, isn't it? Without um, just, you know, trying to explain for the sake of explaining. I mean, at the same time, sometimes nobody does it out of bad intent, isn't it? It's just that if you don't have a more advanced practitioner in the bystands in the Zoom, then you have to still kind of keep the conversation going. So that is why I think it's important to have seasoned practitioners like either Asanti or sometimes Dr. Kokila joins that morning Zoom if Aran Mahanse is not there, so that then you can defer to them to provide some further advice after you have given some preliminary advice, isn't it? But some of the mothers, of course, you can clearly see when they speak itself that either they have not taken an interest and they have given precedence to other matters in their life, which means that clearly this path is not a priority. And so in that sense, it's sometimes quite obvious. And then you are forced to point that out. And I think pointing it out is also in their best interest, isn't it? Because otherwise they also kind of continue to float, thinking that just listening to 5 Dhamma sermons for the day is good enough. And that way, if I continue for the next 2 to 3 years, I'll probably get that same sense of realization without actually understanding the crux of what actually is this practice, and whether listening to sermons alone is enough. So there were quite a lot of points. I didn't finish listening to the 5 a.m. Zoom. I'm only halfway through. It was a long one, wasn't it? But were you there at the Dombagoda one yesterday, Dr. Sakuntala, or you had a program in Kandy?
No, we didn't have a program in Kandy. No, I wasn't there.
Oh, okay. Were you able to listen yesterday? The
I
volume was
just
better,
found it.
and yeah.
I think I just found it like 2.5 hours recording. I just saved it, just about 15-20 minutes. I found it and I saved it. Probably that must be the one.
No,
said
it was
yesterday.
like a very long one. From morning it was going. Was that the one you found? Buddothpado, the
Yeah.
Buddothpado,
Buddothpado,
Prayogika. That one was
yes.
going on from morning, and they took a break around lunchtime. But in that same channel, the YouTube thing continued right till the evening. And towards the evening only, he talked about the Adhigata Samadhi, the super awakening practical side of things. And then he asked questions from various mothers and gave answers to those as well. So that part was in the evening, which he explained last night, saying because it was raining, he opted to have a further discussion. So the whole thing, which started off with the 9:30, actually it started before 9:30. So I think about 10 minutes before or so, when I turned the YouTube channel on, he was already talking. Yeah, so
I
maybe have a
found
look.
something which was about 2 hours, 35 minutes. It was the picture was from the Bogoda and the date was yesterday. So I thought maybe a part of it, so I just saved it, but I
No,
couldn't
it
listen.
is a part of it in some other Zoom, because he usually cancels even the, what is the other one? There's another Zoom, and that was part of it, but the full one is in the other practical one.
Right. I just have to check what I saved actually then.
I'll send you the
No,
link.
what you saved is correct, but it's just a part of it.
Just part of it. All right. Okay.
Yeah, that's possible. If you want, I can send you the full link, Dr. Sakuntala.
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. Nice.
Can you please share that link with me as well, Ms. Surangika?
Yes, of
Because
course, Suparna.
I also missed it. Yeah, thank you. I am still listening to yesterday morning Zoom, which is also very beautiful. Someone who has listened to Dhamma for 5 years, Aryan Mahanse was like doing a marvelous job. I mean, taking her to actually feel it, and not to feel, at least to understand how the mind gets created and the self gets created. So it is equally applicable to me also. So anyway, I was listening to it, very interesting and enlightening. It takes a lot of time. Even yesterday, groundbreaking revelation, that Zoom also I missed. I have such a backlog, but anyway, try to manage. Please go ahead, and I'm
Yeah,
listening.
I
Yeah.
think that mother spoke today morning also.
Today
She
morning
was,
one. Yeah.
yeah.
Not
Same mother. No, same mother. The previous day, I don't know. I think Swarnamali and Narayan Mahase both were sort of uh, s- questioning about the how she feels, and that mother was denying, and mother was saying that no, I am feeling fine and I don't have any underlying anger or anything. But finally, she admitted and said that yes, I have sort of. That mother spoke today morning again, saying that she now realized that she was in a completely a wrong sort of concept about her way, the way
Today
that her mind.
morning, in the last bit, Aranansi said something which is very important, because everyone is thinking about getting angry or getting a craving, but he said this self-perception is everywhere, and that is what is the actual culprit. And if you don't get it, you're just focusing on other stuff. So you have to be very careful. Even yesterday, our discussion also, I wanted to add that, because you are not angry, you are not happy or even craving, you are not having any ill will, nothing. Still, if you're looking at the flowers, the self perception is there. If you're not vigilant enough, if you haven't caught this, there's a bit of a trick there, because if you don't know what you're fighting with. Even yesterday, when Surangika said the sentence that if it is not a thing, even that sentence has this problem, the detecting problems is a problem, as you all were discussing. But that sentence itself has like a slight, no, these are not massive problems, like these are very minor problems, but they are also problems, because is not a thing has a very long meaning, because we are talking about self-perception. We are not talking about anything else. So the self-vibration, self-perception, I, me, mine, this is what we are tackling. So I didn't get angry or I didn't feel it. I didn't feel it in that also, whether you had the self-perception or not. if you are not vigilant enough about that, then your path is a bit awkward now, weird now, because you're concentrating on other stuff. We are actually not concentrating about Kamaraga Patiga or Ruparaga Ruparaga. We are actually trying, first and foremost, we have to understand what our final catch is. The ego is this vibration. Because if the vibration is there, everything is kind of, there is a possibility. So catching the vibration is important, and catching the self-perception, catching the, yesterday we were talking about the time perception. I don't know. I think I highlighted it yesterday about time perception. So, it's a perception. And if you feel that is real, well, of course, self-perception is real. Because any perception is real, self-perception is real. And when you say, no, sometimes I feel the self-perception is real, at that time only my self-perception is there, that is wrong. No. Aranahanse says the water is coming down at same level. So here and there your self-perception is getting real. That's not good enough, in the sense that means some other perception is right. That means chair perception is still the thing. So that is the second level of contemplation in Aranwanse's program. What do you think? I think it's a very good discussion point. All three of you today, we have very how can I say, very senior. How can I say very senior? No. How can I say? Long term listening.
3A grade presenters and one small fellow who would prefer to listen to
One
more.
is more.
Better not say anything, Dr. Kokila. That will increase the self-perception.
Yeah, we had a good discussion yesterday. Dr. Sakuntala wasn't there.
Yeah, I think the last bit, what you said, I think I missed about the time perception, isn't it? Yeah.
Did
No, you were not there yesterday.
Did you listen to my story, Dr.
Sorry. No, yesterday
No, there
was
was a
Sunday.
big story, lovely story yesterday.
No. I'm sorry. No, I missed it actually. Totally missed it.
Dr. Kokila, you didn't say that, but if Aryan Hanse had been here, I know what he would have said in the morning to that mother. Yes, this is not the time to create stories or to do acting films, and what he was using such words, he definitely would have said something really, really bad. I mean, to that mother alone, he
No,
said
that's
that
okay.
for
We
me.
enjoyed that. But what
Yeah.
I really enjoyed was the timing. And it really struck me that how you actually, now there is a quite different things. Okay, Sakuntala, this is the summary. She said
Yeah.
a story about
Arya,
her life.
About?
Right? About her life, how
Ah,
that she has got this vibration.
yeah.
But the thing is, this there are 3 jnanas now. One jnana is you go back to the beginning and try to find out. Now she's trying to do that. At the same time, when she's looking at the past, she was living in it. It was evident that this moment she is living in it. Now, don't forget, that is the important thing. Now, if I am talking, if I am in actually talking as if I'm talking sense, like if I'm talking real, that is my problem. In the sense, I'm not in Dhamma. If I'm really talking as if I'm talking real, this is just not true. Any of these actions are not true. It's just a part of the dream. But the importance is, Chutupapada jnana is this, only this time, this moment is existing. So this moment, what your self-perception is the most important thing. What your self-perception is, the talk. So the talk is the point of contemplation at that point, particular moment. And the value given to that is the self-perception. At whatever level, it doesn't matter whether it's a view level, whether it's a perception level, whether it's a vibration level, whatever. But it should be recognized what these perceptions are, because when she was referring to the past, it appeared, I mean, I may be wrong, but it appeared as if she was really believing in time as well. So this time perception, I wanted to actually highlight this today. Time perception is not a joke, it's actually felt. So it's not only a thought. So don't take this perception as a joke. So the perception, you actually feel that yesterday was there. It's not only a thought, it's the perception is there. So you need to understand this. The walking is a thought also, but walking is a perception as well. So if we talk about I was born in whatever, that is a statement, right? You know it is not true because you are born now. But then if I actually believe in that, that's a perception, the birth perception. Same thing with the death. I mean, definitely death will be felt as true as well, if the birth perception is true. And this timeline is felt. Don't forget it's a perception. Timeline is a perception. Don't like undermine that. How these perceptions can trick us. So the Montessori teacher of someone is a perception. Not only that, Montessori teacher taught me about this much years ago is another perception. Actually, they are there. Actually, these things happened is another perception. Past is another perception. Existence is another perception. Self is another perception. You need to understand the perceptions. We have talked a lot about perceptions, but I don't think it is like dealt properly. Yesterday, I got that idea that it is not dealt properly. And it's good that these things come up, I think. What do you think? What do you think, Sudharma?
Yeah, doctor. Especially, it was like definitely a timeline starting from the birth, then the birth of siblings, then schooling, teen years, marriage. I mean, it's a beautiful, story. And they are, as you said, doctor, when you were explaining, I was just contemplating. We actually feel these concrete things are the things, they are the perceptions, all these abstract things we don't, deal with them, as you say. Even when you said the fan is above me, below, all these abstract concepts. So they are also perceptions, as you said, past, present, future. So it's very important to, be vigilant and to feel it. And that, as you say, this differentiation between the complete thought and the perception level, which is the next layer to pierce, as
And
you say.
also
So that's
that if you are now, we can say stories now, I can say multiple stories. And someone listening can actually get absorbed in that and say, oh, wow, oh my God, did that happen? Oh, okay. That's what our normal life is.
Yes.
We can get like really interested in that story and act as we are interested, but we can act as interested also. But what is the actual thing is, this existence field
Mm.
is not only for self, its existence field is also there for the chair also, to the sister also. Even when you
Mm.
said, no, I went with sister to my sister to Dombavoda, and I'm like, did you? And I didn't ask that there.
Yes.
You know, like you
Mm.
are telling that story with I get,
Living in it. Yeah.
yeah, I get the feeling that it's not just a talk. It's
Mm.
as if it
That
it was happening.
emotional. It was emotional, of course. I do
Emotional part
admit.
is different.
Yeah.
No. I'm not talking about the emotional part.
Mm.
Even if you
Mm.
cried, it doesn't matter, because
Mm.
now imagine if someone was having that died when she was 10, then the child is recounting about the that dying now. I think I told one time that I met a child who she had to pick the dad from the swimming pool,
Mm.
dead. And that
Mm.
that moment how she suffered. But what I'm trying to say is, remembering that can bring the tears. That is telepathization. I'm not talking
Yes.
about that.
Mm.
So that is why I'm saying you can't, not you, I mean, no, people can't misunderstand this telepathization effect of the emotions to self. No, this self perception should be catch. Self perception and existence perception is that actually happened is another thought. Another, no, not another, yeah, another thought, in the sense that's self thought, another perception. If you don't catch this is what we are fighting. We are not fighting with that emotion.
Mm.
Who cares about the emotion? It's a part of the mind anyway.
Mm.
So when someone
Dr. Kokila,
angry,
if it is an incident, can it be a thought as well as a perception?
yes, time is a thought as well. What do you mean? Time is a thought as well?
Isn't the perceptions themselves become the thought? I mean, that is
Yeah,
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 perception is constructed to be a thought, isn't it?
yeah. Perception is something you feel, but the thing is, I'm trying to bring it up so that you you can feel it, because we can think about the time. Tomorrow I'm going to do this. That tomorrow perception is also there. We are not going to get rid of any of these perceptions. What are we fighting with? This existence perception and the self perception. They are actually same, because if there is an existence perception, there is a self perception. They are the culprits of suffering. None, your time perception is not going to make you suffer. The suffering point is the
Yeah,
existence perception.
yeah.
So when
Uh,
you look at a
mhm.
flower, you don't have any suffering. You are not even craving. You are like in a trance. You are so okay with that. Whatever the but still, if you haven't detected this problem of self or the existence or the self perception, you are going in a wrong path. That's why when you don't take this way, you word is used in plural. When anyone thinks about the defilement side, mainly ragadvesha moha, yes, but Aran Wahanse doesn't stop there. He's pushing you to understand the moha, in the sense the sorry, mana. Mana is the ego. So the mana is something that nobody talked before. Nobody actually talked about these things before. Everyone thought, if I'm not getting angry, I'm really good. Wow. You're not angry? Wow, that's not the thing. Some people are there, they don't get angry at all. the main important thing is this self-perception and the existence perception. And as a beginner, I used to come to the Zoom and say, Aranwansa, I understand this. And I'm like getting really good answers from Aranwansa. And I go back and scratch my head and think, what did he say? But the important aspect of this is you are not fighting with this other stuff. You're actually trying to find out your taints. Actually, truly, you are trying to find your taints. Your power, own power, which gave you the perception that you are existing. If that power wasn't there, you are born an Arahant. You will never be born an Arahant. Because Arahants, there is no birth as such. You are born because there was a vibration in the cycle. There was a vibration which was synchronized. And this is a journey to find that. And you find it. And then you realize it's actually a complete ignorance. But you need to do that research. Then only you realize this. If there is a feel, there is a perception. Whether it is the light, whether it's the sound, whether it is the touch, whether it's the smell, whether it is the taste, whether it is the mind. Thoughts can happen. That's what happened yesterday. Dharma was talking about a memory. So we talked about that. Memories can come, pop up. It's acting as another organ. Other five are not involved in that. She's not smelling at that moment. She's not tasting anything. She's not listening as such. When the memory pops up, it's just a pop up. But it pops up with all these things, existence perception and the self-perception. And if you are not detecting that, your vigilance is not good enough, isn't it? What do you think? I would like you all to contribute because you all have listened to Dhamma for a long time.
Yeah, actually, the point that you brought up, I have never thought of because now about this Pubbinivasa Anusati Jnane, we talk about the perceptions coming as new perception to this moment. But that time as a separate perception was not something that I thought of. As you said, yes, I mean, what you can do is recognizing that also was felt as something existed at that point, isn't it?
No, but that is again, Dr. Sakuntala, the problem is self-perception is something like that.
Yeah, existence means, in other words, a self-perception that they come both
No,
hand
but
in
I
hand.
don't know whether people are, I mean, doing the enough research to find out what perception is that. Because people are worried about getting angry or getting sad or getting happy. They are worried when they are happy.
Yeah, very superficial level, isn't it? Catching at the very superficial level.
Self-perception is there when you are not angry, you are not happy, nothing. Even the amoeba has it. Amoeba is not happy or sad or nothing. So what is it? And yesterday, as a statement, Surangika said, if the stimuli is not a thing, well, yes, it's not a thing. To which level? It's food for thought, actually. So
Yeah,
I keep doing my job. What do you think?
like just something I experienced just now. I suppose it's somewhat similar to Sudharma's experience. Something about the past now. Just a little while ago, my daughter wanted to bring one of her wedding photographs which were at home when we are coming. So it was a bit of a sort of difficult task to take it out from the place where it was stored. It's a large one. So actually, when I was seeing it, I went to the past and I just sort of remembered about the events, and then, as you nicely explained now, I felt that it was really something that happened some years ago. So that feeling of existence of a wedding and the feeling of myself there at that point, those two actually came up right now when I was looking at the photograph. So the past became real actually. In simple words,
No, if you
past
actually
was
detect these
something.
things, it doesn't become a thing. Don't
Yeah.
misunderstand. You need to actually catch them. But
No,
the
I mean,
final
I didn't hear
when
to,
you
I didn't, yeah, I didn't
when
listen
you
to
when
this part before that. No, so actually, what happened at that time was it was a real past for me.
yeah, yeah,
Now
yeah,
only I
yeah.
realize. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
now the importance is not that whether everyone is answering this question
Mm,
of self perception. Do you
mm,
know what you're fighting with?
yeah.
Because sometimes people can misunderstand. Ranwansa, I don't get angry anymore. And I mean, what can Ranwansa say? If it's a village mother, actually Ranwansa would not say anything much further. It's okay. But all of you are like who have listened to Dhamma with all these details.
And
Because
doctor, not getting
Mana
angry
is
can,
actually lost. Yeah.
sorry, not getting angry can be a habitual formation also. No? Some people get, I mean, they are hot tempered, some are not getting angry. It can be
Yeah, from childhood they may be taught that
the absence
getting
of the
angry is
self.
very bad. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because I
because
have
we
heard
are happy.
children coming and
Yeah,
saying, my
yeah.
mother is the most beautiful person I ever know, and now she is angry. She's now like,
Mm-hmm.
imagine like she's like 90, and she's very angry now for no good reason. And they are wondering how that happened because the whole life they knew a good mother. But that is not the point. That this is a very delicate area, that self-perception thing. Because if you feel existing, if you feel the self alive, feel self-perception is there. No, getting angry is like the 30,000. I mean, it's okay. It's a 30,000, maybe 50,000 also. If you want to like kill someone, right? You can add whatever the watts to that. But what about the 1 or 2 watts? Who is going to detect that? What about the maybe even 100? So if you stop in 100 and you say, well, I feel like I'm okay now. I don't feel any commotion, nothing, no change. Even that line story can appear now because it feels like a line. What about the 0 then? Because Lord Buddha never stopped anywhere. Because anyway, this field level also, there is a lot of layers now. So this knowing Dhamma properly is very important. Knowing the Sat, this is all in Satyajnana. So above is a perception, below is a perception, walking is a perception, cutting is a perception, jumping is a perception, brushing is a perception. Yesterday is a perception, tomorrow is a perception.
It's
Yeah,
okay to
every
deal with
word
the
is a
perception.
Mm.
It's okay to deal with the perception. It's not about dealing with the perception. Who cares? We deal with the perceptions every day. We tell the people so many things throughout the day, non-stop talking. I mean, to, I mean, the whole work is about like that. But is any of these things true?
This is actually about acknowledging that there is such a thing, isn't it, Dr. Mukela?
You need to actually catch the self-perception reason. Self-perception is there because you feel a power underlying.
Yeah, what you
That's like the
explained is
elastic, yeah. That's
what you
like the
explained.
elastic I told before, well before. It's a very, very good discussion yesterday. I thought it was kind of good one we have done for a long time because it came up with Sudharma. Thank you so much, Sudharma, because unless we talk actually really, the Dhamma doesn't come. You know, you were talking really. You were actually genuinely trying to tell about your defilements. Then this came out. Otherwise, I don't think this will come out because we are just talking. You know, just talking doesn't do much.
And that example about the person who had breakfast yesterday, that was also, I think, a good example. So, for example, Dr. Sakuntala, now you'll
Yeah.
have, if we say lunch, you'll have an idea, right? Straight away that what you had for lunch today. And then there
Yes.
was a person who actually had the lunch, right? That's also a perception.
Perception. Ah, yes, yes.
So, you know, those are things that we don't, we think about the big rocks, isn't it? Some
Exactly.
incident that happened that made us fly into a temper, or now nobody flies into tempers, but slight little tinge of guilt, slight little tinge of sadness, slight little some kind of uddipana. Those are the things that, as Dr. Kokila is saying, we are focusing on. But everything that is happening around us is also perception. Actually, like she said, we are always dealing with people, isn't it? Right through the day in the interactions in work, normal of your household, family members, everything, there's perceptions. But we don't actually take the time to recognize it for what it is. And once it is recognized for what it is, understand that that is also like that because of the speed of vibration. Otherwise, that feeling also wouldn't be there.
Yeah, it's very important to talk.
Yeah, I did that
Something.
contemplation this morning, Dr. Kokila. I think that was actually quite good because you actually that penetrating the thought right to the very end also happens when it is done like that, isn't it? Rather
Now
than
it's
stopping halfway. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's really beautiful. I'm just contemplating now every word Dr. Kokila explains. I mean, we have got that ability to feel it. But sometimes, I mean, some time back, again, I'm going back to time perception. With the we didn't feel that, and actually saw that gratitude. I mean, we cannot express that in words, but it really helps. And when you were explaining further about the perception, doctor, I feel that what we call as chitta rupa, mental images, all of them are perceptions again.
Yeah.
That's right.
So the birth is a self perception. Death is a perception. It's a terrible perception. If you don't do enough contemplation, you will be really caught by surprise. Because when you were describing the birth yesterday, you gave me the impression that it was really, it really happened, you know, because Dhamma, after listening Dhamma for 3-4 years, we know birth is here. That's the Udaya Vijnana is not a joke. So this is the thing. The Vijnana is not there until you really feel it to the where level. But at least Udaya part, this is now. It's happening now in each stimulus. That is the awaken to the moment. And
Now
that is
actually,
Upapata Jnana.
yeah.
That's how Aranwanse catches you, like catches us, not you, us.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila. So that means every thought or every word, whatever, every sound, whatever you use, everywhere it's a collection of perceptions, and in each of it, this perception of existence is also there. So each
Yes,
time, only
it's
thing you
packed.
can
It's
do is
one pack.
identify.
Yeah,
Sorry?
it's one pack.
One pack, yes. So it is identifying that is the only thing that the system can do, isn't it?
You have to feel it
Identify.
though. You have to feel it. You have to find
Mm.
your own vibration.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, now I'm only talking about the perception. Because if you are not thorough with your perceptions, how can I talk about the
Mhm.
feel?
Right. Yeah, vibration, yes. Now, when I was cleaning that photograph, because I didn't have this part. I mean, I didn't hear this part no, by that time. So I was doing the cleaning of this photograph, and as I said, I went to the past. So, as you very clearly said, it happened. Yes, it happened some years ago. So that existent perception of existence strongly was there. That was something that happened so many years ago. And but now that time it didn't click me. Now, right now, after this discussion, now I know that it was very well felt that something that happened so many years ago.
And
And in
there's
other words,
only,
I was there. I was taking part as a
yeah,
part of the
there's
existence.
a subtle margin here. Whether you
Mm-mm.
have been thrown, not you, so don't take these personal things. I'm talking generally because listeners are also should be aware. So there's a very little margin towards the thought and the perception if one is not
Yes.
fully aware, because you can be actually dragged into the actual thought level also,
Mhm.
whether it was given that value. Perception level is a subtle level, but thought level is a gross level. So even if you are going into gross level, thought level, once in 7 years, it doesn't matter. There was a venerable who was not feeling anything for about 7 years, and there was an incident, and he definitely thought, oh my God, I got angry. That means I'm there. So that is a self will. So this is a very tricky area. So we are treading, this is a very tricky area not to know half. That I can say. If we know half, I mean, I can fall into that category as well. But if we know half, there's a much worse outcome than not knowing actually. Because not knowing, you can worship a stone or worship a tree and maybe tell the sky and something and be okay. But now half knowing things is not good enough. I think it is worse because you are nowhere. You can't worship anything also. You can't hand over your problems to the God also now. So it is tricky. So if you are knowing Dhamma, you have to know it properly. Know it properly. That's perceptions are hidden. Perceptions can pop up at any time. If I say Montessori teacher, If you really feel that Montessori teacher was there and not a thought pop up just now that Montessori teacher is arising now, but your projection is completely to the outside. If it is projecting too much outside, then it can be projecting towards thought also. So there are no lines now. There are no lines. It's only evident to a person how the story is going. Sometimes it is blurred. That's what Aranwansi is saying. This is concentrate more about the mana uddacha avidya. So the ego. And he is pushing us to the field because of that. Because if you are getting trapped in any of these levels, it is very tricky. So, but to come to the field, you have to know what the feel is, because it's not the angry feel, it's not the sad feel, it's not the angry feel is okay. 33,000, it's okay. I mean, it's definitely, if you are getting angry, that means anyway, anyway, it is kind of you can attribute that but the problem is, even a person who has lost the self view can still get angry until you get rid of those extremes. Not you, the system, this extreme levels come down. So what are we understanding here? We are not trying to be happy here. We are not trying to be cool here. We are not trying to be in the tranquility here. We are trying to catch the self vibration and actually understand what was the problem there. What you felt. You felt something. That's what is giving this problem of self perception. So if the feel is there, perception is there. What feel? Alive feel. Alive feel is not just getting angry. And I shouldn't take Sudharma's experiences all the time, because Sudharma might be confused also. But it
No,
was
doctor,
so
that's all right. That's all right. No problem. I mean, it's just a thing that I felt.
no.
If
I
it
wanted to
helps
tell
you.
you. No, you
Yeah.
know this shoe. I was talking
Hmm.
about the shoe. It
Hmm.
was one of our discussions. You always have given us so many insights. So the shoe, shoe. How can you explain that? So the perception of shoe becoming a thing. It is a difficult area if you think about it. How can you actually relate to that? So if the perception is, I sometimes talk about this. So imagine perceptions are not a thing. Would you even have anything to say?
No, the moment we relate a story, all perceptions arise. They come alive. And even yesterday, when I was explaining to you about my sister's birth, I saw how she was brought home wrapped in that blanket, and how she was, kept in the cot. I mean, we can't hide. No, we don't have to. Hide anything. So they come the moment we
That
open.
is normal.
It,
That is
yeah.
normal, Sudharma. The
Hmm.
thing is
Yeah.
the self-perception. Now again, don't
Hmm.
get
Hmm.
this confused.
Hmm.
Now, if I'm talking, just imagine Aranwasi talks about the past all the time.
Hmm.
So what's the big deal?
There is no
Talks about
burning
Tuttiri
it
also.
for
No?
him. Yeah. Yeah.
So Tuttiri, getting
And
Tuttiri in the body. So So it's an experience. It's about the past, going to Nuvarelia, getting cold, and these experiences are told. That's not the
No,
point. So don't be confused, because
no.
this discussion should be very very fruitful to anyone who is listening. So
Mm,
the actual going back to the wedding, or actual going back to the uh, uh, disaster, or actually going back to whatever the birth of your sister, or anything like any incident, traumatic or non-traumatic, can be a beautiful
mm,
one. Even the
mm,
time when your father bought you ice cream, we never know.
mm, mm,
So that is normal. What
mm,
is actually the problem is the feel that it is existing. So this is very tricky area. The feel you have that is actually there. The feel you have that actually there is existence feel. And if the existence feel is there, alive feel is there. You said you felt alive. I agree with that. But what I'm trying to say is that is the important thing, not the actual scenario, not even the emotions. Now imagine you, if I talk about uh, something about my past, about uh, something, and I cry, that is not the actual point. But crying is a bit
mm,
extreme. But what I'm trying to
mm,
say is the synchronization to that is a human ability.
mm.
This synchronization is a human ability. That is okay. But this දෙයක් වෙනවා. It's a different scenario. Now a man is walking and he says something, and your son said something. I can't remember the whole story, but son said something,
Mm, mm, mm. Yes.
and you said it didn't become a thing.
Mm,
But then that is bit incomplete. It's bit incomplete. Where
mm,
the incompleteness is there is whether you detected the self perception is there or not. Even Surangika, the serpent, the serpent. The serpent, it is only evident to her whether she experiences self perception or non self perception. No one can talk about that. Actually speaking, no one can talk about that. But if you don't know, that is what we are researching about, then that is ignorance, isn't it?
Now, doctor, I got it. I mean, that incident when you were telling that man telling me nice day, and I told you to, and thanks. At that point, like in the Cobra incident, at that I didn't get embarrassed for not responding to that guy. But when my son asked, actually, Amma, didn't you hear? He was just telling it's a nice day. Then I was bit embarrassed. Ah, now I got. At that point, the self-perception arose.
No, even the embarrassed,
Yeah, yeah.
you have to get this. So this is very subtle thing.
Hmm.
Whether that is a thing
Wha-
or not.
Whether it was the system or the real
So
self-perception.
if you don't know about the self perception, like the Sakuntala saying, Sakuntala didn't think about even the time perception. What about self perception then? If you haven't detected what is your vibration, how do you know what is the vibration? How do you know what your self perception? How do you know what you're fighting with? So the ego comes actually there very beautifully, this Manuddha Chavidya, because that's, I think Aranvansi is trying his best now to to push the people into the field side, because it's a tricky area. If you don't detect your vibration, in the sense, what are the English words for them? Manudracha Vidya? I mean, sorry, I actually used singular word 3 times now.
So, conceit, restless. Is that so? Restlessness and ignorance or delusion.
Yeah.
Delusion is moha, avidya, ignorance. Isn't
Ignorance,
it?
restlessness, and
Conceit.
Yeah. So these 3, ego, conceit, restlessness, these are not just restlessness when we feel like your patient is going to collapse. This is not like that. These are very subtle things. It's in the feel side, completely feel side. And superficially also you can feel restless, you know. And Aranwazi might say, oh, who cares about that? And you will be like, I do care, Aranwazi. I actually felt restless. And he's like, no, you didn't. And you are like, oh, really? Yeah, because this whole Dhamma is very easy to stop everywhere. What do you think, Surangika?
Yeah, it's a fine point, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? And like you said, the perceptions, you can't stop the perceptions from popping up.
No, yeah. But you have to detect the self-perception. That is Kusala. But what is self-perception? Then you have to go to the vibration. Because you need to actually get the tree from the root. Otherwise, you keep cutting the tree. Until your death, you can keep cutting. Definitely, every mother feels better. I mean, there's no problem in that, you know, like when someone says, Aranhansa, I had about 1 million watts before. Now I'm like feeling like 10,000 watts.
I have a question there, Dr. Kokila. So in the latter part of yesterday's Zoom, only that point really dawned also after asking so many questions about it. You know, how he said that if you keep on saying that you don't feel, that's because you're trying to think about what you're feeling rather than allow the feel to emerge, right?
Yeah.
And by doing that itself, you're suppressing the feeling,
Yes,
the freedom
100%.
for the feel to emerge.
Yeah.
So when this perception arises, and
if the
and then
perception
we
is
detect the
there,
self-perception.
feel is not there.
Sorry, say that again.
It's very tricky though. If the perception has the power, feel is not powerful.
Perception has power. The feel is powerful, is what you're saying.
Is not powerful. In the sense, feel is mass.
By the perception.
Yes, 100%. Mind. Perception is in the mind. No,
No. I was talking about now when you said that when the perception arises, we have to pierce it to see, that there is it's a self-existence.
That's active contemplation or passive contemplation.
So that is
active
at that stage, no?
yeah,
I mean,
active
but the
contemplation and passive contemplation, it can happen in the beginning, and you have to put
but
it
the
aside.
problem is sometimes we do that now also, no?
Then you
So
haven't put the parua behind. I mean, you have to trust your instincts and put it aside.
no, so the piercing,
Will
yes,
happen anyway. It should happen on its own. So I mean, as a person who have listened to Dhamma for a long time, Surangika, no need of active or passive contemplation. I mean, that's my feel. I don't know. What do you think? But if you are having
Oh, Aryan Wahanse, excuse me, Dr. Aryan Wahanse shouted at me for nearly 1 hour when I said, Aryan Wahanse, I contemplated on milk toffee to get rid of that craving for that. He spent 1 hour shouting at me. You fool, you are lost in this. What is that? Contemplation? Who asked you to do that? You take blindly anything that I ask any newcomer, you take it as a whole blindly and you do it. What a fool. So never talk about contemplation, active contemplation. You will get that.
no. So what I was meaning was the light and the sound and all that. So from that point there, because Dr.
no,
Kokila, we
Suranka, you
discussed.
know enough. You know enough.
No, we've discussed this before about the vibration, and then yesterday also about the perception. So
Yeah.
And that naked eye thing also this morning, I was reflecting on that. Then the fact that we brought up that conversation about how those people actually felt. They thought they felt that they were looking at the moon from the
Yes.
naked eye.
Yes.
So that feeling they got, that they actually saw it. So, that type of thing is that existent feel and the alive feel. And yesterday we discussed that alive feel, we have to really know 100, not 100, 200%. And then it has
Yeah.
to be pratyaksha. That feeling is also purely from the speed of
Speed of the
vibration.
eye.
Now that
Speed of eye.
purely from the speed of vibration point, Dr. Kokila, is not something that is, at least from the
It's an
experience here.
experience. It's an experience. So that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. It's an experience which should arise without active contemplation, without passive contemplation. That's the pala point.
Not true, but that should be part and parcel of the entire Manasikara process, because we know that we
No,
know that
Manasikara
theoretically,
will
no.
not happen. Manasikara will not happen at that point. But it will be underneath.
Manasikara is a basic level that Aryan Wahanse has said emphatically. Later stages, Dhamma will act on
It's like
experience, but
cutting the bread, not the bread, cutting with the knife, which you have
sharpened.
done the
True.
sharpening. That's the point. That point, yeah.
The one of the main takeaways yesterday was this because there are these if one has been spending a lot of time in the mind, what do they say, intensely thinking people, that it
Yes.
is nivarana kind of thing, no hindrance,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
So because of that, each one has a problem where they are stuck, no. So one has to acknowledge that, no. So if one is acknowledging that, then there must be some kind of what shall I say, solution to be able to kind of transcend that point where one is stuck, right? So now, if the feeling of the awakening is there, but if the awakening is there, and this also I have asked about the difference between ivala labana, like intuition, that something didn't become a thing, as opposed to trying to overanalyze or analyze the avadiya. right? So he said,
My
but-
advice to anyone is never think about Avadiya. Avadi is not there. Never predict anything. Just live. That's my advice, which I did. So just live. Put aside Dhamma, just live normally. That's all you can do. You can't do anything other than that. Because this self-perception is a very tricky thing. But talking about it today, saying Sakuntala also saying, I didn't even realize that time is a perception. I'm like thinking, then you have stuff in this Satyajnana. Perception. You know that the yesterday was there, dinosaur was living like million years ago. No, just arise here now, dinosaur. Just now, because I said it. But if people say no, they lived 10 like millions of years ago, if you're really feeling that it happened, that's the ignorance. You know, if these things are this past, present is not there.
yeah, no
Why?
present.
No present in the sense you have to feel that. To feel that, you have to feel the non-vibration. To feel that there's nothing called vibration. Because vibration is there until you feel alive. Otherwise, you are just talking from theory. From theory also you can talk, but it's not convincing.
And this morning he was saying, which is actually quite true, that, the Avadi is always there. It's just that, and if we stop
covered.
thinking, the Avadi is there. Because like there are more than moments where the Avadi is there. It's just that, unfortunately, because of this kind of obsession almost, it's like a habit. It's like not just a habit. It's like a terribly bad habit actually.
The
This thinking, Dr. Kokila.
thoughts are anyway can come.
Because
Whether it's
I
becoming
think
a thing is the problem.
if I think about the experience from childhood days, I was an absolute overthinker, overreactive imagination. More than talking to people, you'll go to town with imagination through books and things like that. Also, that reading adventure stories and stuff from that time onwards. And then after that, even growing up and then spending inordinate times alone for various reasons. Being, the circumstances in life made me live pockets of periods of time alone. And that itself, because of lack of another person to talk to, also, I think that also lent itself to the to this voice kind of in the head, kind of keeping the one company type of thing. And then, of course, the profession, because the profession itself makes you think hyperactively, because you're always preempting what's going to happen before having to advise. So even that also, you're like 2-3 steps ahead always. That possibility, this possibility, that alternative, like that. I mean, obviously, you understand, both of you understand also, as everybody does it. So, all these things have now unfortunately lent itself to this thing. But one has to, I think the acknowledgement is the most important thing. As Aryan Vasi says, you have to duck into it, no? And then, but at the same time, he kept on saying yesterday in the evening talk, and I think, I can't remember, this morning I haven't finished the talk, but yesterday in the evening talk about that fact. He even said it to a mother also, about that, if you're thinking, and then that is going to be the hindrance. If you're thinking about the not feeling, or if
Actually,
you,
can I say
yeah.
something? It's tasting the thinking. So be careful about the words. It's not the thinking. So this raga, how can I say that? So the
Yeah,
uh,
enjoying the
Abhin, ab,
thinking, is it?
enjoying the
Abhinandane,
thinking,
Aryan Hanse said Abhinandane something.
because
Yeah,
Nandane.
you
Abhinanda is
know,
Yeah.
enjoyment, no? Mm.
when you talk about something, you can say it flat, but you can say it with
Animation.
enjoyment as well.
Yeah, like you're animated, right? In that.
Yeah, and when you say Surangika, when you say this whole thing is about thoughts, I don't really agree with that. Thoughts will never stop until you die. What stops is it becoming a thing. The power of the thought is deeper and deeper. It comes down, but the superficial power, it's like, if it's like 35,000, it will slowly come down. But the importance is the power, not anything else. So this is again coming back to the same point I was trying to highlight. It's all about self vibration. It's all about self vibration, because if this self vibration is the point that is giving this power behind. And this I have to tell to Sudharma also, because when Sudharma is talking about something, it's an incident. So the incident is good. Incident is good, but the thing is, whether you are fully aware about this Nandi or the tanha. Tanha has different tanhas. Like different power is there. One is bhava tanha. Kama tanha is a good tanha that we can catch easily. You like ice cream, really easy, isn't it? It's very easy. You like money, it is very easy. You like your whatever. So it is easy. But then what is bhava tanha? What is vibhava tanha? So again, if we come to another point, upadana also there are types. if you think about it, we don't need to go all there. We just need to take this like really easily, because the craving, kama raga, rupa raga, arupa raga. What is this raga, raga, raga? So the kama raga is the superficial layer, but underneath there is a raga for the perception. Raga for the feeling. What feel? Definitely this life feel. So this Satyajnana should be, actually, it is the only thing which is getting clarified, because avidya is there until the end. So we are learning every day. It's okay. And we just need to find out about this Manuddacha avidya a lot. So if we concentrate about the fear, which Aranvanse is pushing us a lot, it's useless about the whether it is the chair or the, it is important. If you don't know Dhamma, then it is a problem. But all who are here, Sakuntala and Sudharma and Surangika, all of you know Dhamma enough. It's just application everywhere. More you apply, more you become thorough with that.
Actually, yesterday's talk of R.N. Mahansa, I think for the first time, he actually said it exactly the
What
way
did
the
he
question.
say?
He said, I can't
Which
remember
part
the
is it? I
exact
can't remember.
words. I think it might have been in the afternoon session about the fact that, no, I don't know whether he mentioned in the morning also, but
In
about,
Dobagoda?
the Dombagoda
Ah,
one,
okay. Okay. I
the,
didn't listen to
the,
it properly.
the second day,
Okay.
where we could hear it better,
Mm-hmm.
about this, if you are going on and on saying that you can't feel anything. It was funny. Not funny, but because it was so bang on target that he said that is clearly you are trying to think of what you're trying to feel. What is being felt is trying to be
Yeah.
put into words and put into
Yeah.
the mind. When you don't get it into, basically, he didn't say into your thick head, but I added that to
Yeah.
myself. um, that is what it means actually. So as you said, Dr. Kokila, I mean, mm, the thoughts and that intense thinking thing has definitely kind of come down from the terrible way of thinking those days. I mean, and as Harshi was saying last night, it's actually you can. I mean, the Asavakya Jnana is, I suppose, that not from last month to this month, from not even last week to this week. It's even from like yesterday to today, isn't it? That
Mm.
one can feel where the defilements are fading, and all because of R.N. Mahansa and these kind of discussions, Dr. Kokila, where these points are being brought to the fore. And when it is brought to the fore,
Yeah, because
you can
imagine,
feel the cleansing within.
Vishaka went to Lord Buddha now, said, I will love all the kids to become my um, grandchildren. And Lord Buddha said, you will be with wet hair every day.
I remember
And
that.
and then she was like, wow, yeah, oh my God, no. It's like that, like yesterday Sudharma was saying, I was born whatsoever the year, and after 5 years, my sister was born. And in the beginning, I didn't feel anything. I was just listening. And suddenly it occurred to me, wow, that timeline, that was so interesting. And then this time perception story came. So imagine if she didn't say that, this even talk will not exist. But the importance is actually detecting these things. That is Dhamma. Um, that is the
Mm.
actual the skill.
No,
If you're not
actually, I mean,
detecting, you don't know.
yeah, the thing that was so good with R.N. Mahansa saying that was, I felt like saying, finally, somebody, I didn't care who, somebody actually said it out loud, which was my problem. So, I mean,
That you are
excuse my
thinking too
problem
much.
part, but um, and I think this is another reason where if you don't talk to R.N. Mahansa also, isn't it, directly? Also, there is a delay in coming to the core of the problem also.
Mm.
But and you could, there was a definite shift. By the way, he said it, and actually, I think more all of you should listen to that talk.
What time is that? Like
That
7
part
hours
was
or
mostly on the practical side, where he explained the Adhigata Samadhi. Before that, also he
like
was
how many hours
explaining.
would be like?
After lunch, there's a break in between. There's a couple of songs that are being played, and
Oh,
then
okay.
after the songs, after that, from that point onwards,
Yeah, maybe I
maybe the
should
last
listen.
2 hours or something. Maybe it was
Hmm.
that clip that you got, Dr. Sakuntala, possibly, but the afternoon session, anyway.
Yeah,
It's
it
one big
probably.
long clip, actually.
Mm.
That's the one I
And
sent the link to.
And he also says, I don't know if it is in this sermon, this ownership of thinking is taken by us ignorantly. The thinking is another
Yes,
automated
yes,
thing
yes,
that,
that's right.
yeah,
He
yeah,
said, why can't you leave the mano sensor alone?
yeah, that we were
Basically,
talking,
can you not,
yeah,
why can't you
that's it.
keep, why can't you appreciate that that is a sensor of in its own right,
Yeah,
isn't
and the
it?
research about future is the future perception. Now think about this. All three of you, think about this. If you are thinking about future, Radhikata Samadhi or whatever, doesn't matter, whatever, Avadiya or whatever, that is the future perception. If the future perception is true, I mean, it can't be. It can't be. You can't be. You
With
can't
that
be.
past 10% become true, isn't it, doctor? And the self,
Yeah,
yeah.
self. So you have the perception of the future. I mean, this is very difficult. Okay. Even actually, uh, that's why I keep thanking Sudharma. It didn't. It came because of her. Because the future reference. When would this Adhigata Samadhi or Avadiya, because everyone talks about Avadiya now. Yeah. So that becomes a Chitta Rupa now. And Chitta Rupa is a mental image. Now mental image, sorry.com now. Mental image is a sorry.com because mental image is going to put you down. Your feel is gone. If the mental image has power, feel is gone. This is all Satyajnana. That is the thing. This is all about actual practical aspects of Satyajnana. So if you have some kind of perception popping up with some strongness, the worry about the past, guilt, so much, these hindrances are the same thing. It's the same thing. It prevents you doing actually this happening. Piercing one thought or actual, piercing one thought is just a beginning, no? But actual path is such a long thing in the sense because we are all Naya people, we take a long time. We shouldn't say that someone might do it within few days. It doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is the detection should be there. If you don't detect that future is a perception, you will try to think about it. That's our. So that doesn't mean you're not planning the tomorrow whether child has to be dropped for basketball. That's not what I'm trying to say. So whether it becomes true or not is a different story. I mean, it is very 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 very
Very, very
delicate
tricky.
area. Delicate
Mm.
area, yeah. Future is a perception. Past is a perception. Death is a perception. Imagine about death. So
So, Dr.
birth
Kokila,
is a
the
perception. Yeah.
example now, if somebody is worried about there being no fuel tomorrow, that is a perception. And if
What
that
is tomorrow? What is tomorrow?
like petrol,
Oh yeah.
that there be no petrol tomorrow, then that is that. And if it now there's a perception about tomorrow, perception about there being no petrol, perception about
No,
petrol,
you
and
can
perception
get
about
actually you can get the perception tomorrow fuel will be not there. I'll be at home.
yeah. So it's the underlying
that real
worry.
thing, deyak is a complete different thing. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the existence feel and the life feel. Existence
Yeah.
perception and the self perception. And existence thought and self thought. That's the superficial layer.
Yeah. So one.
We are actually fighting with one thought. See how difficult it is.
Yeah. So one can actually contemplate it. Meaning it can come up as a thought. And in that thought, there will be the perception of petrol, there will be the perception of tomorrow,
It
there will
doesn't
be the
matter. Yeah.
perception of there being no petrol perception.
Yes.
But
It's okay.
none of those matter if it doesn't become a thing, right?
Yes. Yeah. But the thing is, detecting that, knowing that, having this satyajnana properly.
Yeah. So
But the
individually.
life feel is a different story again. But we are talking about perception today. Yeah.
Individually, every element has to be broken down and well understood.
Not broken down, actually.
Like, because each of those only then coming together forms the Sukhiyatva and all those things, right? And how the life
Sakyate
is,
comes from the actual feel.
because they are existing, no, that thing is a spin-off.
Yeah, because we have tains only. This whole problem is trying to catch the tains. You have to do this, detect these things. Yes, because unless you come to the feel, you can't say about the feel of the vibration and feel of the non-vibration. You have
Because
to become a master of the feel to get to that, isn't it?
yeah, and if the perception of petrol doesn't become real, because petrol is real, no, the fact that there is no petrol has become a thing, because it's either
Yeah.
having or not having, no, the oscillation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Breaking down anyway
And
the
yes.
first two kamatahanas.
And today
So,
morning, when I was
yeah.
doing the talk, this came to me. Suddenly, it came to me. Because the words just flow out. I was like, wow, it came to me. Like I later thought. So that is self-perception. The what I was thinking was, telling was this: I am there or I'm not there. Is, again, if you think about it, it's useless. Even the perception level, it's useless. Like, I am there is a thought, no? And now a lot of mothers say, I'm not there. But how tricky that is if you're just thinking about it.
That is because the moment you turn it into words, it has become a perception.
And a thought, no, but the thing is how the teacher is going to realize that this person has not actually understood the vibration level. That is the tricky area, no? Unless you try find your tains, your task is not over. At least you can't say that Asavaksha Jnana is starting from that point onwards, finding your own what this is. We got the idea of time perception now, but kind of self-perception is something we have to know. Even if you look at a flower, you don't have to have any craving, anything, nothing. Still the self-perception is there, flower perception is there, if the flower perception is there. And let alone flower perception. Just drop the mental part of it. If the light perception is there, the self perception is there. Sorry, if the light perception is there, self perception is there. But it is mostly in the field side. Oh, it is actually good to talk about Satyajnana here and there, because this will actually help the listeners also one day. I mean, if someone listens to that. What do you
So
think?
yeah, this morning I wrote down this example, Dr. Kokila.
You started writing?
No, it just came to me and I wrote because I'm always forgetting that, because you asked me what do I have to add something, and then I sometimes when I listen to the Andolanaatmaka, which is early
Yeah,
morning, I
yeah.
think, oh, I need to ask that from Dr. Kokila, and by the time it's evening, I have forgotten the question. So
Hmm.
as a result, I just wrote, I mean, this is not something to ask as such, but it was based on that naked eye and the moon thing. Where is it? Yeah, no, I was thinking about now my vision has got really blurred because of obviously too much of computer time. And now I can't see this tiny print on vitamin supplement bottles and stuff like that. It used to be only that, but now it's getting quite bad. There's other things that cannot be seen, the print. So when one can't see something, we know how it. You don't worry about it, because if you can't see it, you can't read it, and therefore, if you haven't read it, there's nothing to worry. The data hasn't gone into the as a perception, isn't it? In that sense. So that is one aspect of it. But then the other aspect of it is, say, for example, it's a bottle of medicine, and one can actually read, one can actually take it to the hand, try to read it, can't read it, and then put the spectacles and read it if you can, or if you still can't read it, get someone to read it for you, and then either buy it or decide to buy it or whatever it is. But that is one aspect of it. But then if you then start worrying that, oh my God, now I can't see, it's really getting bad, like from last year to this year, it's really deteriorated, so on and so forth. Then it has gone beyond the perception, isn't it? That's what we were just talking about, it becoming a thing. Again, still the perception, third scenario, still the perception can occur that the eyesight has deteriorated further from last year to this year, but then last year also becomes a perception. But even if it arises now as a perception, and another thought arises saying, I have to do something about it, either change the spectacles or do something about it, that also can happen, and one can act on it without it becoming a thing, isn't it?
Yeah, if you are acknowledging, if you're skillful, you just have to catch these things. Catching the self vibration is also a skill.
Yeah.
Catching the self vibration is also a skill. Catching self, if the self vibration, you catch the vibration, then whole story is like unfolded. And the most important thing about Dhamma is it it gives you such confidence with when we talk. That's why these discussions are important. It gives you confidence. You fully realize that okay, none of these perceptions are true. So none of the mental part of it, mental consciousness, sorry, mental the thoughts, basically thoughts, none of them are true. Then when you come to light, don't forget there's a light perception as well. You don't have to so just imagine you can't see at all, still you have the light perception.
Yeah, as if the light is there and the light is not there kind of perception.
Yes. If someone says it's dark here, you know what is dark. That is perception. You don't have to actually see it. If someone says this room is so bright, you know what is bright means. If you are blind from the beginning, you won't have that.
And in terms of reading the small print on the medicine bottle, you can say that can see the print, can't see the print. So that's
Yeah,
also two
yeah,
sides, isn't it?
yeah, yeah.
So
You
light
know,
perception has become real there.
yeah, this problem with the fish is not fully aware that actually fish is covered by water. It has nothing to do with the fish. That's the normal for the fish. So if the blind person being blind is normal for him. So whatever we say, well, he doesn't care. But as soon as the eye has functioned a little bit, then you know what it means. The light perception, is the light perception true?
Mhm.
Is the blue perception true? The red perception true? I mean, this is a very good discussion now, isn't it? Light perception, sound perception. Because if you ever had the ears, if the ears were functioning, if you were deaf from the beginning, you don't know what sound is. But there are now techniques also to put a chip and hear. But what I'm trying to say is, if that was not done and you're deaf, you don't know what sound is. But if you had heard about the sound perception, you have that perception. This self perception is something like that. You have to be vigilant enough to get this properly. Self perception is there even for the amoeba. It's in very minute level. It may be in astral level, it doesn't matter. It may be in the field level. You may not be even try you actually take this properly, because I might say wrong thing there. Field level, you don't have a perception. It's a feel only. Field doesn't have light, field doesn't have sound, field doesn't have touch, field doesn't have smell, field doesn't have uh, taste, field doesn't have a thought. What field? Then it comes to the single one, the alive field or the self vibration. That's the speed. The speed story is, I think, the groundbreaking revelation that the skanda is actually a speed. People knew about speed, but they never thought about the non-vibration, because Mahabrahma was about the speed, but no one looked at it in point of Lord Buddha did. They knew something about the speed, but they couldn't understand. Only Lord Buddha brought it that there was no self here. There's a life field brought by something else. The ignorance made us to believe that it is the life field. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Has Dr. Sakuntala's vanishing time has come? Actually, yes, it may be. Maybe she's going soon. What do you think, Sudharma?
Mm, just, just trying to, I mean, how complex it is actually going from
No, it's not complex.
surface
Actual
levels to deep.
experience,
Yeah, it's
experience is not complex. It's just thinking is
yeah,
complex.
several layers. I mean, when earlier also you said there are several layers. Now actually we feel it, doctor. And this, I mean, that Miss Surangika's example, even Aryan Hanse would take the spectacles or go to the optician, buy the spectacles, would, I mean, read
using it and use the supplement also, but that burning won't be there. The burning will be zero. So when this becomes true with us, what happens
What
is that
burning is the
subtle level,
problem?
yeah,
Aranwanse asks
subtle,
this question all the time. What
yeah,
burning are you
yeah,
talking about?
yeah,
But the
that it,
problem is they are misunderstanding about either the emotions, either then he says, no, they are normal.
they are normal, that believing that it is true. I mean, the supplement is true for us. Losing the eyesight is true. I mean, lot of perceptions, all these perceptions become true for us.
You can't
But
say
for,
actually
yeah,
true.
yeah, but
It is actually if you have lost the self view, none of these things are not actually a problem. Slowly this power is going to go down anyway.
yeah.
Yeah. So if we don't have any misunderstanding about these things, slowly you have the wisdom to catch your own self vibration here and there, like the photo and like the serpent, like the uh, even a flower is enough for you to fully realize it. You don't need someone to shout at you, but if someone shout at you, it, then it is easier. Actually, non-vibration is there when the vibration is there. Don't forget that. In the sense, non-vibration feels the vibration.
And Dr. Aranhasi says now something have there is this perception also that something is there and something is not there is also a
It's
perception.
another thought.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
another thought. So if mother would come and say, "Mal pale දෙයක් නැහැ," it is a bit tricky now. If it is දෙයක් නැහැ, what is the problem with the mal pale now?
It's almost like in this Western world psychology also, they deny something, no? And the very thing they deny is what is the most real for them, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's almost something like that, where they come and say, no, the sun is no longer a problem for me, Mahansa. And that's the very thing that is still a problem, no?
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, being truthful is an art as well. But the problem is Satyajnana. Again and again, I reiterate that Satyajnana is a problem because if you don't know the perception level properly, if you don't know the feel level properly, if you don't know the thought level properly, then it is the ignorance. I mean, it's okay. But ignorance will get cleared by these discussions. If I say the wrong thing, you will go and ask, and Aranwanse will ask, what does Kokila know? Yes, this is the thing, and that is the best thing ever, because that the guidance from the teacher is the most important thing. And last few words he said today, he actually fell asleep also in the last bit, and he woke up and said something, and he said, listen to that, because I think you both haven't listened, so listen to that. It's so beautiful. So the importance is this Dhamma, this identifying what gave you this perception, because time is a product of mind. I have to repeat this. Time is a product of mind. Feel doesn't have a time.
And the other day, Dr. Aranhasi also said that jnana is towards feel, and this mindfulness and awareness here is all about mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, one morning he said that. when you
So
listen.
any perception is part of mind. If you know this, if that is the takeaway message from today, that is good enough. Because anything, any perception is in the mind.
Yeah, doctor. Yeah, so just checking my understanding. Now, near, far, three-dimensional, above, past, present, all these abstract things are also just perceptions. And again, these mental images,
And
whatever
even
the
the adjectives,
interpretation,
all the adjectives
yeah,
are also like
adjectives.
that.
Yeah, it came to me this morning when I was talking. Yeah, we use all the adjectives to describe a particular noun. Ultimately, they are again the inputs taken by sense faculties, isn't it, doctor? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
beautiful. Yeah, that's
But the thing is identifying even Tarzan's mind,
beautiful.
even animals state,
Yeah, please explain them in detail again and again. However much we talk about self-perception, feel, I mean, it definitely helps us to get at it. The more you discuss now, when you were explaining, actually, that's why Lord Buddha also has recommended the monks to get together and discuss. So I was just wondering, it's actually a replica of Gautama Buddha Sasana, like, I mean, with Aryan Mahanse's guidance, I mean, this much of discussions, full room channels, and these discussions actually, they
Yeah,
really
I
help.
don't think anyone can touch the field side more than Aranhanse because everyone is in the mind. This will come. Satchaka came. Satchaka was saying things, and Lord Buddha was saying, "That's a thought. That's a thought. That's a thought." Just imagine if you keep saying that to a monk might hit Aranhanse also. So the thing is, they don't even understand that. But our mothers, so this is the beauty of our mothers. Our mothers can understand when Naranwanse says it's a thought. At least that. 5 years ago, I wouldn't understand if Aranwanse says that's a thought. And I'm like, so what? Like that. But now, because of this beauty of this Dhamma, what Satchaka said and what Lord Buddha said can be understood. Because Lord Buddha kept saying it's a thought, but Satchaka didn't hit Lord Buddha. And this is the beauty of Dhamma. But the thing is, nowadays, everyone is so violent, so difficult, so in the mundane world, anything can happen. Anything can happen. So the best thing is not to tell in that level, but it's a beauty is our mothers actually can understand when Narayanwansa says, Amma, you are thinking. And they get the point, at least to get the point. Let alone understanding fully about it, at least to get the point. Oh, really, yes, I'm thinking. And Surangika can relate to this because we have got this answer before, isn't it, Surangika? Yeah, like repeatedly we have got this answer. So I think we have discussed this like some time ago as well. So we keep doing that. But at least to understand that, yes, actually, I'm thinking. Even that is a good thing. Knowing this Dhamma at least to that level, oh yeah, I was thinking. So this thinking level is not true. The body, self, everything falls into that thinking side. Perception is different. That's what I'm trying to tell. Perception is not actually the thought. Perception is something very intimate, very delicate thing, because you can close your eyes and have the light perception. You know what is light, even if your eyes are closed.
They are like airy spirits, like without, I just did not these thick figures.
Yeah,
Perceptions
the
are
self
like,
perception, imagine how tricky that can be then.
yes, how tricky, to be felt, and as you say, to be
But if you
caught.
keep detecting this, that is
Mm.
kusalatave, the skill. Actually, one day, long time ago, maybe 4 years ago, someone called my name and I just turned and I was like, wow, kind of thing. As I turned, I'm like, wow, kind of thing. I got hit because I got the perception of that name.
Mm. True.
It's actually maybe the thought even, I don't know. I got that, some kind of like a spark there, and felt why I turned. What was it? What's the big deal in that word? I turned. Quickly I turned. And things like that. It's very, very subtle things, but it's a beautiful thing to do this research.
Yeah, doctor, name perception. When you said I had a time fighting with my parents, complaining for them putting such a bad name for me. My sister's
You
name
must
was
have been a very, very
yeah,
naughty child.
very naughty child, of course. Her name was Sasanka. My name was Sudharma. And on top of all the burden, everybody was telling me Sudharma, that's a Silmatava kind of thing. I don't know, I was crying. And now actually it is my that destiny. I'm so fortunate to have that. Anyway, not getting it truly, but that was the ignorance we had. The thick self perception. Because Sudharma, they say it's a name of a
That
nun.
is the kind of the gati is to
Mm,
understand is the
mm,
self-perception
mm,
catching up with the attitude. So it's just beautiful to see, someone can actually not verbally say anything but suffer inside. Someone can actually fight it. I had a friend who used a girl who used to hit also. Like she was violent, and she told me, I don't know her from childhood. She told me she was that violent as a child. She could hit anyone who even someone tells something to her sister also, she could hit that other person. And I was like, wow. And the thing is, it's hidden now. It's actually
mm.
hidden by the general etiquettes.
Doctor, I think I was a silent sufferer up to age 12, 13.
And
Maybe
then
I
you became
didn't
a
speak.
I'm not
shouting
sure
Yeah.
whether
sufferer.
that silent part is right, Sudama.
Yeah, I think our time is going. Thank you so much for excellent discussion, and thank you, Aran Mansa, for your noble guidance. And actually, there's no words to say to give the gratitude. So we worship you every day. Thank you so much. May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan
Thank
Saranai, Doctor. Teruvan Saranai.
you.
Sarangika. Aran Malsiri Namaskaram.
Everyone's my friends. Let's continue with the discussion for the next 1 hour. For those of you who are joining this Zoom session or listening to this on YouTube, you're listening to the Buddothpado 24-hour English Zoom discussion, English Zoom series, really. What concluded was the discussion, a 2-hourly discussion that we hold every day between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time. So various aspects of this Pure Dhamma philosophy, as unveiled by our noble teacher Buddothpado and Mahansa, is explained in this Zoom series by different practitioners. And so we can talk about various aspects of it, but I think the most important of it is the Buddhist philosophy, because without the fundamental tenets of Buddhism and fundamental tenets of Buddhist philosophy, the whole path to nirvana, the whole path to the state of non-vibration can be really covered and will not be apparent and will not be a clear path. So understanding the philosophy and the correct truth, the pure truth as it was exactly imparted by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago is important. And why we say that is that there are quite a few interpretations of these teachings, and they are mainly from the scriptures, but at the same time, unfortunately, with the Pali translation to Sinhalese, there have been a few misinterpretations through the translation process. And there has been also, for historical reasons, some influences of Hinduism, which has got mixed up with the pure pure Buddhist doctrines as well. And for that reason, you would find in various teachings, not only in Sri Lanka, but in other countries as well, in different monasteries, there are references to karma and effect as something that is a key aspect of the Buddhist philosophy, whereas that was not what the Buddha actually taught. The Buddha's main way of explaining the cessation of suffering from this so-called world and existence was, the way he put it, was the law of cause and effect, not karma and effect, or not action and effect Dhamma. That has mainly the influences from Hinduism, because the Buddha didn't relegate everything to action and effect. There are other circumstances that play a part, which is why, and it is not something that completely cannot be turned the other way or changed, because that is indeed possible if one is no longer in ignorance, if one is no longer harboring any kind of delusion, then there is a possibility of changing this vibration and understanding what and how this whole world and world creation comes about, understanding the illusion that is created through this mind, and by doing so, be able to transcend this world and the vibration and achieve the path to nirvana. So in that sense, when we think about the Buddhist philosophy, there are key aspects that have to be considered, and that is how the mind, what the mind is. Understanding the mind is fundamental to understanding how this process works. And if you have had any kind of access to Buddhism or have heard about it, you might have come across the notion that we talk about Atma and Anatma and things like that. So the ego, the self, and I, the self, and the ego, the I, me, my kind of concept. And again, you might have heard different versions of that being mentioned and explained. by various teachers. So the Buddha, when he explained this philosophy or realized this Dhamma and realized the truth, the thing that he realized was that this had actually no soul, no I, or no self concept at all. This belief that was there back in the day, and even whatever that is still prevalent, is that there is a person here, there is a being here, this individuality, the sense of self. The ego is very much part of this existence, isn't it? Whether it is for human beings and whether it is for other creatures, even if it is not as prominent as it is for human beings, certainly for other living beings, animals and creatures and so on, they have this feeling that they have for some survival, isn't it? Even the smallest animal uh, and the jungle fowl, whatever it is, you would find that they are always having this instinct of survival, the instinct to protect themselves. So that kind of instinct is there. So how does that instinct even come to them? So that is what you call the feel. And that feel itself is arising, the instinct to protect, the instinct to survive, the instinct to get away from danger comes about because every animal, every creature has that feeling of existence, feeling of self-vibration. And that itself is what the Buddha said. It comes about only due to the speed of vibration occurring in the senses, whatever the sense faculties that are possessed by animals, creatures, or even human beings. That itself is lending itself to sensation, and that sensation, if it is considered to be real, and it doesn't have to be an overt mind itself that is going to, sit and ponder over it and consider it to be real. It doesn't happen like that. If it is even an animal, even at that basic level, from the feel sensation only, the animal can feel that it is alive. And because it can feel that sense of existence, because it can feel that it is alive, it actually gets that feel that it is alive, like a current that is underlying this whole existence. It feels that current that is coursing through the body. And that current is the thing that makes it feel alive. It has that gut kind of feeling that it is alive. And it does its utmost because that is arising from the speed of vibration. And because of it arising from the speed of vibration, the momentum continues. And if there is any kind of threat from another species, from another animal, from another stronger animal, or even if it is a human being, from any other person or object or thing, that there is an act of almost self-defense that kind of comes up from within, which is only coming out of ignorance, which is coming from a view of self-perception and self-vibration. The almost an innate desire or want to protect that vibration no matter what. So this is where the Buddha actually pointed to when he explained the Four Noble Truths, because this ignorance that is there in all living beings cannot be transcended, cannot be dissolved unless and until these Four Noble Truths are realized. So what are these Four Noble Truths in Buddhism? It's the suffering, the noble truth of suffering, noble truth of the cause of suffering, the noble truth of the end of suffering, and the means to end the suffering. So suffering can have different connotations as well. One can actually think about just basic suffering that one encounters in the world, like famine, starvation, poverty, sickness, disease, people dying of heat, people dying of starvation, people dying in war zones, suffering, being exposed to the cold, all kinds of reasons. So that can be also a form of suffering, isn't it? And that is the kind of suffering that is prevalent and that is kind of automatically comes to mind. But then there can be also suffering like mental suffering, isn't it? Not only just physical suffering. There can be mental suffering also. So mental suffering can be due to anxiety, can be due to worry, can be due to, by the death of a loved one, by the parting of a loved one. So these things, by sickness, through disease, for these reasons also there can be suffering. But again, the Buddha said these are true to a certain extent. This is actually suffering, but that is not the underlying reason for this samsaric existence, or the reason for this so-called entity called self to keep so-called entity, this vibration to keep going on from birth to birth, taking on a human existence or some other kind of existence. That kind of ignorance, that kind of suffering is not the core suffering. The suffering that the Buddha actually explained was how this wrong self view was coming about because of an ignorance that there is a world that is existing outside. And how does this notion that a world that is existing outside come about? Because of the senses and the perceptions that arise out of the senses. So whilst the Buddha explained about the mechanism of how these senses worked, understanding the senses, he said, through the truth is the only way to actually be able to seek redemption from beyond these senses, because the senses are actually contributory to creating the illusion of a so-called world, the reality that there is a world outside. And how is that? Because the vibration, as we called it, the speed of vibration is always happening in each of the sense faculties. And one has to understand that these sense faculties are by themselves not able to do anything. But because they are there, the vibration that is occurring in those sense faculties give rise to a manifestation of various sensations like light for the eyes, sound for the ears, taste for the tongue, smell for the nose, and bodily sensations like heat, cold, temperature, solidity, or the body faculty or sensor. So these are invariably perceptions that are derived due to the speed of vibration from the sense faculties. So the Buddha said that it is the sensor-driven perceptions that together form this so-called world. And if one takes that world to be real, then there is a sense of existence that actually comes about. So that itself is also a feel. And then from that, there is this feeling that the world exists. And when the feeling that the world exists becomes stronger and stronger, then there is a notion that there is an I, me, or a mine kind of personality, self, or ego, whatever you want to call it, that is actually observing and experiencing this world. So this duality, a so-called duality, gets created from the very first moment. Something that has been manifesting in the senses has then been combined by the mind sensor with a sound, or combined with something else. Mostly it's with a sound, and then taken to be true, and is taken to be true. And with that, the self-view is born. So if we look at it again from the beginning, the vibration that is occurring at speed in the eye faculty will give rise to a manifestation of light. And how does that happen? The vibration that is occurring in the eye actually telepathizes with another vibration of similar frequency outside. And it is that vibration, the telepathization only, that gives about, that manifests a sensation of light. If there was no vibration in the eye, for example, if the eye was deformed or injured, then the vibration would also happen not in the normal, regular pattern. It could be dead completely, the vibration, or the vibration could still occur, but almost in a kind of a distorted wave pattern. But in whatever way, as long as the vibration occurs, there would be a telepathization with other vibrations of similar frequency, and then there is a notion, only a notion or manifestation that there is light. So the same with the other body sensory organs. With the ear, it's the sound, so they get the feeling that sound exists. They get the feeling that touch exists, smell exists, and touch, taste, and smell exist, and then the feelings of heat, temperature, and so on. So this is how the mind gets created, because the 5 sensor-driven perceptions of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell on its own doesn't really work that much. The perception is there. The perception of light is there. The perception of sound is there. But it is only when it is combined together that a thought called mother, father, teacher, school, job, and so on starts getting created. And starts getting created. So in that process, one actually, the objects that are being made up day by day is actually a combination of those 5 sensory perceptions. Now, for example, so then the combination of those sensory perceptions. But then with each thought, each object being formed, this is happening typically at the stage of the Montessori time. If you go back further to the infant in the cot, there won't be this kind of experience, because the baby is still quite small. The baby has only sense of sensation, no recognition, no perceptions in that sense. But definitely there is a recognition of spices and so on, but not to that extent. No recognition at all at that point. So it is later on, perhaps in Montessori, that the serious learning begins, where there is a reinforcement of message after message by showing various objects. The teacher would show the alphabet, the apple, the dog, the cat, and so on. And through that, we'll be able to drill down to say that this is the portion that requires and this is the way this whole mind phenomena works. So the objects then become a world. A child who's learning these things would first talk about the alphabet, the apple, then there'll be other fruits, and then so this is the way. If it is difficult, and then that is the way it is. That is the way it is understood. And after that, first reinforcement of message is being put in. every time that child, not at the beginning, because the learning process and the reinforcement has to take some time for it to get embedded. But once it is embedded, those perceptions, because all that it is a perception of sound, perception of doorbell, perception of a school bag, and so on. For that to even occur, there has to be this combination has to happen with the mind consciousness. It is the mind consciousness that does this spin, the second cycle of spinning, which takes those 5 basic perceptions and combines it together to form what we call the thought. The mother sleeping, the mother cooking, or whatever it is, that is a thought. It is also a perception. And so another thing that we were talking about in the Dhamma discussion was this, how perceptions have become so real. So if we actually think about a particular example, then these types of realms would be quite would be able to be explained. So if I take, for example, the vase that is there in front of me at the moment on the coffee table, one should be able to, from that I can see it, and then what that means is, so it's a vase full of pink flowers. And so actually that is what meets the eye is only an image. Because we talked about the eye only having a sensation of light, isn't it? Later on, only the other teachings come in. So what happens here is, it's only an image that comes to the eye. It is, where is the recognition coming? Because how did we know that a vase was a vase? How did we know that the vase had flowers in it which is pink in color? So the baby in the cot had no idea. If the baby was here and this vase was shown, the baby has no idea as to what it is. And the baby might also actually, baby won't have any kind of feeling. The baby would not have any idea of it at all. But it is later on, during early childhood, where the child learns about the flowers, learns about the vase, learns about how the grandmother actually likes some flowers being picked up and put into a vase every day. So these are things that are then gradually understood. But when one actually applies the wisdom of seeing through past minds, then when this vase of flowers is being stared into, one would be able to recollect. And what, you don't have to do the recollection all the time, but if there is a problem, either there can be some kind of inquiry along the lines that have been suggested, so that there is some level of inquiry, and through that one can research into and understand the pre-mind, which is actually really helpful. So when this vase, so if the vase has become true, so if I said that all I saw was an image, so if what meets the eye is an image, and yet it is the mind that actually gives a name, isn't it, called the vase. So if we take another example, there is another image that comes to the eye, and it is the mind that calls it a chair. And even if we stick to the vase, if we say, so there is the color image that comes to the eye, it is the mind that says that those are the pink flowers in the vase. Now, Who said that the pink was pink, and who said the flowers were flowers? Did the baby in the cot know that flowers were flowers? Did the baby know that the vase was a vase? Isn't it? Or whether it what was pink? The baby in the cot again has no idea of pink. So if you think about it now, you'll be like, saying, what are you talking about? Obviously, I knew those so long ago, maybe in kindergarten, maybe before that. You might say, isn't it? Because you're so familiar with flowers, you don't have to stare into a vase full of flowers to be able to say those are flowers. Because you'll say, what is that like? When you were a 2-year-old or 3-year-old, you knew what flowers were. But can you actually see that you have taken that image that was just arising in the eye? The image that only caught the eye was just a shape, and was just a color, just some kind of light sensation, and yet you call it the pink color. Yet you have given a name to it called, these are roses. This is the shape of a rose. These are shapes of roses. And this is the shape of a vase. And flowers are put into vases. Flowers are not put into bottles. Nowadays bottles are used as decorative bottles, but I'm saying generally, flowers are put into vases. So that is also taken, isn't it? But if these things actually don't exist outside, these are all vibrations, as we discussed before. These are 5 sensory organs vibrating at speed, and that causes a telepathization, which manifests itself in the form of light and color, both from the eye, the sound, and the touch, taste, and smell. And so that is how the mind object gets created. And that is also how the perception occurs. So in order to be able to pierce the vase and understand the essence of it, one has to understand the 3 wisdoms in Buddhism. One is, as we said before, the ability and the wisdom to see through the past minds and not be carried away by it. So for every object that is in front of you, for every object that is being associated, which is a consideration that this is part of the existing world, that is where this Dhamma can be applied. Because wherever this is available, wherever and whenever this is accessible, the Dhamma has to be applied to every aspect of it, so that when there is that insight meditation, the practical application of the Dhamma that has been learned can be equally distributed, and meaning everyone can get the opportunity to be heard through these kind of discussions, which is very, very helpful where Aryan Mahansa, our noble spiritual teacher, is concerned, because on this path there are so many pitfalls, so many areas where one can actually go and stagnate. And to understand it, there has to be also a self-sustained effort to be able to have quiet time away from the mind, in order to be able to, in order for the clarity of mind is quite important in order to be able to see through and actually not take objects and people as a thing anymore. So the key issue with the roofing, which is key issue with the issue, is that this whole thing has to be understood. And then from the stage of the vase that we were talking about, so the image of the flowers actually comes about as an image. the image of the vase was just a shape, and it was the mind that called it a vase. It was the mind that gave that little slip of paper. It is the mind that gives us that the flowers have to be put into water before placing in the vase. In this particular case, the process are artificial, so obviously there's no water in it. And again, even that is a perception, isn't it? The fact that it is artificial. Now, who knew that flowers can be artificial and flowers can be natural? If one just uses the word flower now out of the blue, what will flash through your mind? It will flash through your mind of an actual flower, either something in the garden, something on top of your coffee table, something like a big pot that you're keeping in a corner of the lounge, something with regard to a park that you went by recently, and you saw various flowers, you saw various images. These are the things that actually come to mind, isn't it? But for that, what happens? Each of those aspects are considered to be real, isn't it? And how does that actually come about? Why does one actually get the sensation when looking at the computer, when looking at the chair, when looking at the table? If one actually gets the feeling that it is there, not also just the there will be a perception also that these things are there, that the vase is there, that flowers are there, that the flowers are artificial, and so on. In this sense, so you can see that every word that was used has been learned. So how does the learning happen? Because by the combination of those basic sensor perceptions, sensor faculties are brought together to form the mind object called the flowers, mind object called the vase, and so on. So when one actually thinks about the vase, the three realms that the Buddha spoke of, the sensual realm, the form and formless realms, are all transcended. So when that kind of decision is taken, it is not taken lightly for obvious reasons. And so and in terms of the vase, when one actually understands that every aspect of the vase, if we touch it, it's actually solid, isn't it? What is felt is just solidity. Now, it wasn't it the mind that actually called the vase when it touches the particular, when you touch the particular thing, there is only solidity. If you touch the flowers, there is actually just a kind of a soft, crepey type of feeling that is discerned to the eye. So, where did we actually encounter a vase? Was it in the color? No. Was it in the shape? No. Was it in the size or the solidity of the object? No. So in none of those places the mind actually worked. The mind actually worked. The mind actually worked in all these places in order to bring together, to combine in a particular shape or form, to form what we call the world. So that world that is collectively caused by various aspects, various objects being named, is actually the thought process, the mind object. But the. So the world that we call it is actually a collection of these so-called objects. And that is how so-called objects, and then we have to actually ask the mother to put the time rack off and to put that, and the vase is transcended only by understanding the Dhamma. The Dhamma here is understanding how through the mechanics of the mind, how this mind illusion works. The mind illusion works only because those sense perceptions are coming together to form another vibration. So we started off saying that it was a vibration that caused the various eye faculties to resonate and vibrate on its own. So that vibration of the eye faculty, when it is resonated, it creates or manifests a sensation of light, nothing else. But because it is happening at speed, there is a impression, or there is a feel that actually this is existing and this is alive and this is very much there. So this aspect that it is very much there is also part and parcel of the job, isn't it? That is the existing field. Moment the world becomes true, consisting of various objects, people, matter, and things. These objects and people, these are the things that then collectively form the world. So the expression of the I being born, it is the birth of the I, which is actually the I. So it is an important question and something to be contemplated on more and more as one can take examples from one's childhood of one's current life in the household. You don't have to go into a monastery to do this contemplation, because as our noble teacher says, it is always a fresh day, a fresh look, and it is important to be neat, it is important to be tidy, but as long as there is no self or self-view within. This self-view is the main culprit, that once you see the extension that happens from the five sensory organs, the fact that it combines through the mind consciousness to form another vibration called the vibration energy. And finally, the fourth point is that there is actually no such thing, and that that part has been that part has to be fully understood for the purpose of this interpretation of these financial results. For the purpose of understanding this object. So, if, for example, that you had a vase which was like very precious to you, because, for example, it has come down from 3 generations, you could say, and this was apart from there being other siblings, your mother had actually chosen you to care for this pot or pottery piece and to look after it, because it has a beautiful rendition of various forms and arts and things that can capture the senses, isn't it? It betrays the senses into believing that there is a world here. But what if the Buddhism, the pure truth is applied? And the pure truth is applied, even the baby in the cot, the infant, like example is Prince Rahula, who goes back to Jetanarame holding on to the finger of Vahansa, or finger of the person, or finger of whatever. And then that also becomes a perception. that also becomes a notion. If something is brought together and it is felt as real, if one doesn't have the Dhamma and understand that self-perception or the feeling that it is real actually comes about through the self-view. And for the self-view to be cleansed, for the self-view to be found and then therefore eradicated, one has to actually understand how these senses work, the sensor faculties work. But each of these sensor faculties, there is no issue. They continue to do per normal, and then if there's a possibility, the High Commission results, if there's a possibility, if there is the potential, the self-perception and the self-vibration are all there. And that is how the self-view gets formed. And every time the world becomes real, the self-view is also real, because it's almost like the side of the same coin, two sides of the same coin. If that existent field is there, whether it is in human beings, whether it is in any other animal, as we said at the beginning, that alive field comes from the speed of vibration. And for a human being, they would take it in a almost a different light, because the mind consciousness is so strong for human beings. But for other animals, it is not, and it might take something. It might take a piece of food, take a piece of some twigs, something like that in its mouth, and to observe some of these nests of these birds, one would realize that how the food is being brought and how there are little birds, how it is being fed to the little newly born birds. All these things can be viewed and can be seen as actually just a very calming environmental atmosphere. Fortunately, there have been no instances where anybody's come and so in that sense, that is the way that it has to be understood. And when that is understood, there comes a realization that the self-view that was always imposed was actually a non-entity. There was no thing called a self-view. If there was, for some reason it's not there anymore. What I meant was that the self-view is the misconception. And if the self-view is the misconception, that is the thing that has been carrying on or being the reason for this samsaric cycle to continue from birth, continue from this so-called birth and as an existence. And what this so-called birth and death is, nothing but the moving or the shifting from any kind of entity type shell like existence. And what is moving is actually not just a self. There is no self to move, but it's just the vibration that is telepathizing to another place and to another place and so on. Because after all, there has been only just this vibration. And that vibration, the important part to understand is, because it's a vibration, the vibration actually has a power. And it is that power that it keeps expanding and magnifying each time. The light sensation, the touch sensation, the smell and the sound and so on, which are also just, what shall we say, just a different way of expressing the vibration through different wave patterns. So once that part has been done, then one knows that that vibration and the energy behind that is therefore still continuing, because if it is one vibration has an underlying current, you can well understand that it is the speed of vibration that gave the feeling that one has actually, that there is a person here, then there is a world here, all these things will become real because of that vibration. If there is no vibration, or if there is vibration, there can be states of different planes of existence, where some planes can be quite rough and dreary, and there are some planes that are almost likened to the human existence. And then as and when these perceptions continue to not become strong but become lesser, more refined, there would be a less frequency, less kind of perception that would just be there, but would be deemed perhaps not, that would be deemed as if it is as if, I mean, the interpretation and the misconception is that it has been that there is a self. But the greatest part of the Dhamma teaching is that one understands through realization that there is no self here, that there was never a self here. And that why, but still, why do we actually get the sensation, get the feel of being alive? Right at the outset, we mentioned that every living being, every creature, whether it is the creatures in the jungle or just a pet in one of the houses in civil society, would still have that feeling. The dog would still bark incessantly at something through the fence, at the gate, and so on, because sometimes it doesn't like anyone else coming around along to its territory. So that is how that kind of animal would react. And then it would actually also consider that it is a threat to its safety. That is also possible. So in these different ways, every part of apparently this human body, even the cell system, the bodily sensation, every cell acts as a vibrational, as a point of vibration. So if one actually goes out in the sun and feels the heat, there is this automatic thinking that the heat is coming from the sun, isn't it? And also the light of the sun is also raising at the light of the sun is also shining. One gets the impression that the sun is outside, and that the light is outside, and that the light is permanent. But with the understanding of the Dhamma, one actually realizes that even the light perception is not true. How does the light perception come about? Because of the speed of vibration. That light perception is one thing, and the feeling that the light exists is another perception. And that feel, one has to also contemplate that actual feel that light exists, the feel that the vase exists, the feel that the flowers exist, is actually the self-vibration. And the self-perception lends itself to the self-vibration. And that the fact that it exists, and why and how does that feeling arise? Because sometimes you might think that, oh, I have understood the Dhamma, I have practiced it for so many years, and yet I'm stuck in the mind, or I can't feel it. So that lack of feeling, or that sensation that something is there, is we call it bhavasanya, the perception of existence. And from the perception of existence, the feel that it is there, comes or it is as a result of the sense or perception of existence. If one actually does not believe that if one actually believes that these things are there, the world exists, my house exists, the family exists, the children exist, job exists, all these reasons, and then from those, what is actually coming out as proof that it is actually taken as real, very much so. and not also taken as real. And that is how the suffering actually occurs, because if the object is taken as real, like we said, for the animals and the creatures, the desire to protect it, the desire to keep it, the desire to want it, the desire, if it is a negative thing, to get rid of it, all these things pop up, isn't it? So these are what we call desire, attachment, and clinging, aversion, and ill will. These are the reasons these are the reasons for the ashrava to continue to remain. So if one is actually wanting to really steadily and seriously tread towards the path to nirvana, whilst he says that any place would do, it certainly does in terms of posture, whether it is walking, whether it is working, meditating, or sleeping. There are various, any posture can be used for this purpose. And the importance is to be able to pierce this thought and be able to see the truth for what it is. And if that is seen, then the underlying field, the current that was there behind the current, is no longer prevalent. And if it is no longer prevalent, there is a release, there is a redemption from that, there is a transcendence from that thought, because it is only through thoughts and thoughts alone that something becomes a thing. If there is no such thing, and there is no such case, then the ability to get deceived is also not there. But the importance is to get the RM, the noble teacher's guidance in being able to quietly but progressively unravel how this mind mechanism works, how these sensors work, how did an I or a self view get created here in the first place? Because the people who taught this generation were also deceived. The people who taught the generation that taught Asa were also deceived. So right through in this world, that has been the pattern. And in that pattern, according to nature also, these floods and disasters and things can happen. It can either be due to some other reason that if the earthquake hasn't happened so far. For example, one can say, but if one understands how the whole thing happens, then there is a transcendence of the suffering. And when there is a transcendence of the suffering, the defilements are gradually starting to fade. The clinging that was there for worldly objects, the clinging that was there to keep things, to protect things, to not let harm come its way, the urge to protect, the aversion to have anything happening that is not ideal for the things that you loved. These are the things that are coming through as hindrances, coming through as delusion, clinging, attachment, and anger. And from those, there is an understanding of, through the insight meditation that is done in order to understand the mind mechanism, the ability to be able to transcend the self vibration gradually takes place. This is on the path, and the pitfalls that can be encountered on the path is many, and that is why it's important to have the noble teacher's guidance in order to be able to carefully navigate these loopholes on the path and be able to realize that non-vibration. So it is a beautiful Dhamma, and it is important that the practical aspects of the Dhamma are practiced equally as the Buddhist philosophy. But understanding the Buddhist philosophy is extremely, extremely valuable because, as we said at the outset, if one doesn't get the fundamental tenets of the philosophy right, if one doesn't set oneself up right to set oneself up right with the guidance of the noble teacher, one can go down a rabbit hole without actually knowing whether it is worthwhile or not. Because at the beginning, there needs to be an active contemplation of the truth of the self, the fact that there is no self here at all. What these senses do, how the senses create these so-called perceptions, which are really having nothing of substance, but how the mind crafts this into something which is almost tangible and is projected outside, and then how this world gets then created and believed to be real, and how the duality is formed, how through the duality this I and the self-existence has then come about through, and how is that vibration that started from the one vibration, how that started building up to an extent where it has gained so much momentum that as a spin-off, this I and the self has become this huge magnified kind of caricature, which was basically out of nothing. So it is something that is very hard to digest for some people. It can actually even come as a shock, come as a surprise. But if you actually analyze it, if you actually go through this, the Buddha has said that this is not a Dhamma that is discerned to the human eye. It is something that can be realized only through the Dhammachakkuse. When you say Dhammachakkuse, what it means is the wisdom, the eye of wisdom. It is only through insight meditation, penetrative insight and wisdom that one can actually, not one, there is no one here. So the whole thing is actually a system. So there is an understanding and the realization that that this is a no-self Dhamma. And that can also only be done through this by practicing the insight meditation. Just having the theory, just getting it through from the scriptures, reading the scriptures would not be enough. The practical application of it is important in order to be able to understand the finer points of the awakening. And once that awakening happens and the defilements are gradually fading on one side, then with the guidance of the noble teacher, there would be a gradual diminishing of the defilements, and the asavakya jnana, which is the wisdom of the understanding the diminishing of the defilements, occurs, and that would pave the way to the path to the final touching or final accessing of the non-self vibration or non-vibration. The vibration is where the mind is, because wherever there is the vibration, there is the power. And what happens here is the cessation of the power, because there is no power given to the belief that any thought is true, any perception is true, and any feel is true. Because the feel comes about only through the speed of vibration. And once even that is realized, that form and sensual form and formless realms, all three realms are transcended. And that is how the vibration then has no footing. The vibration has no leg to stand on, so to speak. The power has diminished to zero. And the diminishing of the power to zero, which is basically where one actually calls it the non-vibration, the state of non-vibration. So it's a beautiful Dhamma, and um, there are various aspects of it that has to be analyzed and well understood. So we invite you to actually take some time and try to understand the Dhamma if you're interested. There are also English books that are available on the website. You can go to Buddothpado-dhamma.com website and scroll through into the PDF English book section. You'll find about 15 books that you can scroll through and read at your leisure, where some of these principles are explained very simply through Aryan Mahansa's sermons that have been translated to English. So thank you, Dhamma friends. We'll stop the talk for today. And let me pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, Therwan Sanai Aryan Mahansa, and Therwan Sanai Dhamma friends.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Therwan Sanai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, our noble friend and teacher. Therwan Sanai Aryan Mahansa, your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Therwan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website.
You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light.
you reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day.
Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak.
You show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song.
May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride.
Buddothpado, Ariani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done.
May your holy work never be done.
Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani.
Thirvan Saranai. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyan Mitrayan Hanse, Buddothpado Aryan Hanse. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාදෝ ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. Today we are going to start 6 to 7 in Sri Lankan time, 6 to 7 Dhamma talk. Actually, we are going to talk about this Dhamma. Dhamma, that means what we listen, what we hear, the truth of this Dhamma, true Dhamma, which is preached by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. And also 2500 years ago, what Lord Buddha has preached to the entire mankind. So this is what Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse does. So giving this Dhamma after realizing, after experiencing this true Dhamma by his own, he is trying to give this true Dhamma to the whole mankind. So this is another uh, effort, what we do, what we have learned from Buddothpado, we are going to give it to the whole world in English language, because this is really, although we have separated this Buddhism as a religion, so it is not so actually. According to Buddothpado sermons, this is common. This is something common. Whatever the religion, whatever the position, whatever the state you are having, it doesn't matter. So this is really common to anybody who is interested in true Dhamma, who is in search of true Dhamma, who is looking for true Dhamma. So in Buddothpado sermons, you can find this true Dhamma, what Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is preaching, what he is giving to the whole world. So this is another effort actually. So as disciples of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, we try to give what we have learned from Buddothpado sermons as what Aryan Vahanse has preached. Nearly 12,000 sermons, Dhamma sermons, he has released to the whole world. In English, in Sinhala as well, in Tamil also, there are Zoom discussions and all going on. So this is really a rare opportunity for all these Buddothpado listeners, actually, not only Buddothpado listeners, to the whole mankind, to the whole entire humans. This is really an opportunity. If you are looking for this actual truth of this world, so you can find it from this Buddothpado sermons. Whether you are a beginner, it doesn't matter whether you are a beginner or whether you are you have listened to several sermons, so you are well aware of the knowledge with the books and all. So it is not a problem. So once you start listening to these sermons, you will be able to understand what this true Dhamma is. Because when we talk about Patachara, when we talk about Isagotami, so there are people like that. So they have understood this Dhamma. They have ceased their samsara because of this Dhamma, because they realize this Dhamma. They met Lord Buddha, the Buddha, they met, and because of that, they were able to they were able to uh, they were able to see the path of nirvana. So when we talk about Gatikara was a lay person. So he was anagami. He was an anagami person. Although he was a lay person, we can't disregard him. He had attained a very high spiritual level. So we can't judge anybody by their attire, by their what they are wearing. So the robe does not make someone a real bhikkhu. This is a misconception. Actually, this is really a misconception. We had this in our mind before listening to this Buddothpado sermons. But is that what really Lord Buddha preached? So it was covered with dust actually after 2500 years. It was there, but now right after that, after passing away of Lord Buddha, after several years, so it was covered with dust, because we try to we try to find this real Dhamma with the robes, but robes does not make someone a real bhikkhu. This is really a misconception. We have to match Dhamma with the discipline actually. So discipline within yourselves. That is the understanding of the non-existence of the thought. We have to understand. We must be able to observe the origin and also the cessation, consequences and liberation in the thought. That is what we have to have a good understanding about this thought. If someone is able to observe how objects are formed and how they disappear, that is the most important thing there. So this is also putting an end of this samsara chakra. Actually, all these characters are very good examples for us to understand what true Dhamma is. Although we disregarded these characters earlier, we have written so many answers regarding these characters to the questions given when we were schooling and all, even at Dhamma school, even different competitions. So we have learned about these people, Gatikara, and also Patachara, Kisagotami, and also there are some others you may have heard. So we have not understood really what the real meaning of these characters. So once you start listening to these Buddothpado sermons, we understand that this is what Aryan Maharshi said, and also the same thing what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago. So wrong view is everywhere. Even today, wrong view is everywhere. So this is a good example for us actually, because we always wanted to find this true Dhamma with the robes and all. So we never thought that lay person can be going this path, even being females. There was a misconception. Even today there is a misconception that you are not allowed. For us, actually, you are not allowed to go in this path. Also, we can go into the path, but we are not given the real recognition because we are females. Females are not given the real recognition in the path of this nirvana. So you can't, in this bhava, you can't achieve that. So that is what the misconcept, it was given to us. But once you listen to these Buddothpado servants, so really I was stuck to hear that Buddothpado Aryan Maharshi, he always says, Game inna ammat nivan dakkinawa. So it was the most significant sentence for being a female actually. So we had actually given up this nirvana because of being a female. So once we heard these sermons, we were shocked to hear that. And also when we realized that this is the path, this is what we have to do. We were amazed to listen to these sermons actually. So we were thinking about next bhava, next soul actually. So we did not think about these thought. So at last, we are really fortunate to listen these Buddothpado sermons given to the whole world by Buddothpado Aryan Maharshi. We must be very thankful to him with our whole heart, actually, for presenting this, what he has experienced by giving to the whole mankind equally. So equally he is giving this to the whole mankind. So the actual truth, because without knowing the reality, that is the reality. Actually, I explained that is what the reality gives throughout these Buddothpado sermons. So every moment thought becomes real for us because of we did not know this thought has creating our world. So that is what our thoughts so when we go to the beginning of, as we all know, the beginning of this our thoughts we can call this nama rupa, actually name and form. So this moment when we talk about Mohota, actually, what is this? Yes, the Mohota moment, it is covered by our thoughts. We always getting friendly with our thoughts. That is what associate our thoughts. We use thoughts in each and every aspect, actually, even everything, everything we do in our speech, thought. So we are using thoughts. When we talk about this aramuna, it is a stimulus that comes from one of our six senses. That aramuna is coming. This is some basic things I'm trying to explain you all. So these our six. When we talk about six senses, our six senses are sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and also mind consciousness. So when we accept a stimulus, when we are accepting a stimulus or a thought as a thing, that aramuna, when we talk, that is a thing, it is called a sita. That is what the same thing, sita, even a thought, aramuna, all these things are the same. Sita means a thought, aramuna, all these things are the same in different words. We call them, but all together, when we put everything together, we can say everything as a thought. At every moment, a thought comes to our mind. As you all know, so this is, as I told you earlier, this is with regard to a thought. So at every moment, the thought comes to our mind. So it comes to our mind as soon as it disappears. Immediately it disappears. So this is what we have to understand. So when we look at, if you are inside your house, so when you look at outside your house, you see that outside, that is environment, you see that trees and all. So once you look inside your house, you see this windows, doors, everything. So what you see outside may be a tree. When you see a tree, it is changing when you see inside to a window, maybe a door. So it is changing. That is what the thought you have when you see a tree will change when you see a window. Inside, when you see something outside, inside, I mean, so it will change. The thought that you have when you see, just imagine a flower, it is changing when you look at the wall. So different thoughts are arising to your mind. When you turn your head around to look behind you, that is also a thought. It would arise and disappear before the next thought arises. Then that thought, I mean, the sitter disappears immediately and another thought arises immediately. So, what you have to think of this is you have to understand this. So, sometimes you may think what you see outside, if it is a flower, so when you see inside, when you see that brick wall, so these things are two different things. Again, when you see that flower, this is another sita, chitte, another one, another aramuna, or another sita. So it is arising and disappearing. That is what? Arising and disappearing. So you have mistakenly thought that the same thing is outside when you see the next time. So no, this is not the truth. So it is changing. It is disappearing before the next thought arises. When that thought disappears, immediately another thought arises. So can you understand this? So this is what you have to have as knowledge. You have to have this from the very beginning. So if you are able to, if you can just see one thought properly, it is good to see all the thoughts that arises. That is what thoughts that arises. You are not be able to see one thought properly. At every moment, a thought arises in your mind. A thought, if I say sita, yes, it is what, right? So sita arises in your mind. So even if we think of something that happens in the past, we think about it only at this present moment. If we talk about the future, we think about it only in this present moment. Therefore, we should understand that there is always one thought at this moment, that is all. So, whatever the thing that you think, so it is changing. Even a thought, even in the past, just imagine present moment. If we think about only at this present moment, so if we think about it in future, we think about it only in this present moment. Therefore, we should understand that there is always only one thought at this moment. Only one thought at this moment. That is that, what do you mean, being awake, මොහොතට අවදිය, something like that. So you have to have a good understanding about this. So this is always changing. So only this moment, because the past has already gone. So we can't catch it up. It is already gone. And the future has not yet come. This is something that you all can understand. So, but when you receive a thought in the past, it is a thought at the present moment, isn't it? Yes, there is nothing except the thought at this present moment. Can you understand what I explained? So now you can understand that except for a thought at this present moment, there is no other thought. Nothing else exists. What we are trying to see is to see the one thought that arises in this moment. So even a thought does not exist, and that is also a lie. When we talk about thought, it is also does not exist actually. It is also a lie. Now just for an example, let's see what the thought is. Let us say that a wall in front of, now there is a wall in front of me also. So in front of the wall, the sita, the thought is of the wall. The stimulus is the wall. So, scene consciousness is actually a thought of this wall. If the scene is only a thought, then does this wall exist outside? So it is a concept, a scene consciousness. It is actually a thought. Now just imagine a book, a thought of a book. If the scene is only a thought, then does a book exist outside? The shape and the name of a book, it was introduced us or taught us when we were very small. Can you all remember when we went to Montessori? This is very common, a very common example, because in Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse always gives us that the baby in the cot, and also the baby when the baby goes to the Montessori. From the very beginning, the baby in the cot, he or she does not have the word. That white sheet, pure white sheet is pure. It's a very pure sheet is there. That Prabhashwara Sita, it is there. So once that baby comes to this Montessori, the Montessori teacher is teaching. Oh, for us also, the teacher has taught us about colors, and by mother, father, everything. So all the words are given to us to create that world, mundane world. So there we starts the self I-ness, I, my, mine. So there we starts by looking at the shapes and all. The names are given, colors are given, father, mother, sister, brother. So bus, aeroplane, sun, moon. So the world is created to the child. The pure white sheet is getting polluted from there onwards. So this is a very common example. Buddothpado, in Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado, it is very unique actually to these Buddothpado sermons. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has given these unique examples to the whole mankind to understand this Dhamma very easily. So we are comparing the things like this. So people can, the followers or disciples can understand this Dhamma very easily in a very simple matter, very simple way. So when we learn that when this shape appears in front of us, we make this particular sound and we call it a book. We called it a bag. We called it a bus. So likewise, you may have listened to these sermons, a lot of sermons. If not, please understand this. So now this is, we have created the world. It is a lie actually. The thought does not have a shape or a sound, and we believe that it exists outside. Therefore, the aramuna or the stimulus of a book that you receive now is actually a thought. It is a thought that we have created in our mind. The book does not exist outside, does it? So what we create in our thought, we believe that it exists outside. That is exactly our illusion. It is a lie. is there for us to see a book outside, that it exists outside. So what that comes from outside is a signal. It is a thought. This signal, this thought is what we assume as a book. When we see the shape, we recognize it as a book. The shape is also only a thought. It is only a thought, a stimulus, a spark formed at the sight senses, makes us believe that there is a shape, a thing outside. The forming of a spark is known as actually something like we can say it is a ruppanaya. So what Lord Buddha said is that sparks creates an illusory image. So what we think outside, so what we believe outside, we accept something, believing it and accepting what we see outside is there. So when we talk about ajjatta, ajjatta means what we think from here, from outside, from this side. We believe that something thing from here or inside exists outside. So there we have created an inside and outside. That means that duality. You may know duality. So we have created two ends there, the duality. But truly these two sides doesn't exist actually. The fact that we believe that there is a book outside is a lie. And there is nothing as a thought of a book either. That is a lie as well. The concept of a book was formed due to a color and a sound. When you were small, you were shown a shape and you were taught a sound by which to call this shape. The shape and sound together was called a book, as I told you earlier. So this is what a book. These two colors and sounds together is called a thought. If we hear a sound, we remember the shape. And if we see the shape, we remember the sound. It is called a thought. If we hear a sound, we remember the shape. This is what is happening while the telephone conversation is going on. When somebody says mother, so when you hear that sound, you remember the shape of your mother. If you see the shape, we remember the sound. That is called thought. These thoughts turn very fast in a circle, giving us an illusion that thoughts are real and true. They are only thoughts. So, as you all know, when we think about these thoughts, we have given value to these thoughts. These thoughts rotate so fast, creating an illusion. What we see as the outside is actually all the information that we are taught from the time we were small. All this information that keeps rotating. So we also say that if we show something that is outside, what they both see is what they have inside. in their own mind, not what is outside. And also, when we think about dreams, even in our dreams, we see our own the world of the thoughts. Even Buddothpado Dhamma sermons, even Lord Buddha has said that our thoughts create our mind. So we see only thoughts. A sound and color come together and creates a spark which makes us believe that what is outside is true. This mind consciousness makes it a thing and accepts it as something. For example, a book, a table likes. This continuous firing of sparks and dying of sparks, which happens continuously, renew thoughts in our mind consciousness. When we see dreams, it means that our thoughts are being renewed at all time. So we have to understand the basic things. Actually, we have to understand these six senses. As I told you earlier, these six senses, we feel and believe that we are living. We think that all what we see around us exists. This alive feeling gives us the illusion of a self. So because of that, we think that we exist and we feel. So I am here. This is my house. This is my property. So likewise it comes because you exist. Because of that, we believe that the chair, the table, the fan, the books, everything exists. True. That has become true to you, isn't it so? That is the feeling of self, illusion. Whatever our thoughts, whatever we think exists, that does not exist. We live in a world of thoughts. We are living in a world of thoughts. This is what Buddothpado Aran Hanse has pointing out for everybody. So you are living in a world of thoughts. So this is just like a story we are watching in a television, or we are watching a film, a drama or something like that. So even this thing, Buddothpado in Buddothpado sermons, watching a film, it is another good example which Aryan Hanse has taken it out. So you are watching a film which is not real. So while watching your raga, dvesha, moha, all these refinements are there because that film has become real to you. You don't want to come out of this film. So this is what is happening in the real world. You like the film. When it is raining, you feel that rain. When somebody meets with an accident, so you feel it. You feel sorry about that. When something happens, something happens interestingly, so you feel happy about it. So when an accident occurs, you feel sorry about it, uh, and a lot of emotions arise. It is only in your mind. So nothing else comes to these six senses except for the color to the seeing, sound to the hearing, a smell to the smell sense, a taste to the taste sense, cold and warm to the touch sense, and thoughts to the mind consciousness. What we feel is the coming together of these senses perceptions. So, do you think that you really exist? So, these Buddothpado sermons, you will be able to, when you listen to these Buddothpado sermons, you will be really able to listen to the truth. The world has become true. So, is this thought a true thing? So, this is not so. So, what you have to understand is there is no I, my, mind concept here. All these things are done by these six sensory, all these things are done with these sensors, these faculties, sensory faculties. What you have to understand is this, because of these sensory faculties, you have created this I, my, mind concept. So you have to feel that non-existing feeling. You have to feel it. So because of that, you think you are living. So you don't feel that because you see what you see, you think I can see. What you hear, you think that I can hear. Is this the thing that Buddothpado sermons explains? No, not that. This is something that non-existing feeling, a thing of non-existing thing. So what you have to understand is there is no one, no doer here. That is what you have to understand. There is no doer here. So if you can understand this, you have to understand what I explained from the very beginning. So the philosophy of Lord Buddha, what Lord Buddha has said, that Satya Jnana, from that onwards, you can experience this. This is something you can experience. This is some kind of a mechanism. Thoughts are not real. It is just a spark or vibration. This vibration always gives us this wrong idea of self-identity. You have to understand this. This is a natural phenomena and no ownership for this series of sparks. There is no ownership. Although we have given that ownership, doer is there, so there is no ownership to these vibrations. This is a natural phenomenon. Actually, it is not that easy to understand this, although we explain or somebody explain or R.N. Mahanse or explains this several times. It is not that easy to understand this because you have to look in deep. If not, it is not that easy. You have to have courage, and also you should get the message from the Kalyan Mityan. One of your you have to get this message from somebody that is from Kalyan Mityan. So having getting the message is the most important thing for you. So once you get the message, you will try to exploit. If you really feel it, you will try to exploit. If not, you will ignore it. If you uh, if you really if you really if you really want to eradicate this suffering, you will find this truth to stop or eradicate, to stop this samsara chakra you have to understand this real truth. If not, you will continue this samsara at a stretch. Because if you get this message, you will understand. Because Buddothpado sermons, in Buddothpado sermons, Kalyana Micharan Vahanse has clearly explained us the creation of our mind, which we never thought of. We were thinking about something else. But the creation of our mind and awaken to this moment, how to awake to the moment. This is a fundamental thing in this true Dhamma. So, our Kalyana Mitrayan Mahase is explaining this true Dhamma very nicely with all these explanations from the very beginning, from taken from the philosophy of Lord Buddha. Thoughts are not real and minds are also not real. It is a complete illusion. This illusion leads us to the cycle of birth. So if you can realize this creation of mind, it will help to eradicate the illusion of thoughts. So gradually what happens is the value that you have given to the thought will disappear. It will become zero. So it takes time. It takes time. It will not happen within one day. This understanding of this Dhamma is not that easy, because it depends on understanding and also the efforts that you take. You are trying to get this truth. That effort you must have. So there is no existing world. All are an illusion. So most important thing is that practical part which we have in this Buddothpado sermons. So practical path in the sense there are so many avenues if you are interested in this Buddothpado sermons throughout the day. You can find this practical path to Zoom discussions. So whatever, if you are a regular listener, whatever the problem you have, you can talk through these Zoom discussions. And also there are books written in English as well as in Sinhala. And also there are magazines and all as well. So and also straight away you can discuss with Buddothpado Aryan Mahase whatever the problem you have. You will be able to talk with him straight away and to get the solution to your question. No doubt you will find the solution to your question. If you are stuck in somewhere, even with meditation, maybe you are stuck with, even maybe with the knowledge, maybe you are stuck. So there is a solution in each and every question you are having. There is a question. There is an answer for each of your questions. Kalyana Mitran Vahanse will give you the right solution to your question, no doubt. So what you have to have is you have to have that understanding and also effort to see the truth. If you see the truth, you will eradicate all your sufferings, no doubt. So this is one of another effort given to us by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, this Buddothpado PeoTV English channel. So anybody who likes to listen to this Dhamma, pure Dhamma of Buddothpado, they will be able to get it and they will be able to eradicate their sufferings and and also to go in this path of nirvana. So this is really unshakable. So nobody can shake the tree of this Buddothpado actually, because it has grown very well now. So what you have to do is come under this tree, listen to this, and have that great effort and try to find the pure truth and eradicate your suffering forever. So this is what we have to tell you all. So as the time is up, I would like to wind up this Dhamma talk as usual like this. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment, and may all beings be free from suffering. May all beings be free from suffering. So, Aryan Hansa, I would like to pay my utmost respect to you. කල්‍යාණ මිත්‍රයන් වහන්සේ පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාදෝ ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි තෙරුවන් සරණයි තෙරුවන් සරණයි all Dhamma friends. Thank you.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Teruvan Sarnai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Teruvan Sarnai Aryan Mahanse, your noble guidance has illuminated our path to nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Teruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 144. This is the last portion of the discussion. Participant, during this era, the insight wisdom has been blooming. Even the Mahatheros now understand the true nature of the Buddothpado discourses. Just as Buddothpado understood what true Dhamma refers to, more people are beginning to grasp the essence of the Buddha Dhamma. Now, answer this question. When we say Buddha, are we referring to a person? The answer lies not in an individual, but in a condition or state. Free from the notion of a self, a situation in which nothing inherently exists, an unshaken mind, peace and tranquility. R.N. Mahan say, this is the answer to the question. It refers to a tranquility. It refers to tranquility itself. There is no burden to carry because all burdens arise from thoughts. With thoughtlessness, there is no burden, no burning fires. It is simple and beautiful. No one can take this mind quality away from you. The Dhamma or the Buddha Dhamma is immensely beautiful and magnificent. Do not cling to words and suffer. Do not let the what it does destroy this precious Dhamma. When we put out the burning fires created by defilements, it is extraordinarily beautiful. And with that, we come to the end of that discussion we've been having even yesterday too. So this era where the true Dhamma has awakened finally after 2500 years, all this time we were talking about concentration meditation in whatever the form they explain, to whatever the meditation centers we went to. Everybody was trying to say this meditation works, this is the true Dhamma. But now, just like how Buddha said, there will be a time when there will be more imitation gold than the gold itself, and it will be very difficult to detect the real gold. So just like that, we kind of passed that period where everybody was claiming to expound the true Dhamma, but nobody really was expounding the true Dhamma. How do we know? Because we followed these paths for years and years. Most of the Buddothpado listeners, they have gone to all these places and experienced these so-called supposedly true Dhamma, and seeing first-handedly that they did not find that true Dhamma. Just like how Buddha told Kalamas, if a certain Dhamma, after practicing it for some time, leads to diminishment of defilements, that Dhamma should be identified as a true Dhamma. So we followed the same path, and after practicing those supposedly true Dhammas, we did not find that tranquility. So we moved from one place to another, wandering and looking for this true Dhamma in our journeys. So finally, we found this Dhamma under the shade of Buddothpado discourses. It was the same way, just like in Buddha's days, how Buddha told Buddothpado that even at the state of neither perception nor non-perception, the sense of self was in a very subtle way present. Buddothpado understood that he was in the wrong path. Same way, lots and lots of people today are beginning to grasp the essence of Buddha's Dhamma, this beautiful Dhamma. They are beginning to grasp the essence of what true Dhamma is. The clues were hidden in our plain sight. We were not insightful enough to read the clues and reject those non-true Dhammas. But today, under the guidance of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, we are able to see that. Now the question is, when we say Buddha, are we referring to a person? It is not a person, it's a state that is free from notion of a self. Anyone who sees this Dhamma, who sees how this mind is created moment to moment, slowly the sense of self is diminished by seeing how this self is created. Just like how when we see how the magic tricks are performed, how the astonishment of the magic fades away. Similarly, when we see how the mind is created in this moment, or the so-called self is created in this moment, the so-called self slowly diminishes. So, and it leads to a transformed state where neither a person nor a being could be found. Even to the so-called self whom supposedly started the journey. So in that state, we cannot say something exists. Nothing inherently exists. In reality, nothing inherently exists. But a wise person would see that and realize this for himself, where there won't be a self anymore. And that's a non-vibrational state. There's no vibration anymore. That's just pure peace and tranquility. And what's left is tranquility itself. There's no burden, there's no internal firing, there's no unnecessary thoughts. There are thoughts, but no unnecessary thoughts. Thoughts will just be utilized as just a tool. No burning fires. It's just a beautiful state, simply beautiful. And no one can take this quality away from you. And this is the Dhamma, and it is Buddha too, like the state of Buddhahood. And there's nothing to cling to anymore. So our responsibility is to not let the portilers destroy this precious Dhamma, and to see this Dhamma first-handedly within ourselves by putting out these fires created by the defilements, by seeing the truth in the moment. So, that's the end of that first discussion. I see Shani has joined. Shani, if you want, you can continue with page 146. Are you comfortable?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. Teruvan Saranai Hashimis.
Yes, there was something going on.
Our night Zoom discussion on Sunday, 22nd, 10th, 2023. Participant, when you say to get away from the sensual world, when at times I get angry about certain matters, I would like to know how to stop these angry feelings. Aryan Mahanse, do you listen to the Buddothpado discourses? Participant, yes, for about 2 months. Aryan Mahanse, first you have to follow the right view. You must know and have a knowledge of Buddha's doctrine. You also need to have an understanding of the sensual world created by materiality and formless worlds. You need to follow the sequential pattern and observe the true knowledge, practical knowledge, and experiential knowledge. You need to see the ultimate truth within this moment in one thought. This is not a religion. You need to recognize how the senses work. You need to observe Salayatana Loko Loko, the things created by the six-fold sense base. All these are creations due to vibrational energies. It does not exist anywhere. There are only creations in other world illusions. You also need to realize how sounds, colors, taste, touch, smell, and sensations combine and how it instantly changes into Dhamma sparks or mental formations. With the continuation of these sensual sparks, they turn into objects such as table, chairs, etc. in the mind. Through this reconstruction or reoccurrence, these become objects and real in the consciousness, and you must be able to see this process. Hashimis, do you want to explain?
Yeah, thank you, Shani. So that is the next discussion, night Zoom discussion on Sunday, October 22nd, 2023. And yeah, so this participant says that when Aryan says that we need to get away from the sensual world, that it makes him angry. And how is he supposed to stop these feelings of anger is what his question is. And Aryan asks if he listened to the Buddothpado discourses, and he has been listening for about 2 months. So this is Aryan answer. So anybody who listens to these Buddothpado discourses, that is the first thing that you have to do. You have to listen. So that is the preliminary approach to this Dhamma, and we call it in Pali we call it Satyajnana, or in English we call it wisdom of truth. And you must get to the right view by first understanding it intellectually, and then by practicing it, by seeing this Dhamma in action within your own mind. When your own thoughts are created in the moment, you can see what is this mechanism that is being talked about in the wisdom of truth section. You can see that mechanism at work. So this is Buddha's doctrine. And so we need to understand the sensual world, that is the material world that we call it. And form. So there are three worlds that we talk about in this doctrine: sensual world, form world, and the formless world. Kamaloka, Rupaloka, and Arupaloka in Pali we call it. So these are created in kind of a sequential pattern, and we can kind of observe it in using wisdom of truth, and then wisdom of duty, and wisdom of completion. Satyajnana, Krutyajnana, Krutajnana. Meaning, wisdom of truth is, like I mentioned before, listening to this Dhamma and understanding it intellectually. Like it makes sense based on what you already know about the world, based on the logic that we usually use to make sense of the world. This is given to you. This is the message of the noble friend, and it makes sense. It makes sense that how this mind could be an illusion. It makes sense that how there's no continuously existing mind, but only the thought in this moment. If we think about something in the past, it is a thought in this moment. If you think about how your mother took you to school when you were a kid, if you have some sad thought about that, or angry thought about that, or loving thought about that, you will be thinking about it right by just sitting in this very same chair. You don't even have to leave that same chair. Meaning, it's in this moment you will be thinking about the past. There's no way that we have ever visited our past except for thinking about it. in the present moment using a thought. Similarly, if we are planning something for tomorrow, if we are planning something long term, all that is happening in this moment, you while us using thoughts as a tool. So we have never really visited the past or visited the future. Everything is happening in this moment. But if we, so this is the wisdom of truth section. If I tell it in, so these things make sense when the noble friend delivers the message. It makes sense, right? There's, I mean, nothing. There's no rocket science about it. I mean, it's not easy to practically see it, but it makes sense if you have enough spiritual receptivity to see this. If it's not easy to see this, but it's not difficult either. A 7-year-old can even understand this. And here, what they call it as practical knowledge or wisdom of duty, Krutyajnana, is when that same knowledge, that intellectual knowledge we acquired through the message of the noble friend, now, okay, we already had listened to it, but as we go through our day-to-day activities, this kind of come back to us, and we see this in action. We kind of inquire and investigate within us to see if that is the truth. If that is the truth, is that how really our minds behave? So, for an example, there's a dog barking. You don't even see a dog, and the barking is suddenly heard, and you just pay attention to that, and you really inquire into that. Is there a dog in that sound? I mean, somebody could have recorded in a radio and played it to you. There's no dog in that one. It's just a sound. Sound is a bunch of vibrations. We know our the range in which the humans can hear is 20 to 20,000 hertz. So similarly, this kind of exploration, inquiry, investigation is required so that that knowledge that we have gained intellectually becomes our own experience. And as we continue to do that, okay, let's say someone says something hurtful, and you feel the hurt, and that heaviness is there, and all of a sudden it occurs to you, this Dhamma that you had listened. Okay, the idea we have is somebody yelled at me, somebody said something hurtful, but if we really kind of go deeper into what really happened, through the ear, what was received was just a bunch of vibrations, a sound which was made sense using the mind. The labels gave the meaning, and that meaning, let's say someone called you a loser. Loser is just a word. In some other language, it could mean something else. And it could be like, that word could be in the middle of a song, in the middle of a dialogue, in a drama. It wouldn't have hurt. But here, the meaning that's been attributed to that, the way in which this system thinks when it's heard, that is the one that brings the pain. If you heard it on the TV, it wouldn't bring you pain. But the way in which the system is wired to think, or this person said, called me a loser. He shouldn't have, or she shouldn't have said that. How dare he or she call me that? It's very hurtful. How much have I done for this person? This is kind of the thought process after just listening to a sound, because this is how this system works. So if you see in that moment, now what you heard was just a sound, but in that moment, this Dharma came to you. Dharma appeared in the moment. The truth appeared in the moment. It's just a sound. That is the meditation. That is the penetrative contemplation. And if you really use those thoughts to see that truth, you will see that in that moment, yes, it is just a sound. There's nothing more to it. The rest of it is the works of the mind. And that is an insight that doesn't belong to the thoughts that you used to kind of contemplate about. So with time, if you have enough of contemplation like that, whether anybody else at you, just calmly complain and accuse you or whatever the situation may be, nobody's words are going to hurt you, because now within you this spiritual maturity is growing, because now you know whatever anybody says, it's just a sound. Whatever the thoughts that arise due to that, make it a base. That's the creation of the mind, which is the mind is created in this moment. Mind is created due to images, sound, smells, tastes, and touch coming together in the moment. And if you look at the sight, the eye sees only the visual range of light. That is a bunch of frequencies. Ears detect the audible range of vibrations, 20 to 20,000 hertz. Similarly, nose detects smellable frequencies. Tongue detects the things that there's a flavor, that flavor ranges, that's another different range of vibrations. So different vibrations, different ranges of visuals. Whatever you can see is seen, whatever you can hear is heard, whatever you can smell is smelled. Likewise, it extends to all five sense faculties, and when all of them come together, the mind is created. So this mind gets entangled. These inputs from the sense bases get entangled, and even thoughts get entangled. The habit is that we form thoughts before. The system has formed thoughts before. If someone else to think in a certain way, how dare, based on what, how you have seen, heard people discussing about these things. Sometimes for the first time in life, when you hear someone yelling at someone, you would see, let's say the first time in your life as a kid, you heard your father yelling at your mother. And after father left, your mother would be, this person is always like that, he's yelling at me, and she was crying. And so this is kind of, now our systems are conditioned to think about somebody's yelling like this now, because they get entangled, these sounds get entangled with our thoughts. And now when somebody else yells at us, we kind of follow the same thought pattern. We have never questioned why that thought pattern is followed. Why does this system think that like that? That this is how some people introduce us to language. People introduce us to to the different ways to talk, different ways to think, different ways to walk. When we are 13, 14, we look at how popular girls and boys in the school walk and style their hair and all that. So that is taken upon by the system. So we kind of mimic that. We follow these things. So today, now when we go to the bank and go to the counter to give our deposit to the teller or whatever, we even stand in that same way we acquired when we were 13, 14. We followed, we mimicked the same way. So this so-called self, the extent of self is everywhere. Like it's kind of like how you would spread butter on a slice of bread. It spreads everywhere. Wherever it touches, it spreads. So we see this Dhamma in action. And what will happen is you go through enough being yelled at by different people, the Dhamma comes to you, the truth appears in the moment, and the truth is seen about these words uttered. And with time, anyone can yell at you. Nothing will, no reaction will come. It's like, it's irrelevant. It's like just some drama on a TV, how it doesn't affect your feelings. Same way, even these yellings won't affect you. So that is the wisdom of duty, wisdom of truth, wisdom of duty, and wisdom of completion. Wisdom of completion is krutajnana, is when that reaction doesn't now arise within, the so-called within. We are just only using the language to explain that. When we say within, it sounds like, okay, oh, then the within exists. No, we can't be telling it all the time, so we kind of easily say it. But please be mindful, it's the world or the self or the within or the external world or whatever we say, they do not exist. We are just using words as a tool to explain it. So, and that this is the path, and this is not a religion. This is the absolute truth. There's no other way in which this world comes alive. When it'll become self-evident to you as you see this within you. And you recognize how these senses work. And Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko. The world that appears as a world is the doing of the inputs of the sensory sense faculties. This phenomena created by the sixfold sense bases. And like I said, they're all vibrational energies, different manifestations of vibrations. This so-called world, we think we were born into a world that was like being operated before us. No, when you were born, you didn't even know how to recognize your mother. It all came when you were introduced, when this so-called you were introduced to the language. Even the label of mother, the idea of the mother is a concept that's given by the society, by the convention. So this, as the baby starts speaking at the age of 1 or 1.5, mother, the so-called mother herself pointed at herself and called her the mother. So the image of the mother, so-called image of the mother, and the sound the mother, so the mother would keep repeating this so many times until this become registered in the child's mind, and eventually the child will start uttering the word mother, recognizing the mother. So what we realize is all these creations, the mother, father, the loved one, the husbands, wives, all these things, the kids, they come alive moment by moment. They're created in the moment. There's no pre-existing mother or pre-existing world into which we were born to. And that is how this illusion is realized. And for that, you have to see how these sounds, colors, taste, touch, smell, all these things get combined to instantly create these sparks, these mental formations. So that is part of the practice, part of the penetrative contemplation that you have to vigilantly do. Otherwise, this truth just doesn't, it just by its own self, it doesn't get transformed into the Dhamma. Otherwise, it's just going to be some intellectual knowledge, just like how you would memorize a multiplication table and do some sums, multiplication, division. It doesn't. There's no internal knowing. There's no direct knowing in that. So something like that would happen if you don't do this penetrative contemplation enough. So that is that first page. I think we have some time. Can you read the second page, Shani?
How all these occur in one thought must be experienced. Khandanam Patilabha, Ayatanam Patilabha, all these in combination construct a thought in the mind conscious. The doctrine of the dependent origination explains the entire process in how this works together, how thoughts occurred in the past, present, and how they occur in the future. The understanding that there is no thing in the existence must be seen and experienced. This situation refers to asavakya jnana, or the wisdom of seeing defilements as they are. You also must compare and analyze the knowledge with the three baskets of Dhamma. How things created by vibrational energy and turned into feelings or sensations and perceptions. These must be observed. When objects such as a bowl, apple, or any other object get a value, it is the sensual world or karma guna. The form is the materiality or world with form. The feeling you get is the formlessness. This aspect must be clearly understood. When these are not regarded as objects, that is the wisdom. There is no value in sound or color. When these are combined, a thing or object gets created. These are mental formations occurred by vibrational activity. We see the Dhamma in one thought. The light occurs through the rapid movement of vibrations, and the feeling accompanied with it is the mind conscious. When value is given it, it is only a thought. A wall, me, mine, all these are only thoughts. When the Dhamma is realized correctly, the burning fire within, created by this process, become neutral. The value given to objects becomes worthless. The defilements such as craving, aversion, ignorance disappear. This is when it is realized that there is no thing existing in this world. The things that are created by the combination of the sounds, color, taste, smell, and sensations are impermanent. Then, in these, how can someone find an existing soul? When the truth is found in one thought, eventually the idea that there are only thoughts becomes permanent in the mind. When this situation occurs, you cannot even find your own self. The ignorance disappears with the understanding of the doctrine of the dependent origination and the true nature of the thought. The thought itself represents the delusion or ignorance. Then, not having thought represents the nibbana, putting an end to ignorance.
Yeah, thank you. So this is about observing all this in one thought, how all this occurs in one thought. So that's why Buddha said skandhanam patilabo ayatanam patilabo. And meaning this due to the speed of the vibrations, these sense faculties are born, and thus the world is born. And that is the same thing as the doctrine of dependent origination. That explains this entire process, how they come alive, how these thoughts come alive, how this internal burning, the mental charge, all that comes alive. And it gives us an insight as to this past, how this past arise in this present moment, and this continuation of, or feeling like that there's a continuation of a future. All that is kind of understood by understanding the dependent origination. So through all that, whatever the way in which this is explained, dependent origination, or the works of the sense basis, or the eightfold noble path, or Four Noble Truths. So there are many ways to say it. However, the way this is explained, however, whichever the angle is used, it's talking about the same thing. It's talking about how a thought is created in this moment, and how, due to ignorance, this thought is assumed to be an external world, and in that moment, the so-called self comes alive. In this, if so, this thought is nothing but a manifestation of vibration. If there's a vibration, there should be an underlying power. That underlying power um, gives rise to the sense of the existent feel that exists. Something is out there, that we feel like something is out there, however much someone would say that there's no such thing, it's all a lie, it's an illusion. You can't agree, because for you it feels like there's something out there. That existent feel is created due to this vibration. Something, it's like there's this movement, there's this continuous movement, and there's like a lively nature to all these things that we project through the mind. And in that same vibration, in that same occurrence, due to the speed, the sense of self is also created with, and the mind, and also the mind is created. The mind starts labeling, therefore this duality is born. But in that vibration, there's no such duality. So, and this, like in the form of intellectual knowledge we understand, but to really see it within us, you have to kind of see it. But this is something that cannot be grasped with the mind, just like how an architect would draw like a side view of a house, rear view of a house, and a top view of a house, and person who's doing the construction will have the real image, the three-dimensional image of the house in his mind based on these different views that's been given. Just like that, something similar to that happens as we listen to this Dhamma intellectually. This direct seeing, that is our own direct in experience. That is why Buddha said there are no ready-made drafts. You have to create your own raft. So that is that seeing this Dhamma, doing this penetrative contemplation, so that it turns into penetrative insight. That insight is the jnana, whatever you want to call. That insight is the one eventually transform all that into Dhamma. So, and this path falls along Asavakya Jnana. So that insight, one of the insights is we talk
Actually, I
about
think it's Teron Saranai.
Teravana.
Actually, discussion I think is going to be going. What's happened here?
So there's only Dr.
Not
Sakuntala.
practically, not feel.
Yeah.
Only this syllabus, what's doing?
Okay, yeah, so we can start. I was just explaining the second page, yeah.
I think it's others' ideas you want asking. Now, one paragraph is okay, no matter. But not type that it's a discussion because it's not a fail.
Yeah,
I think it's not good. What's that paragraph is going? What's the content?
This is
only the book reading is not good.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's going boring. Because
no, this is the disc. I'm not reading the book.
I don't think about others. Is feel is that one. What you say is not sharing. It's not discussion. It's not good. This because what you say is how is that hearing someone is that problem is there. It says theory is only the theory. You explain that, but feel is good. Dhamma is not the syllabus. Dhamma is not the book reading. Dhamma is not any other. Dhamma is our life, our story. It's like a story. Our life is story. It's our story. What you say, it won't be our story. It's a reality. It won't be practically. It's experience is the best. Not only the book reading is not good, I think. It's getting the point, oh, it's okay. But the other one is not okay. Because, this reading is volume 6, I think. That volume 1 or 2, that's not that type of. Because it's how is our mind creating is very important. No, it's okay, no. Yeah, it's okay. You won't think about it's okay.
Yeah, Arana.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Arana.
Then it's practical, it's want to be live. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, we can start with the discussion portion of it. Sorry about that.
Teruvan Saranai, I pay my homage at Aryan Mahanse's feet. Teruvan Saranai, Harshi and other Dhamma friends. Yes, I think we can discuss about the practical side because what we gathered from the book was the knowledge, isn't it? So if we apply it practically, how can we how can we talk about it? Because how you practically apply to what we heard so far. It's okay. I can just tell something if you can give your view, Harshi. Actually, now what we heard from the book was the basic knowledge, the mechanism of what is happening. Basically, it explains the dependent origination of the activity called Paticca Samuppada, how the thoughts are formed and how the thoughts formed are taken as real. So with this understanding of what you read, how can we experience it practically? Because we call the world, it's a flow of thoughts. So everything is a thought, everything is a sound, and if everything is due to the speed. So due to the speed, things are created, and the creations are given a name or a sound, and we take those sounds or the words as real. The system feels that the sounds or the creations are real. So that is where the ignorance is. Harshi, how can we explain about experiencing it when we know this truth? How can we experience it? What is the experience that a system will get from this knowledge? Teruvan Saranai.
Dr. Sakuntala. Yeah, I mean, it goes on to few different stages, and the easiest way to talk about this is using the 4 karma sthanas that we use in the practical approach. And so the very first thing is to see that there's no external world. So if we can discuss about that, I think yeah, that's the easiest way, right, Dr. Sakuntala? Because we have a newcomer also, it will be beneficial to her as well.
Okay. Yes, actually, now, as I said, taking the physical world as real is the biggest part here, biggest part of the ignorance. And the concept of me or myself is also part of that created world. So all these are creations of the 5 senses. Sensor means it's a function. Sensor doesn't mean that it is a noun, it's a verb. Actually, there is an activity there. So eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin, even though those names are used, they are considered as a kind of institutions where there is some production. So the vision is created and the hearing is created and uh, smell, taste, and the tactile. These are created then and there. And collective action of this, which happens immediately with no timing in between, is the result is the thought. So when I think in the book when you were reading, it indicates that the creations in these sensor faculties or these senses are also just like magic, something appearing due to the high speed. So uh, if you see them as creations or illusions at the level of eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin, the next product of these, which is the thought, is another illusion and another creation. So then there is actually nothing. There is nothing, but it is created as if it's really there. So that is this thing that we have to sort of very clearly understand. So what happens is when you know this background, when you have the understanding about this background, the thoughts that appear as a fast stream in any system will not receive the value that is given in a normal setup. So, for example, if you take a house, simply if you take something that is there in front of you, now I can see some plugs, there's a wall, there's a pencil holder. So those things are creations of the eye, and the naming is given by the mind sensor. So that is thought is the name actually, and the feeling that you get that they are really existing becomes less and less, or I don't know whether the word null and void is correct, is the ultimate result when you know the mechanism of happening, what is happening here, how it is created and looks like really existing, becomes less and less powerful when you know the mechanism. So this is applicable to anything which are creations of the five senses. Even the sounds that uh, come. Now I can hear the sound of a dog barking. So that is a vibration of my ear. And that vibration, that vibration is a creation of the ear right now, this moment. So the creation gives you the illusion that there is a dog outside, but it is a creation in the eardrum right now. And the rest of the picture about the dog is completed in the mind. That is with the help of the data that was given to the system with time in the past. A small baby who will hear the sound, similar sound, due to the vibration of the ear, will not have that mental picture about the dog. It will stop at the level where the sound is created, but the little baby doesn't have the dog. But the picture of the dog is added later on. When the sound is coming, an adult will say it's a dog and show the dog. So then there is some tying up of this sense activity to create the thought, this is the dog. So like that, the data is collected, added with time, and more information about the dog is added then and there. But all of them come as a single spark right now when you hear the sound. So when the sound is created right now in the ear, I get all sorts of uh, information about the dogs, the various colored ones, various sized, various species of the dogs, and the nature of them, and the dog that we had at my place. So all this information will, within a fraction of a second, come as single spark, which we call as thought. So if you slowly work on these things, then the system will realize that all these are creations in the mind. Initially, there is a sensor activity, sensor function, or sensor vibration, and then immediately, with no time gap, as I mentioned earlier, right now, there is creation of the thought and giving a name to whatever the thought which was created, which is an illusion. Harshi and Ravi, anything you like to discuss over this? Therwan Saranai?
Yeah, Therwan Saranai, Harshi, Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Therwan Saranai, Aryan Vansi, and everyone. Yeah, as Dr. Sakuntala said, the way that this illusion is created is the magic. So it is well explained in the Paticcasamuppada, or the in English terms, we can say it's cause and effect Dhamma. So, as Dr. Sakuntala said, as long as that creation is taken as real, at that very moment, the bhava or the birth has occurred. Birth, that is the very moment that we can say the birth had occurred. It is very difficult to understand for a person who didn't hear this Dhamma for a little while, from the beginning. So this is very easy to understand that someone who has some kind of an understanding about this Dhamma. So this is the mechanism how this illusion gets built up. That means, in other words, how these aggregates formed in Pali terms, that is Kanda. That is the description of how this Kanda gets created. And yeah, so behind everything, so what is the resultant thing after creating this skandha? When, as Dr. Sakuntala clearly said, it happens due to certain vibration. Vibration happens due to some kind of difference in polarities. If there is any incident, any kind of incident happen to trigger to formation of some kind of different ends, different extremes, different polarities. So that will lead to form some kind of a power in between that different polarities. So that is the triggering factor to occur the subsequent vibrations. Oh, that means if the initial power has been accepted, or if the initial vibration, the power that is generated in between those two polarities get acknowledged, so that will trigger the subsequent uh, vibrations to happen. So that's why we call taking this as real. I remember Dr. Sakuntala initially started her today's explanation by saying if someone takes the outside as real, so takes the outside as real, that in the sense, in other words, the thinking that power is real, getting that power is real. So similar things. So when you feel when it becomes real, so that will trigger the subsequent energies, the energies that building up in between to become real. So so that is the point where the birth is occurring. So it is a feeling. It is a feeling. It is not the knowledge. It is a feeling. That feeling is called the ether or a life field. So the life field is the causative thing that drags you along this sansaric journey. So as Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, whenever a sensor is formed, so that doesn't mean the sensor, we can say it's the external sensor, eyeball, earlobe, nose, tongue. So that is the sensor. But behind every sensor, there is some kind of a construction happening. So actually, they are physical presentation. But the faculty, in the sense, why we are calling a faculty? So if you take the eye faculty, so it is not the eyeball. The faculty of eye, the functionality of the eye is the make you to see, makes you to see, the vision, the ability to see is the functionality of the faculty, eye faculty. Likewise, the ear faculty, the function of the ear faculty is allowing you to hear. So that means the production process of the light will happen, is happening within that particular faculty. The production process of the sound is happening within the ear faculty. So we can't, even though we externally see the eyeball, ear, tongue and everything, they are a part of the illusion. When you understand this Dhamma, even you see your own eyes, own tongue, that becomes a part of the illusion. But you can't deny that there is no feeling of sense, taste. You can't deny that you don't hear anything. That means the creation of the ear faculty is different from what you see as the external lobe. Of course, external lobe is, earlobe is external, and the the sensor is needed for the creation of the sound that is there. But the hearing and the sensor are two different things. So if you look at a person who has died, he has all the external things. ear is there, ears are there, eyes are there, nose is there, and tongue is there. But he doesn't feel, he doesn't taste anything, he doesn't hear anything, he doesn't see anything. So from that we can understand the external sensor, what you see is different from its functionality. Functionality is creation of something, creation of sensory feeling. So what here what we are talking about is creation of this feeling. We concentrate more on the creation of these faculties. How these faculties get created. That is the challenging part to understand. So what Lord Buddha said also, understanding how these faculties get created is the understanding of the Dhamma. So the magic here is, if you understand the process or the mechanism, how these faculties get created, that understanding will lead to get away from those faculties as well. That means, so it is like the understanding will give negative feedback to the original sense here. So in the sense, so if you take an example, if you the functionality of your eye is creating of light. So if you are able to understand the eye faculty, that in sense you will understand there is no actual thing called light. Even the word we call the vision cannot be applicable to here even. So once you understand there is no thing called light, then would there be something called vision? No. Then would there be a faculty called eye? No. So that makes you to understand this, how these faculties behave. So all them are get created then and there. So if the light is not there, if the so-called vision is not there, so is there a way of triggering up some kind of a feeling of existence through that? No. It is also, when you understand, it also become a lie, not real. So that is the thing what happens. So that makes you to that understanding can be applied to each and every faculty individually. If you take, then you can take the eye faculty, ear faculty. So is this sound real? So then the so-called, then we come to understanding that so-called hearing, would there be something called hearing? So in the absence of the sound, would there be a chance to generate some kind of a power within? No. So all these things come through the understanding only. So if you do not analyze this, if you do not investigate deep into these faculties, you won't be able to understand this truth. So earlier we talked about these external things: eyeball, ear, sensor, tongue, and nose. So these are the things had been created in the illusionary world. So we see that someone else's tongue. Then you call this is the tongue. But it is again the rupana. So we can't say presence of the tongue gives you the exact feeling of taste. No. So people have so many taste variations. So if I say this is tasty, some will say, wow, this is disgusting. This food is very disgusting for me. So if you take an example, for some people, durian is a very palatable, very tasty food. But for some people, it is so disgusting fruit. So likewise, but their anatomy, if you take the tongue of the anatomy in those individuals, they are more or less same. The anatomy of the tongue would be same. There are taste buds. There are certain areas that taste is felt. So more or less, these are same. And the nerve ending wirings, which carries that signal to the brain. So those are also same. The structure would be same. But why people feel differently? Why they feel it differently? So that's why Lord Buddha say the creation of the taste faculty is different from the sensor. So we have to, unless you do the deep dive, until you do a deep dive into this formation of the faculties, you won't grasp this truth. So that's why we are talking about, even though we're talking ear, nose, throat, and tongue and skin and all these things, but mostly we are addressing the mechanism, how the vision can happen, how the vision is taking place, how the hearing is taking place, how the tactile stimulation we get through the skin sensor. Likewise, so we are talking about the mechanism, the process. Say, when then another thing happened, the mind, creation of the mind. So creation of the mind. So mind, we can't show a place to mind even. So actually, people mistakenly take his eyes as the eye faculty, but we can't show an exact point for mind. People say it is in the brain. Some people believe it is in the heart. So we can't assign a place even. Even you explore the brain anatomically, it is more or less same for each and every person in the world. But the thoughts that is created, it is totally different. So from that also we can realize mind is so different from the brain. So then Lord Buddha clearly explained how the mind gets formed, the way that mind gets formed. So it is also a good, for that that process we call, Lord Buddha called the manadhamma, or the way, how these faculties get together, 5 faculties get together and form the mind sensor. From the point where the mind sensor is formed, we call a thought had been generated. So mind sensor also has the same qualities that had in the ear faculty, that had in the eye faculty. Same characteristics are there. There are also same vibrations would be there, but in different form. Now it's in thought form. Now you don't take, if you see the chair in front of you, you just do not say a light coming and this is chair, that is the ear sensor. So this is the, that is the solidity of the or the firmness of the chair. So all these things are combined together and forms the thought that is called the chair. Chair has all these characteristics. So if you know the creations of the rest of the senses are not true, so how can be the chair become a true, become a real thing? It is not possible. It is that is our misunderstanding. So we believe the thought, the thought of chair is real. But when you analyze backwards, you get to know that the light is not true, the feeling of firmness is not true, and so those are creation of faculties. So other than that, there is nothing to be taken as true, as real. So in the absence of the any validity, any truth there, can there be a real can there be a truth in the newly formed chair? No, it is also a constructed one. So why we deal with that constructed thing as real? So it is the result of the faculties. It is the chair is the end result of the creation of the faculties. So all faculties combined each other forms a chair for you. So that is your ignorance. If you take this chair is as real, that is your ignorance. So if what happens next, if the chair becomes real for you, involuntarily, there would be a person who is sitting on the chair, who is seeing this chair. So that is the point where the self get created. So why yourself got created? Because you took this chair is as real. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Ditte dittamattam, sute sutamattam, mute mutamattam. Likewise, if you take this as a sight only, this as something you see only, with the understanding you know this chair is not real, that's all right. So then you don't get assign any value to that, because you know it is your mental creation. So how can you assign a value which is not there to something that is not really existing? So at the same time, if the chair is not existing, you is not there also. You are not there also. So in the absence of a self, why you put value to yourself as well? So everything become valueless. So, but it doesn't mean that you can't use the chair for sitting. You can use it, but you will not become the person who is using it. You know, the self is not there. Even though I tell that I am the one who is sitting on this chair at this moment, with the understanding, you know, there is no person here to sit on this chair. So that part comes to the understanding. But the sensors do create the illusion. Even though you have the understanding, you are helpless. The sensors will create the illusion. So it doesn't matter. So you can very peacefully live with that illusion. Doesn't matter. No worries. Because with the understanding, you know, even though the illusion is like that, the reality is not what I see now. So that's it. That is your understanding. That's why Lord Buddha said Sankitte Nibbidaya. So this understanding only comes through this thorough investigation only. If you how you can drill down the creation part of these faculties, how you can understand, become thorough with this mechanism, that much you will liberate from those things. So that is the way how Lord Buddha taught us to get away from the mind, get away from the that is the true liberation. True liberation only comes through the understanding. So still you see the illusion, you live in the illusion, it doesn't bother your internal liberation. It doesn't affect your internal liberation. Your internal liberation is something that comes only through the understanding, but you are dealing in the illusionary world. That's all right. So that's why Dr. Sakuntala, in the early part of her speech, she said, as long as you don't take the external thing as real, you are not there. So it has to come through the understanding only. Yes, Terwan Saranai Harshil.
Dr. Ravi, and thank you very much for that valuable explanation, and Dr. Sakuntala as well. Yeah, when you realize this thing, you still live here, you carry on with everything that you would usually do, but you're not affected by any of the events, any of the incidents, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's very beautiful actually. The more presence and more awareness that's kind of accumulated with the practice, when you can experience it first-handedly, it's really beautiful. Justin, you have a question today before we wrap up? Anybody has any other comments? Yeah, I think we have Dr. Ravi, do you have any comments?
No, Harshit, no, that's all. So we can talk tomorrow as well.
Yeah, Theron Sarnayar and Hansa, with your permission, we would like to wrap up today. Let's all pay homage to Aryan Mahansa at our feet, Theron Sarnayar and Mahansa, and let's meet again tomorrow. Theron Sarnay, everyone. Theron Sarnay, Dr. Ravi. Dr. Sakuntala, Justin.
All our friends.
Everybody.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend and teacher Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dharma.com, and today we're starting with the rest of the discussion we continued the other day, which is on page 141. Aryan Mahanse, yes, it's true. Participant Sadhu Sadhu and Aryan Mahanse, it's not what you think. Feel what actually happens to you. When you reach this special level, your waves of thoughts and my waves of awareness becomes unified. Observe through wisdom, you will lose attachment to the world, and most importantly, you will lose the sense of yourself as a separate being. This is Nibbana. Please do not miss this opportunity. It is reserved for a certain group of people. The Buddha said, if people go elsewhere, when I guide them to follow the right path to Jetavanaram, what can I do? I must say the same. Amma, follow the path in silence. Let's give someone else a turn. Theruvan Saranai. So yesterday we talked about, basically it's not mere knowledge, it's how it's an experience, how you can experience this truth within it, within yourself, within the self, within the awareness. There's no self either. All the vibrational processes coming into awareness, coming alive in the moment, appearing in the awareness. So that ends that particular discussion, and it's basically reiterating the same thing we discussed yesterday. And yeah, so, and we can now start with the next discussion, which is titled Morning Zoom Discussion on Sunday, October 22nd, 2023. Participant, Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. I need clarification on concepts such as the qualities of the Buddha, emptiness, Nibbana, and the radiant mind. These terms seem to vary in meaning depending on context. Aryan Mahanse, you ask many questions, but when viewed together, they boil down to one. What is Nibbana? Participants, please share your understanding. And participants, some of the answers they've taken, I guess one of the important answers, putting out the burning fire inside the mind, attaining peace and simplicity, experiencing an unshaken mind and realizing that nothing inherently exists. The first, extinguishing the internal fire, is closest to the essence. Aryan Mahanse, a burning fire represents desire, craving, aversion, and ignorance. When the fire is extinguished, the notion of self, me, mine, fades. Defilements exist because the mind grasps the illusion of a separate self. Some people imagine themselves as permanent. They lack generosity and focus only on themselves. Consider Patachara, who lost everything and realized the true nature of existence. Must we wait for that disaster to happen for us to awaken? When the notion of self is firmly planted, all defilements cling to it, perpetuating suffering. To extinguish this fire is to attain Nibbana. Seeking results implies the self still exists, and as long as it does, suffering follows. To reach this level, the 5 faculties, faith, Shraddha, effort, virya, mindfulness, sati, concentration, samadhi, and wisdom, prajna, must be cultivated. Shraddha refers to supreme faith, not ordinary belief. When these faculties are developed, one follows the path to Nibbana. All objects become objectless, used for living but without attachment. No burning fires arise from the sensual world. This is objectless or subjectless concentration, animitta samadhi or adhigata samadhi. At this stage, one perceives the true nature of thoughts, and peace and tranquility become the mind's natural state. This can only be achieved through deep wisdom. The person transcends the illusionary mind. The result of this experience leads to the qualities of the Buddha. These qualities are not Nibbana itself. They represent the ability to comprehend and harmonize the 3 realms, the sensual world, world of form, and the formless world, Kamaloka, Rupaloka, and Arupaloka. This understanding arises through the doctrine of dependent origination, combining practical knowledge and direct insight. Concentration develops naturally at this level. So at this stage, Aranvas emphasizes that Nibbana is not an intellectual concept, which we already know. It arises when the illusion of the individual self is completely dissolved. With time, as the wisdom of truth is acquired as intellectual knowledge, it slowly turns into direct experience, direct knowing. And with that, the illusion of the individual self slowly is being diminished. The mind's waves, meaning the mind, the wave that's created due to the 5 sensory inputs, the charge that's behind it, the underlying charge, the mental charge, that internal burning, that too is being diminished, because as the truth is seen, what would give the aversion, what would give the internal burning? Nothing, because as you gain, as the direct realization is acquired, one understands that this illusion is not true. The falsehood of the illusion is understood. So there's no reason for the internal burning to arise. So the internal burning subsides, or rather diminishes, means the separate sense of a self diminishes. If you kind of focus on your experience with this Dhamma, you will see from the day one, or time, from the time before the time that you started practicing in this Dhamma, you start incorporating this Dhamma into life, there was a heavy sense of self. There was this internal burning, like there was anger, there was hatred, jealousy, there was sadness. All that was part and parcel of our lives. We have experienced that unbearable pain of that suffering was one of the bigger reasons why we came looking for this Dhamma. We wanted to put an end to it. We wanted an extinguishment of the fire. So if you compare that to how you feel right now, you will see in most areas of our so-called lives, this sense of self is slowly diminishing. It's as if the main actor of a play is now slowly transitioning into like one of the backup actors or support actors or whatever, not a very main kind of a role. So that is if you can, this is the different kind of a sense. If you focus on what we are trying to get awareness onto, you will see that heavy sense of self is slowly being diminished. You may call it diminishment of defilements, you may call it realization of the illusion, whatever you call it, that sense of self with it is being slowly diminished, not of course to the level where it's no longer there, but like that difference could be detected in the experience. The participants' experience of praise, advancement, or comparison fades because there's no longer an I to claim or resist. So in these practical experiences too, that could be detected. Some, back in the days, it could be that you do something in the office or in the family, or expect that others will praise it and others will say thank you and appreciate you. But we know maybe with time you will realize that that need was there. Maybe before stumbling upon this Dhamma, you wouldn't have even noticed that need was there. But now, with our attention being on the mind so much, with that awareness, now we are able to see that that kind of expectation was hidden as a quality of the so-called self. And once it too is detected, that too is diminished because the light of the truth is shed on it, on the thought that was in ignorance. So now, if the value that's been attributed to such appreciation is now diminished, why would you seek that kind of validation, that kind of appreciation? The discussion about the burning fire highlights that all defilements, desires, anger, craving, and ignorance exist only because the mind believes in a separate self. We've talked about this many times, how this separate self initially came into existence, how the belief of the separate self, the self-identifying you as the child learns a language, is being introduced to the mother, the father, the bag, and this system, the mind system, this law in which the thoughts are created, chitta niyama. So the mind works according to that, and this system took on a thought saying, if that is my mother, if that is my father, if that is my bag, there should be a self to whom all these things, all these people belong to. That self should be whoever, like Harshi or James or Paul or David or whatever it is. So from that day on, that self-identifying view is being born. From that day on, that view, that belief, that thought is being nurtured by more thoughts, many thoughts. What does this James like? What does he like to eat? What does he like to drink? What kind of a person he wants to become? So this is maturing as time goes on. So this belief is the one that we realize that it was a misconception. And the more we realize, the more we see how illusory that was. It was illusory in the first place. It was illusory all throughout. Now, what's being done by listening to Dhamma and understanding Dhamma and with the direct realization is that the way in which that belief was created and nurtured is now slowly undone. When this self is seen as illusory, these fires extinguish naturally. The five faculties, faith, effort, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom, are tools to cultivate the inner awareness needed to detect and dissolve the self. The stage of objectless or subjectless concentration, animitta or adhigata samadhi, is achieved when the mind perceives the true nature of thoughts without attachment. So when this true nature of thoughts, the reality about thoughts, is really examined closely, there's no need for an attachment. Why would you be attached to something that doesn't even exist, that only exists, come into existence moment by moment? There's no point. Right? So those thoughts that are based on lies, based on illusions, they don't have any reason to come into existence. Even if they're needed to come into existence, say, even if you understand and realize this, you still have to go to work and perform your, fulfill your duties. You have to take care of your kids. So those are required. Those are the responsibilities. So you will carry out your responsibilities. So whatever the language that is required to perform these duties will be used as a tool. But the way we dreamt of the world, the way we planned for days, months, years to come, the way we used to dwell on the past and, kind of weep about things or have nostalgic feelings about things, those are not required. Because for a fact we know now, this so-called world and the so-called self, they are just an illusion. So whatever the daydreaming stuff, whatever the out of habit, just continuing to think about stuff, dwelling on stuff, is not required, will not happen, because it's pointless. But to perform the duties of the kids, if you have to take them to school, if you have to plan it out, you'll be utilizing the language and the thoughts. So unnecessary thoughts that assumes the existence of an external world and a so-called self, they don't have any necessity to be born, to come arise, but thoughts are there. It's not that thoughts will definitely be there. Even arahants have thoughts, and even Buddha had thoughts. So there's a function that the thoughts and the language serve that will be utilized. And so that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And eventually what happens is realizing the illusion. Now it sounds, the more we understand about it, more we even learn, like even intellectually know it, intellectually understand it, and more we have the direct realization, it becomes very simple. Like when someone enters this, if they can't understand, if they don't have higher insights, and if they can't understand it in a couple of sentences, we have seen it in this day and age, a lot of people need a lot of explanation. So with those explanations, the deeper and deeper we go into the Dhamma to understand this, more we understand and realize it, more simpler it becomes. It could be explained in a couple of sentences, but it wouldn't be the same case for everyone. But for a child, we've seen even in Buddothpado youth sermons, children seem to understand this very well at a very, very, very quickly and they just grasp it much efficiently and effectively. And it's amazing. It kind of proves the fact that Sunita Sopak and Rahul Thero, they even Visakha at the age of 7, they were able to realize it. So it's kind of proof for the fact that these children in this day and age are able to realize this very, very much easier than, because for us, we have accumulated a lot of knowledge. A lot of knowledge means a lot of labels. That means mind is much thicker, mind is more vast, and it's always, our minds are always occupied with lots and lots and lots of thoughts. So for us to be able to understand this Dhamma and have that direct realization, it needs a lot of clarification, because we are kind of entangled in these thoughts now, and the way out is much much chaotic, much treacherous. Teruwan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, you want to share something and something? Yeah. So, so if we kind of again shift back our attention to the dependent origination and how the mind is created. If you have any questions, there's someone who basically, please feel free to ask, because that way the discussion could be directed in a particular way, which makes it easier. So how the mind is created, when the more we realize it, more we understand it, it makes much more sense now, because even at the beginning when we heard that, inputs from the sense faculties, the vision, the sound, the smell, taste, touch, all creates the thought, or create the thought. It makes sense. Of course, in an intellectual way, it makes sense, but really didn't really become a direct realization within us. It took a while. It took some penetrative contemplation for us to get to that state, because now it makes much more sense. Because if you can, say the mother, when I say the mother, you can, you get the image of the so-called mother, your mother, whatever the mental image I have is different to the mental image you have. So in that, all the information are there. If you kind of zoom in on it, and you will, you can see everything about the mother in that mental image, like her face, her body, everything. You can almost hear the sound of her. You can almost feel the smell. You can almost touch her. Like, you can have an idea without even having to leave your chair now, how it would feel like if you touch her. So this mind is really amazing in that sense. And of the vision, we know it's a manifestation of vibration, just like a ripple when a pebble is dropped onto still water, how the ripple kind of moves. That's our visual of a wave. Similarly, a vibration that's even faster its manifestation is the image of the so-called image of the mother, the so-called image of the father, anything that's included in our own world, the so-called world. So, if we focus on this, the sensory inputs, the vision, we have the way we are used to kind of understand the vision, like even an event. If you think about something that happened in the past, let's say there was an argument between you and some people. If you think about it right now, that image, mental image, it's not existing anywhere. We cannot attribute the place. It just comes alive in the eye of the mind. In that image, yourself, the image of yourself, has some special character that is not in the picture, that's in the knowing, that's in the feel. Even in the picture, you can feel that. Then that is different to the rest of the people in that argument situation. But that too is based on the value that's been attributed. If you look at that mental image, that's also just bunch of colors. The more we see these, even if you listen to some song in the night while your eyes closed, that mental image of listening to the song is there while listening to the song. Everything we do, it's like a commentator of a cricket match. There's an underlying mental image, a range of mental images. We are just shifting from one mental image to another to another. Even when you're smelling something, there's an underlying mental image about that, where that difference is prominent. Where in that mental image, it's like, some sort of a picture of a smell coming towards your nose, and that your nose area of your nose is special because in that image too, there's this information, it's me and the rest of it, like the border, this area is mine, the rest of it is everybody else, the world. So you have to see, like, you have to contemplate. This penetrative contemplation is required to all areas where the so-called world and the so-called self discrimination has happened. The more we see, the more we realize that with more contemplation, with more penetrative contemplation, the more penetrative insight we have, that there's no reason to have such discriminations, because it's just the same image with bunch of colors or matured vibrations or manifested vibrations. Even when you're sleeping, there's a mental image of the angle you're sleeping at, or if you're on your side, or if you're on your back, or if you're on your front, whatever it is. You go to sleep with that mental image. So we should be skillful at seeing these things. If not, it's it's difficult for the illusion to be dissolved. That's why this sati samadhi, or this awareness and the meditative absorption, the sustained awareness become a meditative absorption. These two are always mentioned. So that is the importance. We should be able to see it throughout, not just in the walking meditation when we do the practical approach, but all throughout. And there are many, we can continue to talk about different examples, but as you get into this practice, as you really, really get into this practice, because when we listen to people who are commenting on these things in Zoom discussions, we hear that a lot of people, it's like when you learn math, when you study the multiplication table, how you try to do multiplication and division, addition, subtraction using the multiplication table. Multiplication table is knowledge. Doing those sums is also knowledge. So just like that, these participants try to think of Dharma in this way, like take the same approach to Dharma and try to understand it. But it doesn't work because it's all in the mind. You're using whatever the information you have gathered with Satyajnana, wisdom of truth, and creating more knowledge. That is the wrong way. Like, of course, that is required, but you have to really try to contemplate using thoughts and get to that insight. For an example, when R.N. Mahansa says the chair, the image of the chair and the label of the chair, they are tangled, you really have to try to see how that is the case. That internal investigation is a must. Of course, we are using thoughts as a tool to get at the insight. So that understanding what we are trying to do here is also required. And if that can be done, if you can really have that inquisitive nature and inquire into what's being discussed, what they're really trying, what we are trying to understand, what it means by that, then that penetrative insight will be inevitable. So that is one thing to focus, and to get to this practice, we have to start get on this practical approach, which has these 4 meditation instructions. The first one is the so-called external world is not real. And the second one is the so-called mind is also not real. And the third one is that to see that it's all a system and it's all the functions of the sense faculties. And the fourth one, you will end up seeing as a result that there will be a realization. You will realize that there's no self. It's just a system at operation due to the necessary conditions being met. This is in Sinhala we call it a Hetupala Dhamma. In English, it's a cause and condition Dhamma. So this is what we realize throughout this practical approach. I see Dr. Sakuntala has joined. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
Therwan Saranai, my dear Dhamma friends. So as usual, before we start our today's explanation, I'd like to thank our noble friend for Buddothpado R.N. Mahansa for giving me this opportunity to speak up and explain the pure truth through these Zoom sessions. So I pay my humble worship at him. So, last couple of days we were talking about how this illusion gets created, in the sense how your world is created within your mind. Actually, there is no kind of we learned that, we understood that there is no such a thing called permanent mind itself. So it is the mind is impermanent. So understanding the impermanence nature of the mind is the understanding we can say, in other words, understanding this entire Dhamma or the truth can be also defined as the understanding the impermanence nature of the mind. So if we tell a person, you have no such a thing called mind, so it is an impermanent thing, and they don't believe that, because they will ask a question directly, how do you say so? So if I don't have a mind, so how can I think? So I'm the one who's thinking. And he or she will say that I am such a educated fellow. So if I don't have a mind, so if I don't have a memorizing capability, how do I go through all the exams in my university, in my postgraduate? So how can I keep all these things in my mind? So how do you say that there is no kind of mind? So and also he will say, how can you deny that there is no kind of a memory? So I memorize certain things. I keep those things in memory. Even some things comes from the childhood even. So how can I say that I don't have a permanent mind? So if you say so, what is the purpose of the brain? What is the functionality of a brain? So many things will ask you if you say that there is no such a thing called mind to a person who comes from the conventional world. So that is the reason why you need this process of understanding, the method of understanding the truth. Just because person who comes from the mundane world, straight away they can't take this truth at straight away. So that's why you need some kind of a systematic way of teaching them that the impermanence of teaching them the impermanence nature of the mind. So it should be logical. So otherwise it should not be a kind that you should keep on memory again or keep as a by heart thing. It should be logical. So if it becomes a logical thing only, they can work it out and see from different ways. So that logic has been revealed by Lord Buddha into this world. This logic is none other than the dependent origination Dhamma, or the law of dependent origination, cause and effect Dhamma, in simple terms. So understanding the impermanence, so if I tell it again, understanding the impermanence nature of the mind is little bit difficult for a person who comes from the mundane world. So we all are coming from that stage because we think we live in a very vibrant, very colorful world. So we share our feelings, thoughts, and relationships with each other. So we engage with certain activities, and we perform our societal activities, and we interact with certain objects like vehicle and furniture and houses, trees, and all these things. So we can't say straight away that we are living in an illusionary world. So, and also we don't know that this illusionary world has been created within the mind. Even that, then we tend to think that there is a permanent thing called mind. Even though we think it is an illusion, we get to know that it is created within the mind. We didn't know that my mind itself even a part of that same illusion. So it is very difficult to understand for a person straight away. So that's why you need some kind of a logical thing that will enable you to realize this truth. So at the early stages, you will learn this, you will start learning this process as a knowledge, or as something like another kind of what you call a syllabus. So that is all right. But as you move forward through the process of understanding, you will realize that this is not confined to to a certain knowledge. It goes beyond that even. It tends you to feel the absolute truth. That means you will start to feel that the impermanence nature of the mind for yourself. By within you, you feel that the impermanence nature of the mind. This is so unique for this particular cause and effect Dhamma. You begin with the knowledge. As you progress of learning this, as you progress along this path or these teachings, you will realize that whether this has a truth. At the same time, another thing will happen to you. You tend to feel that truth. That means what will happen? Earlier, as I said, you felt this world as a real thing because you were in the mundane world. Once you understand, and realization would take you towards the feeling of the impermanence of this world, the illusionary state of the world. So this is the very unique thing that when you start happen to you when you start studying this. So actually, as I said, this is, yes, it is a logical thing, but it is actually kind of an on experiment like thing. So what you try to figure it out is the impermanence nature of the mind. So why you do so? Because Lord Buddha has said some kind of a statement that there is no so-called a self here. In order to uh, understand that thing, first you have to see, first you have to understand the world is created within your own mind. Then you move another stage forward. Then you try to you will understand there is no such a thing called mind either. Then what happens? Then you will tend to realize that yourself is also creation of your own mind. So if the mind is not permanent, yourself is not permanent as well. So that proves you that there is no self when you do this research within you. So the magic is, the beauty is about this Dhamma is, at the beginning of the research, you feel that you are living. But when you come to the latter part of the research, you tend to feel, I am not here anymore. So it is a very, very beautiful Dhamma. This is the number that this is the truth you have never heard before. Buddha, 2500 years back, Buddha revealed that to the world. Unfortunately, with time, it covered with sand of another concepts like beliefs, myths, and all these things, rituals, and certain people started doing rituals saying that they are Buddhists. They started after 500 years of death of Buddha. They started to worship a figure like thing, saying that this is Buddha. So they started to build statues of Buddha. But what Buddha said is not the thing that you do externally. Let Buddha dwells within you. If you are able to see the state of Buddha through you only, you will really worship Buddha. Otherwise, whatever you consider it as a Buddha, maybe a statue, maybe a bow tree or something, so it does not represent the actual state of Buddha. It is okay. In the absence of the pure truth, the people tend to do such things. That is the nature. That is all right. But with the Buddothpado sermons, after 2500 years, now the truth has again emerged. Now you can hear the truth, the exact truth that has been preached by Lord Buddha 2500 years back. So some might question, how do you say this is whether Buddothpado sermons reveal the pure truth? You just come and have a look. So you do not give up the things that you usually do. That means you do not have to become a Buddhist even. So you just explore these Buddothpado sermons, staying within your own religion. It doesn't matter. So if you are a Hindu, just come and have a look. Just listen to this Dhamma and and pay attention to what it says, right? Either you are a Catholic, either you are a Roman Catholic, either you are a Buddhist or Islam follower. It's up to you. Just pay attention to what Buddothpado sermons say and try to figure it out slowly at your own pace. So we can guarantee you, you can. It is self-convincing. So you will realize that there is no truth beyond that. So it is self-convincing that this is the pure truth. Without looking at it or without listening, you can't say whether Buddothpado sermons reveals the truth or not. If it doesn't fit for you, just give it up, leave it alone. So nothing has lost. Your religion will be same, your family will be with you, and your career and all the belongings, vehicles. We don't ask you to leave anything. If you are a butcher, that's all right. If you are a thief or burglar, that's all right. Just if you are a prisoner, that's all right. Just pay attention to what these Buddothpado sermons say. Then you will tend to feel, yes, there will be not kind of a other truth than this. So then it will be self-convincing to you. This is the exact truth that had been preached by Lord Buddha 2000 years back. That's why these sermons are named as such. Buddothpado means birth of the Buddha again, rebirth of the Buddha. Actually, this is not a person who has born around, because the state of Buddha has again emerged. It is self-convincing. You also can attain to the same stage if you realize this Dhamma fully. People tend to think after the death they will go to Nibbana or something. Here we don't say so. Through the Buddothpado sermons teach us how to attain the state of Nibbana within your current state at this moment. That is the uniqueness of these sermons. So please keep on listening. You might not take it all of a sudden. Even though you don't understand at once, just pay attention what these sermons say. Then that's all right. So there's no hurry. Take your own time. No need to hurry. Just listen, and someday you will see this is the pure truth. Until then, don't believe. So same thing has been preached, said by Lord Buddha at that in those days. Even if teacher says, don't believe. If your mother and father says, don't believe. If that particular king said, don't believe. If a Buddha said, don't believe. Unless you realize this thing, until you realize this thing as the pure truth, don't believe these sermons even. Don't believe. This is not a thing to be believed. It is not a faith. This is not a religion. Buddhism is not a religion. It is the truth. Truth should be only one thing. There won't be any two kind of truth in this universe. Truth is the ultimate. Truth should be the ultimate one. And the beauty of this is it is self-evident. It is not a belief. It is not a faith. So, if you move forward, how you can move forward? So, a starting point is the way learn, just learn these things. Learn how this world gets created. When you were born as a newborn, you didn't know anything. Your mind was so radiant. There were no any kind of things in that. What happens next? As soon as he opens his eyes, what will happen? Certain images will come, will fall into his eyes. Then certain sounds he will hear. So those things combine each other. So they will create some worldly objects, worldly entities for him or her, that little baby. By that, he starts to recognize his mother. He doesn't know the name. He just feels like some kind of a figure is there. So it feeds when I'm hungry. He doesn't know that he's hungry as well. What happens is some kind of burning sensation comes. The response is comes out as a cry. Then that response is recognized by that reaction is recognized by your mother, and she thinks, oh, now baby has to be fed. Then she feeds the baby. Then what happens? The burning pain will be gone. With that, the baby's burning pain will be gone. Then what happens? The cry will stop. Did this small baby, neonate, know because I'm hungry, I should cry? No, he didn't know. It happened automatically. Did he know to suck the breast when the nipple comes closer to him? No, it happened automatically. As an involuntary action. So think, does he inhale and exhale voluntarily? No, it automatically happens. Likewise, some kind of a machine is functioning within his body. He doesn't know anything, but it keeps on functioning. But he doesn't know that he is a living creature yet. He doesn't know whether he has born or not. He only responds to whatever the stimuli that are captured from his senses. The senses are not yet matured yet even. So their reaction will be very slow and very limited. So what will happen as when they grow up? These perceptions collectively makes a world for him, one by one. So in his world, then his father comes to his world, then mother and brothers and sisters and the toys. Then what happens? When the kindergarten time, he will learn the colors. So those are fed externally. So how these inputs are taken into the small child? Through the senses. Through the senses he tries to recognize the world. He tries to recognize the world. So then his world becomes bigger. So then what happens? In the before he goes in, get admitted to the kindergarten or the school, he himself knows that there's a living being inside me known as John, Peter. And he goes towards a mirror and see his own reflection. First he can't recognize who is there in that mirror. At first instance, he goes behind the mirror and try to find out some kind of a living being inside the mirror. Then he finds nothing. Then he try to raise his hand, right hand. The reflection also raises its hand, and he smiles. He try to touch. He only feels the surface of the mirror. Then he realizes this is the same thing that I am seeing thing in the mirror as well. The world that I am seeing is the same kind of a reflection that I see in the mirror. So then what will happen? The name John gets tied up with that the image that he sees through the mirror. Then as soon as somebody tell the name, he knows that the calls come, he has been called upon like that. He knows his name is John. As soon as he hears his name, that image comes automatically. So that is the way how this self gets created. As we discussed earlier, at the very beginning, he didn't know that he is born even. He does not recognize himself as a different self. But now as he grows up, he tends to realize he's the uniqueness of him or her. That contributes, that understanding will contribute for him to or her to develop an identity for him or her. That's how this self-identity gets created. Think, how did it develop? Through the senses. Nothing than that. Through the senses, we all develop our I-ness or the self-identity only through the senses. From the ear, mouth, tongue, nose and the skin sensor. The inputs received from those sensors helped us to develop kind of a I-ness or kind of self-identity within ourselves. From that onwards, he knows I am John, I am Peter, I'm a medical student, so I'll be, some other day I'll be a doctor. Like those worldly things would create afterwards. So this is the way any kind of animal would grow. So even it is a bacteria, even it is a huge animal, maybe a dinosaur, they themselves have some kind of a self-identity. That self-identity doesn't wants to keep it going. That means it has a internal kind of clinging to keep it as it is, or improve more further. So that's why at the later stages we will be having kind of fear to death. Think at the very early stages of your life, I mean just after being born or within 1 or 2 years of childhood, do these children know that they are dying? No, they don't be afraid at all. They jump even into the river without knowing that they are going to die, because they don't have such kind of idea, because they don't feel like they are living. They don't have an intention to keep it going or keep it moving, or they don't have any idea of a birth or a death. That's why we call it is the radiant mind. That radiant mind doesn't have any kind of condition. They are not conditioned. They have not kind of a conditioned mind. They are so pure. But after as we grow up, the self-identity become more powerful, and it wants to keep that kind of this that kind of the identity as long as much as it can. But think, life starts with the non-self thing, non-self angle. But as it grows up, it starts to develop a self-identity within that life. Then that self-identity try to refrain from the danger to keep it alive, keep it going. So he doesn't want to lose his self-identity. So this kind of feeling is there with every animal in this world. This is not confined to the mankind. This is the thing that is very relevant for the other animals as well. The feeling of the existence, they tend to feel the existence. The I-ness represents, in other way, the feeling of the existence. At the absence of the I-ness or the self-identity, there won't be a feeling of existence. That's why the small child even not afraid of jumping into the river, because he doesn't know the danger. Because why he doesn't know the danger? Because he has not kind of a self-identity to preserve. It has not yet developed. as you engage with the worldly perceptions, these worldly perceptions collectively creates a world self-identity for him or her. Now this self-identity is very reluctant to get away from that. It gives you some kind of what do you call that, a feeling that should never put him or her in danger. So everyone who lives in this world is scared of the death. That is the reason. It comes automatically. That is the nature. So nature wants to keep this thing going. Nature wants to reproduce the living being. Otherwise, that is the way of the nature rolls out. But the message of Buddha is different. Even though we think that there is a person or self inside every living being, it is a misconception. Because we have been cheated, we have been tricked by our senses from the initial stages of starting from the initial stages of our lives. So it is very hard to believe. Have you been tricked from the day we are born? Who tricked us? The senses. Our own senses have tricked us. They cheated us. So that's why we feel that I kind of a person who is living at this moment even. So don't you feel, isn't it worth to see through these sensory faculties, how they tricked us? The mechanism of cheating us, we have to learn. So how we should explore it. So you need some kind of a baseline understanding, baseline method, or some kind of a directive. This guidance is well given through the cause and effect Dhamma, or the dependent origination law of dependent origination, how your senses are formed. So then if you are able to understand how your senses are formed, then you will start to understand this formation is not real. So if this formation is not real, so the illusion that is made with the help of these senses should not be real as well. So what is the illusion that collectively made through these senses? The world. So where is this world? It is in your mind, because the mind gets created with the inputs of these senses. You get a color from the eye sensor, then it combines with some kind of a voice or sound, and also it may be having some kind of a taste that receives from the tongue, and it may be having some kind of a um, consistency for that. We'll say the mango, in an instance that you are eating a mango, so you see the mango, whether it's ripe or not. According to the color, you recognize it as a good one or bad one. So then you peel it off. So consistency will be felt with the skin sensor of your hand. And also you take a piece out of it and you put it into the mouth. Then you feel the taste. All the sensors collectively makes you to feel that you have eaten a mango. But you only felt the taste. You only felt the consistency. You only got a color shade of the colors to your in your eyes. You only felt the fruity smell from your nose. So all these are electrical impulses. But ultimately, what has happened here? A kind of an image, 3D image has been created, and it has a unique taste for that, and it has a kind of color. So where does this the mango got created? People might say it is in the brain, but we can't assign a place for that. It got created all of a sudden with the help of sensory inputs. For that particular thing, we call the mind. Mind creates you and a mango. Mind creates a mango for you. So only the perceptions got received from the different senses. They are electrical impulses. So with that electrical impulses, somehow a mango got created. It is proved that it is a hard object. The skin proved you that it is a hard 3D kind of object. The skin sensor gives another kind of electrical impulse that makes you to convince that this is a kind of a solid object. So, and also it has a unique kind of a taste for that. Then the tongue proved you it is so tasty. Again, an electrical impulse. So, see, now the worldly object has been created with these sensory inputs, electrical impulses. How does this happen? Is it a real thing? No. Why is that? Because it is a collection of certain perceptions only. Light, taste, smell, audible sound, all these things. We say mango. So as soon as you say mango, a kind of a image comes. So where was it? It happens in this very moment, because you have been told that this kind of a thing is called mango. So as mango comes, as this voice comes, you get the same kind of a perception in your mind. So this is your mind. So Is it because that you remember the consistency of mango? It is not. It is the nature. It is the nature. No one did it, either not by you. So you think it is because you are having memory, that's why it comes into my mind. So that is wrong. So we'll say, just take an instance where you uh, you have gone to certain market or something, or supermarket or something. So you might remember the moment that you selected some kind of a fruit from the fruit stall, right? But at the same time, you will remember the rest of the surroundings as well. There was a person, but I didn't recognize him. There was another kind of a person who was wearing blue color thing, but you didn't notice it. But at the same time, all the things come to that certain picture when you try to remember the moment that you uh, buy that particular food from the stall. So how does it come? Did you pay attention on that time? No. So you can say, I could remember all these things, but did you pay attention to the surrounding at that very moment? No. But it tends to remind you everything. Maybe the color of the shirt of the certain seller, maybe a kind of pet there by the side of that particular seller. You didn't pay any attention. You didn't know that if someone comes and asks, did you see that pet beside him? You said, no, I didn't see. But if you start to remind that particular instance, there will be certain kind of a figure beside that that certain seller. How does this come? So did you memorize it? No. Did you try to memorize, keep it in as a, so for people say it is the picture memory. There's another kind of a memory in medicine and in the philosophy. You say it as a picture memory. It is not the picture memory. We can't say like that. So that particular instant gets telepathized in this very instance as soon as you hear a sound. So we'll say, if you take oranges, you will see the orange color of this particular orange. So as soon as you take it into your hand, you will, most of the time, you will remind other things which tallies with that color, which matches this color. Maybe a dress that you see, that you used to wear. Maybe a clergy or monk who is wearing that color robe. Maybe a king coconut. So king coconuts are orange in color. So all these things come into your mind all of a sudden. Did you think all these things? No, it came into your mind. So from those things you can realize, you will be able to understand this process of telepathization, the resonance in the sense, once you see these oranges, the vibration of your eye get telepathized with the similar frequency. So that frequency get visualized. So it will trigger a chain of reactions, chain of another similar kind of frequencies to come up. The similar kind of frequency is the color of the robe of that particular monk. So you tend to remind that as well. And also at the same time, the king coconut. it is yellow in color, orange in color. So it also comes. It has the same kind of resonance, but you didn't even think at that particular moment, but it came into mind. How does this happen? That's why Lord Buddha said the samanantare. I don't know. There is no gap in between. There is no time difference in between. Telepathization happens in this very moment. That's why you tend to see all these things. That's why it keeps on coming into your memory as soon as someone calls a name of that in a particular object. When you start reading a book, we'll say a Kamal or Nimal or John or Anton or Peter. Then you tend to remind everything related to Mr. Peter. So how does this happen? This one vibration carries all the related vibrations as well. All the perceptions, actual perceptions, every perception comes in along with that one single vibration. So this entire scenario can be taken as a one snapshot. This entire scenario can be considered as a one snapshot. So what will happen next? It triggers to that vibration will trigger up another vibration to happen, because you take it as real. You tend to feel that it is as real. So it will trigger another vibration to occur. That the subsequent vibration also has the same kind of worldly perceptions within it. Then you tend to feel it is also as real. That is the second one. Third one, fourth one. Likewise, one after another, these snapshots will come into you within a fraction of a second. So you won't be able to understand these are separate instances because of the speed of its occurrence. The speed of this vibration will lead you to feel like that you are a living and ongoing kind of a soul within you. There is an ongoing kind of soul within you, exists within you. You tend to feel like that. So then you say, am I the one who were there in that particular wedding? So I was wearing this kind of a suit on that day. So likewise, I have attended this call, and I met you yesterday. So many things we do, we say like that, thinking that there is a person that comes from the childhood up to now. But it is not like that. This can be clearly understood using some kind of a, we'll say, if you pay attention how these cartoon figures are created. So cartoons means they are earlier it was hand drawn by the hand. So they draw very similar kind of figures with a subtle change. So if we say first figure has raised arm into a certain extent, the second figure has the same figure with a little bit more with a hand which is raised little bit more than the first one. Third one has another figure with the raised hand. So if you move these three figures at a very speed, at a rapidly, at a greater speed, you don't feel that there are three different pictures are moving. So you just feel that cartoon figure is raising his hand. Same thing happens to ourselves also. There are only snapshots in our life, certain experiences in our life. Due to the speed of this experience that we receive or we perceive, we don't feel like they are separate instances. That's why we think we are living beings. That's why we think we have a soul, ongoing soul within us. But Lord Buddha said, there is no such a living being within you. So the perceptions make you different perceptions, slightly different perceptions coming at a rapid speed will make collectively make you to feel that you are a living one. You are a living one. Within that each and every frame, you have that so-called self-identity entangled with each and every frame. That is the problem. So that makes you to feel that you are the one who lived yesterday. You are the one who is living at the right moment, right just now even, and you will live, you will remain alive for the future as well, in the future as well. So just because we don't know the truth, just because we don't know this reality, we think that we are existing. It is another thought. It is also creation of the same mind. First, we got to know that we felt like we were living because of the worldly perceptions. We took them as real. So if this mango becomes real for you involuntarily, there should be a person who should feel the existence of the mango. So it automatically happened. So what happened to us is that the worldly objects or worldly entities became real for us at the initial stages. Same thing happened to the radiant mind. It started with the radiant mind. We tend to perceive certain worldly perceptions. Then without our knowledge, we tend to feel that those perceptions were real. Then at the same time what has happened, if it is felt as real, there should be someone to feel it as real. That is the way how the self got created. So all these things are naturally happened. No one did it, either not by you. So this is the way how this illusionary I-ness or illusionary self got created. So once you start understanding these things, you will be able to comprehend everything. So that's why Lord Buddha said, understanding your mind is very sufficient to to get liberated, get the true liberation. So that means you know the entire world, entire universe. Understanding your mind is enough for this thing. This is the truth. So can anyone argue on that? No. Even the modern day scientists are facing so much of difficulties to figure it out this fact. Scientists tend to seek certain things, thinking that there's a person within us and we are trying to explore the universe. So that's why they are sending so much of space shuttles and all these things, thinking that we are living beings and we have to find out whether there are certain kind of living beings are there in the universe as well, in other planets as well. So they don't know that they have been already tricked by their own senses because they don't know this truth. They are very innocent because doesn't know means that they haven't had an opportunity to listen these kinds of sermons. If they happen to listen to these kind of sermons, they will definitely grab it. Until that time, other than keep on seeking those things, what they should do. So in that aspect, all of the human beings, living beings are innocent. They are helpless because they don't hear this truth. So once you happen to listen to this truth, please start your investigation right now. At least this will help you to realize who you are, what is the purpose of being here, and that will help you to get the full liberation, and this will end your all suffering. Don't focus on these things. Don't focus on these endpoints. Let them come to you at the appropriate time. Let them come to you at the appropriate time. So don't try to focus on the end results. So that will hinder your experiment. That will obstruct your experiment. Just do the experiment with the open mind, and definitely we can guarantee you the results will be amazing. You will be able to, I'm sure that you will be able to see your own results. So on that day you will be amazed. Wow, I found the truth. I found the ground reality. So there's no person here. What Lord Buddha said is absolutely correct. It is a Dhamma, that this is the one and only Dhamma that makes you to feel there is no self within you. So I think that is enough for today. So we can talk more on this tomorrow as well. So until then, Teruvan Saranai, all of you. Thank you for listening. Teruvan Saranai.